Exhale and welcome to day 11 of the Public Order Emergency Commission. Here we go.
Morning.
Let's go. Let's go. Good morning. Good morning, Patriot Smoothie. I have to just go into Facebook and share this now because all my settings are wrong and they're unfixable due to my restrictions. If anyone would like to share, go ahead to my page and share. All 3 people. Oh, 6. Boom, doubled. We're growing exponentially here this morning.
Are we?
Well, we went from 3 to 6 to 6. Oh, no, we went to 6 to 16. We're more than exponential. We cannot keep up this growth, though.
Well, six. What's 6 to the power of 6 is that would be the minimum exponential growth there, which would be 36, and we did not grow by 36. So we have linear growth, unfortunately.
Here we have growth. Okay, that's the main thing. I got coffee. So today we have. I was just reading it. Where do we have it here?
We have Thomas Carrique, I'm going to imagine. Biggest Slowly's Friday. I think they mentioned that for Slowly's Friday.
Yeah, I was just reading it a few minutes ago here.
Good morning, Terry. Good morning, Paula. Hello, Elaine. Lucy. Order a lot. Suzanne. Odette. Crystal. Candace. Allison. Sarah. Gabe. Jennifer. Demetra. Wendy. Lisa, Greg, Carrie, Paula, Diane, Allison. Okay. First two.
It's only 5 more weeks to go.
Only 5 more weeks to go.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
The dog is really going wild, man.
Morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
For the record, Eric Brousseau, Commission Counsel, and I'd like to call the Commission's next witness, OPP Commissioner Thomas Carrique.
There we go. I knew it. Hello, Tracy. Thank you, Windsor. Joanne.
Morning.
Zoidma.
Morning, sir. How are you?
Mo. Zoidma.
Excellent.
Monique.
So
Deb.
we're going to swear
Paula
you in
again.
and then get started.
Kathy.
Thank you.
If you need a break, you'll let us know, but we normally have a morning break of 15
Yes, we've
minutes and
heard
lunch
about
break
this.
of an hour and a break in the afternoon.
Thank you, sir.
Ooh, that's a lot of brass.
Commissioner Carrique,
Yeah, that's a commissioner of the
will
OPP.
you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
Let's get that in a banner.
He's
Bible,
telling him
please.
his daily schedule because that's important. He's
Yeah.
he's obviously a very busy person.
Yeah, he's a bigwig.
Thank you.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Thomas Carrique, ThomasCarrique.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this
You
commission
got that, John?
shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you
I
God?
knew who he was.
I do so swear.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He's the commissioner.
Thank you.
The big boss.
Yep.
Morning,
Full day.
Commissioner Carrique.
And then
morning.
tomorrow, slowly.
Try to refer to you as Commissioner Carrique since there are a couple of commissioners on the stage. I'd like to
Commissioner,
pull up
yes.
WTS 6039, please. And Commissioner Carrique, you sat for a couple of interviews with Commission Counsel this summer, correct?
I did, yes.
And I'm pulling up your interview summary. You reviewed this as it was finalized, I take it?
I did, yes.
And do you have any corrections to make to it?
No, I do not.
Okay. I understand there was a spelling error on page 8. If we could go to that, just in terms of the name of the police chief for York Regional Police. His name is Jim McSween and not McSweeney. Is that accurate?
Correct. I provided that information this morning, and as well on page 9, I think it refers to insurance and it should refer to permit. That's the first word at the top of page 9.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, this guy is prepared.
Remains accurate.
That is correct.
I mean, he's just a commissioner.
Yeah.
You would
And if I
expect
can
some
pull up
level of
now,
competence, right? From leadership.
OPP.IR.
It's refreshing, isn't it?
70
From provincial leadership, anyways.
showing you now the OPP's institutional report. You're aware of its contents?
I am aware of its contents, but I don't believe the document on the screen has changed.
Yeah, it's coming.
Oh. It's like, I'm aware of the contents, but that's not the document.
This is the OPP's institutional report.
Yes, it is.
Okay, and to the best of your knowledge, its contents are accurate.
To the best of my knowledge, the contents are accurate.
Okay, and I take it you adopt it on behalf of the OPP.
I do adopt this on behalf of the OPP.
Thank you.
This
Prior to
guy's
being
all
appointed
businessman.
as commissioner of the OPP, you were a deputy chief of police with the York Regional Police Service. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, I was.
And you've been commissioner of the OPP since April of 2019.
Correct, sir.
And can you tell us briefly what that role entails?
So that role entails having overall operational administrative responsibility for the Ontario Provincial Police. We police 330 municipalities across the province, across 5 regions, each led by a chief superintendent, plus a highway safety division. We also are responsible for providing various provincial services through our investigations and organized crime section, our traffic safety and operational support section, and a variety of other specialties.
Commissioner, if I can just remind you, you may not know, this is being translated as you speak and sign interpretation as you speak. So if you could slow down just a bit, that would be appreciated.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And I think you sort of told us just now about the various departments or divisions within the OPP. Can you tell us who was in charge of each of those in January and February of 2022?
Absolutely. So our field operations was Deputy Commissioner Chris Harkins. We then have corporate services, which was Provincial Commander Mary Silverthorne. Traffic safety and operational support, Deputy Commissioner Rose DeMarco. And investigations and organized crime, Deputy Commissioner Chuck Cox.
Thank you. And during the sort of Freedom Convoy events of January and February, how often were those individuals reporting to you?
It would vary. It could be from multiple times a day to daily to weekly. We were in constant contact throughout the entire duration of the convoy.
Okay. And within the OPP, is there anyone else that you were in that level of contact with on a daily basis during these events?
Superintendent Mike McDonnell, who leads our Corporate Communications and Strategic Management Bureau.
Okay. I want to ask you now about the OPP's role in general. And I'd ask the clerk to pull up document COM 50819, which is just a copy of the Police Services Act. And if we go to section 19 of the Act, it sets out the responsibilities of the OPP.
Yes, it does.
And while we're getting there, if you could just sort of describe them in terms of your understanding of what the OPP is responsible for.
Yes, the OPP and ultimately I am responsible for providing policing services in municipalities where they do not have a police service or under contract once that contract and agreement has been approved by the Solicitor General. Responsible for policing of navigatable waterways that fall outside the jurisdiction of a municipality. Also responsible for maintaining traffic patrol on King's highways and providing investigative support and specialized services as directed by the Solicitor General or the Crown Attorney.
Okay. And I understand from the OPP's institutional reports that the OPP provides policing services for 328 municipalities. Is that correct?
That is correct. I believe we're 330, so 328 is approximately correct.
Yes. And what percentage of the OPP's sworn members would be engaged in that kind of frontline policing?
Frontline policing, we would have on a day-to-day basis approximately 3,000, and specifically if we go back to the duration of the Freedom Convoy, there were 3,000 provincial constables assigned to field operations.
And that includes maintaining policing in these 330 or 28 municipalities?
That it does. That does not include the other policing responsibilities that we have for all the other provincial services that we are mandated to provide.
Okay. And so other than the list in section 19, which is on the screen, which you just took us through, is there anything else that the OPP is responsible for?
So we have a wide variety of specialized services that we provide, from aviation services, Provincial Operational Intelligence Bureau, which you've heard a significant amount about, also our provincial liaison team, which I know you've also heard a lot about. There is a wide variety of specialized services that the province
I heard about their betrayal.
relies on us to provide from a policing perspective.
Okay. And one of those, I understand, is public order units. Is that correct?
We are responsible for maintaining public order in the municipalities for which we police. We do not have a jurisdictional responsibility for municipalities outside of our policing responsibilities. We can, however, provide those services if requested.
Okay. And
Is he ever well prepared?
can you tell us about the structure of the OPP's public order units?
Very forthright.
Our public order unit is approximately 257 trained members. They are primarily assigned to a function which we refer to as our emergency response team. They have 10 mandated functions, all related to having
ERT,
a flexible
tactical.
emergency response across the province, one of which is the function of public order.
Okay. And I understand public order maintenance is, in fact,
Order
part of
is generally kind of like
core
riot police in this
services
case.
for any municipal
That's what they call it
police
now.
service. Is that right?
Yeah.
That's correct.
It's
It's one
a
of 5
euphemism.
core policing responsibilities that every police service in the province of Ontario has an obligation to fill to an adequate and effective standard.
Okay. And if a local police service doesn't have a public order unit, do they enter into agreements with the OPP for the OPP to provide that service?
They are required to enter into an agreement, but not specifically with the OPP. That agreement could be entered into with another municipal police service. There are 10 public order units across the province. OPP is one of those 10. So there are 9 other police services that a municipality could enter into an agreement with.
Okay. And one of those is Ottawa Police Service, I take it?
One of those would be Ottawa Police Service, yes.
What about Windsor Police Service?
Windsor does not have a public order unit.
Okay. And so do they have an agreement with the OPP?
We do not have a standing agreement with Windsor. Utilization of public order in Windsor would be assessed on a request by request basis.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
I understand the OPP.
So it could be requested.
Divided
I don't
the
think we
province
need
up into
any
5 different regions. Is that
emergency
correct?
acts
That is correct.
at the federal level to request such
How does that
help.
work in terms of administration of the different regions?
So each region is led by a chief superintendent. They are then assisted by superintendents that form part of their command team, and they oversee the operations of a variety of detachments who have detachment commanders. So to put it into a municipal context, the detachment commanders share a lot of the same responsibilities as would a municipal police chief as it relates to communicating to a local police service board, establishing community and strategic priorities, and providing day-to-day policing services. The regional chief superintendent oversees those operations across a variety of municipalities, and they all report up through to the Deputy Commissioner of Field Operations, Chris Harkins.
So the people in green were the Sûreté de Québec.
Attachments
That's Quebec's
resources
provincial
are
police force.
Overwhelmed or they need assistance? How is that escalated up the chain within the OPP?
So first and foremost, if there's a neighboring detachment, that can be something that is mitigated detachment commander to detachment commander. If it's not able to be resolved at that point, it would then be escalated through the regional command team, and it could eventually end up into the hands of the Deputy Commissioner of Field Operations. However, if it was an emergent circumstance, those types of needs for resources would be coordinated either by our provincial communication centers or our provincial operation centers. And if it was a long protracted event or a planned activity, we would establish what we call an emergency operations center, and our emergency management unit would be involved in that very complex process.
Okay. And is it the same process if there's an external
Yes,
request
exactly.
by municipal
Quebec
police service for
provincial
OPP
police.
assistance.
So this is
An
Ontario
external
Provincial
request
Police.
would
It's
normally
Quebec's
come
version,
into my office,
but they have quite
and
a
then
bad
it would be
reputation, those
assigned
guys.
to the appropriate provincial command. If it was for an investigative type of request, it would go to investigations and organized crime. If it was for additional uniform officers, it would go to field operations. Public order would go to Field Support Bureau through what we call TSOS, Traffic Safety and Operational Support. That does not alleviate local municipalities reaching out directly to a detachment or to a regional commander, but formal requests for assistance should come in through my office. At this particular juncture in 2022, we had already received approximately 30 formal requests for assistance from other police services. And typically I would receive between 220 and 230 formal requests from municipal services for assistance of the OPP.
In a year.
In a year, on an annual basis, correct.
I understand from the OPP's website that it is a division of the Ministry of the Solicitor General. So can you explain the relationship between the OPP and the Solicitor General's office?
Yes, absolutely. As you've articulated, we're a division of the Ministry of the Solicitor General. The Ministry of the Solicitor General will set strategic priorities for the OPP, provide overall administrative direction. The day-to-day administrative and operations of the OPP is my sole and exclusive responsibility.
Okay. So maybe you can just help us understand what kind of direction would come from the Solicitor General's office.
So that would come in the form of, we have a 3-year strategic plan. So that is essentially the Solicitor General's plan that the OPP operationalizes. It's at an extremely high level that sets the priorities for the organization. There could be provincial initiatives whereby the ministry wants to support the OPP in achieving certain operational objectives, and will provide us with the necessary funding and support to do so.
And how does the reporting up to the Solicitor General's office work?
So there's an annual report that is submitted to the Solicitor General's office. And then as it relates to day-to-day reporting, there will be many occasions where there will be no contact between myself and the Deputy Solicitor General for days or even for weeks. If there are certain situations for which he requires a level of situational awareness, then it's my responsibility to ensure that he receives that information.
Okay. And so at the time that was Deputy Solicitor General Di Tommaso?
That is correct.
Did you, on a general or frequent basis, report to anybody else within the Solicitor General's office?
No, I did not.
So you didn't report directly to then Solicitor General Sylvia Jones?
No, I did not.
Ooh, professional. OPP is above influence.
I want to ask you now about a term that we've heard, which is police of jurisdiction. Can you help us understand what that term means and where it's kind of grounded?
Certainly, police service of jurisdiction relates to the police service that has a
Tell him
legislative
hello, please.
responsibility
Tell him
under the
hello.
Police Services Act.
This is the
The
commissioner that called, I believe they called the convoy a security threat early on.
Service board, who is responsible in concert with the chief of police.
Yeah, I mean,
in
they
ensuring
said that it
those
was
adequate
there
and
was a
effective
security
services are provided. And you've already
possibility of a security
highlighted
threat,
the
but there never
5
was a material
core
like,
Yes.
areas of responsibility that formulate
it's a
adequate
different,
and
like there's
effective
one in theory and
services.
then there's one in practice where they actually have
we
actionable,
talk about
credible
police
intelligence
service
of a threat.
jurisdiction.
That's a good point. And any
Is
large
that
group
police
of
service
any
have
individuals
exclusive
going to
jurisdiction
Parliament would be
their
a
sort of
possible
physical
security threat.
bounds?
One
They have
individual is a
exclusive
possible security
jurisdiction
threat.
within their physical bounds, but
That's the
just
important
for
context.
clarity, that does not mean that another police officer doesn't have full authorities to operate within that jurisdiction. That doesn't mean that another police service may
This is
not
important.
enter into an investigation that takes them into that jurisdiction to conduct interviews or do follow-up. But if there is an incident within that jurisdiction that starts in that jurisdiction, that is taking place in that jurisdiction, that is the exclusive and sole responsibility of that police service of jurisdiction.
Okay, and you just sort of drawn the distinction between jurisdiction and authority. So maybe you can
Correct.
help us understand the difference.
As jurisdiction relates to the legislative responsibilities under the Police Services Act, whereas authorities relate to the authorities that a police officer has to execute their duties.
And they have those
I wanna
authorities
ask you about
regardless
the
of jurisdiction, it
circumstances
sounds
in
like.
which,
Some of them.
the OPP might be called on to step in, and this is addressed at Section 9 of the Police Services Act, which is on the screen, page 11. So I think the first, subsection 9.1, is at the request of the commission, which I understand is the Ontario Civilian Police Commission. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so what would that look like? Why would that come about?
In my experience, that's usually a situation where there's been ongoing and long-term concerns over the administration of a police service and or their ability to provide adequate and effective policing.
Okay.
Sounds a little familiar.
And so the commission can direct the OPP essentially to step in.
Correct, yes.
And then if we go down to subsection 4.
Morning, Ali. Good morning,
A local
Julie.
Crown attorney can request the assistance
Morning,
of
Mr.
the OPP.
Kennedy.
Is that correct?
That's correct. And that would normally
Morning,
be
Linda.
for an individual situation and most
Morning,
commonly
Stephanie.
for a criminal investigation that is warranted.
Okay. In subsection 5, it can be requested by a resolution of the local police services board as well.
Yes, it can.
In what circumstances would that occur?
That would be a specific event perhaps, or where the board has concerns over its ability to provide adequate and effective service.
The board's ability or the local police service?
It's a shared responsibility. In legislation, the board has a responsibility to ensure adequate and effective policing, as does the chief of police.
Okay. And if we go down to subsection 6, a local police chief can ask for that assistance in the cases of an emergency. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And if we go down to subsection 8, it says when a request is made under this section, the commissioner shall have the OPP give such temporary or emergency assistance as he or she considers necessary, and shall have the Ontario Provincial Police stop giving temporary or emergency assistance when he or she considers it appropriate to do so. And so am I right in understanding that it is mandatory if there is a request for assistance, the language of section 8, it requires the OPP to provide whatever assistance is necessary.
Whatever assistance that I deem necessary, correct.
Right. Okay. And other than the sort of mechanisms in section 9 here, are there any other
Let's go.
ways in which the OPP's assistance can be formally or informally requested?
Yeah,
Other
slowly is
than,
on
as I
Friday,
mentioned
and then
earlier,
Bridget should
there
be on
may be to
Monday.
reach out to a local detachment, but in terms of as it's prescribed in law and the formal process, these are the only ways for which
That's true.
we can be called
Well,
upon to provide that level
threat
of
could be
assistance.
announced.
And so just to be clear, there's no provision which would enable
Thank
the
you, Jan.
Solicitor General's office to effectively direct that it occur.
Not direct that it occur. If the Solicitor General's office had a concern over adequate and effective policing, the appropriate route in legislation would be to refer that concern to OCPC.
I want to ask you now about sort of the origins of the Freedom Convoy and when it first came across the OPP's radar. What can you tell us about that?
Well, as documented in my witness summary, we became aware of that from the provincial liaison team's perspective on or about the 12th of January. I believe an analyst actually became aware of it on the 10th of January. That information was then transferred to a member of the provincial liaison team. And by the 12th of January, the provincial liaison team was starting to engage in relation to the Freedom Convoy.
Okay. Other than the provincial liaison team or PLT, what other preparations were underway within the OPP?
Well, as of the 13th of January, the Provincial Operational Intelligence Bureau was also engaged in the collection and dissemination of intelligence. And as information continued to come in, then various aspects of the organization came involved, right up to us appointing a major critical incident commander and local incident commanders for every region for which the Freedom Convoy would travel through.
Okay. And do I understand it correctly that the OPP was the police of jurisdiction all the way essentially from the Manitoba border until the convoys reached Ottawa?
Yes and no. As long as the Freedom Convoy remained on King's highways or was traveling through municipalities for which we were the police service of jurisdiction, yes. But there were a number of events and activities that happened off of the King's highways that would have fallen into the jurisdiction of other police services for which we worked in cooperation with those services as the convoy traveled on its way to Ottawa.
Okay. And what did that cooperation with the local services look like?
The cooperation was integration in terms of responding to the convoy as it traveled through that jurisdiction, or there were moments in time where other people would congregate to show their support for the convoy. There may be a stop at a parking lot. We'll use Vaughan Mills Mall as an example, where there were a number of protesters and vehicles that gathered in the Vaughan Mills Mall. And that would be a coordinated response between the OPP, who was looking after the traffic aspect of it. And then once that convoy or that congregation was to form on municipal grounds, like the Vaughan Mills Mall, that's where York Regional Police would engage as it related to what other policing provisions were required.
Now, I want to ask you about the OPP's intelligence gathering, and I'm sure you're familiar with the Hendon reports.
Very, yes.
Very, yes.
Did you
Intimately
personally
familiar.
receive every Hendon report that was published?
Yes, I did.
Oh,
And did you review them as they were published?
Yes, I did.
the commissioner took no exceptions, no
And
excuses with the commissioner.
Did you speak with?
No, because he said he's
Superintendent
ultimately
Morris or anyone
responsible.
else From
That's
Boyd,
refreshing. And meanwhile,
about
other
that.
people had no idea. about
On
certain
occasion, I
things.
would have had conversation with Superintendent Morris, but
As the
not,
Prime Minister is
specifically
ultimately
related
responsible.
to every Hendon report or at regular intervals. The Hendon reports were very thorough, very complete, and I found them. They provided me with the necessary information I required to have full situational awareness.
The January 20th Hendon report mentions that police of jurisdiction resources could be stretched if rallies are organized at the local level to coincide with the arrival of the convoys in a given community. Is that, did the OPP take any action in response to the concern that local police of jurisdiction might be overwhelmed or stretched, to use the term?
Yes, it's my understanding, and you've heard from Superintendent Craig Abrams, that Superintendent Abrams was engaged with Ottawa Police Service, offering and providing some support from the Ontario Provincial Police. And I'd also made inquiries with Deputy Commissioner Chris Harkins in relation to our knowledge in relation to Ottawa's level of preparedness.
Okay, and I'll ask you about that in a second. But what, going into the first weekend, which is the 29th and 30th, what was your personal understanding of what this protest was going to look like in Ottawa?
This
Yes,
was
he
going
is,
to
Mike, and it's a shame.
include a high degree of active participation, a large number of commercial motor vehicles and personal vehicles, as well as a commitment for longer term activity. There was no exit plan from the protesters, and there were also demands that we knew could not be realized in the short term, if at all.
Okay, and is it your understanding that the Ottawa Police Service had that same understanding of what was going to transpire over the weekend and potentially longer?
Yes, it was. I was well aware that Ottawa Police were also in receipt of the Hendon reports and had been for at least a year leading up to. And in fact, on January 21st, I made an inquiry with Superintendent Morris to ensure that all police chiefs in the province were receiving the Hendon report.
Okay, what prompted that inquiry?
The content of the Hendon reports, wanting to ensure that there were no gaps within organizations and that the chiefs of police had access to what I felt was necessary.
Yeah,
and
Henry,
important
there's a lot of
information.
feelings going around. The one thing, Andrew Lawton of the True North said, the one thing missing from the Emergency Commission so far is an emergency.
To your knowledge, what steps did the OPP take in that, again, in that
Morning,
week
Frenchie.
leading up to the first weekend to to provide
Probably.
assistance to the
But
OPS?
it doesn't matter, you know.
We
The law is
provided
clear.
resources. We had provided frontline personnel to assist with traffic management. We had provided
Nice.
critical incident commanders. We had provided a public order team
Gooseberry
that
on
was
everything.
shared between Parliamentary Protective Services and the Ottawa Police. And we had offered additional resources if required.
Okay. Were there any resources sought in that first week that you weren't able to provide?
To my knowledge, no.
No, Goose Bay is not
And,
clear. It's
we
not
heard
a place
from
in
Superintendent
Ontario.
Abrams last week. What was his role in Ottawa?
He was fulfilling the role of strategic superintendent or strategic commander.
Oh, it
And
is.
his
Okay, let's see.
primary responsibility was to maintain relationships with Ottawa Police Service, facilitate any requests for assistance, and coordinate
No,
our
it's
deployments in
further
terms of
than-
logistics and
it's
be the
way
link of
further than,
communication
North
between
Bay.
the OPP
It's
and the
way
Ottawa
up
Police
these.
Service.
It's way up, way up.
Now, he
17.
testified about participating
Not
in
the
a January
105.
27th intersect call. Do you know what
North
intersect
of
is?
Vermilion
Yes.
Bay between Dryden and Kenora.
In learning on January 27th, which is the
That's
Thursday
on the other
before
side of
the
the
first
province.
weekend, that the OPS planned to allow 3,000 trucks into downtown Ottawa. Was this information relayed to you before that first weekend?
No, it was not.
Okay. What was your understanding of what was going to happen with the trucks that first weekend?
My understanding was that Ottawa Police Service had designated parking areas for the commercial motor vehicles, and that those commercial motor vehicles would be contained in these parking areas, and that they were running shuttle buses to transport participants to allow them to engage in lawful protest, and that they would not be permitting any large commercial motor vehicles into the parliamentary precinct.
And where did that understanding come from?
From Deputy Commissioner Chris Harkins.
And if you had known, if you had been told on January 27th that 3,000 trucks were going to park in downtown Ottawa, what, if anything, would you have done differently?
I certainly would have asked some additional questions to ensure that they had the adequate resources that they required. I would have asked some additional questions around the integrity of the block of parliaments and Wellington. Keeping in mind that it is not my role or responsibility to sit in judgment of an operational plan, but it would have warranted further inquiry to determine whether Ottawa required any additional assistance, and we certainly would have had those conversations.
Okay. And again, I just appreciate we're sort of in a hypothetical, but what additional assistance could the OPP have provided based on, if you had learned of that plan?
We could have amassed additional resources if we're required. We could have contributed to contingency plans, and we could have just offered some advice and guidance if it was appropriate. Being mindful that Ottawa Police Service has always been very highly regarded and respected for its ability to manage protests, lawful and otherwise. And in fact, as a young sergeant, I was deployed to Ottawa as a member of a public order unit and had experienced firsthand Ottawa's ability to not only plan for events, but to manage those events.
In speaking about this particular time period, Superintendent Abrams described what I think he called a sort of stay in your lane mentality. Is that what you're describing essentially?
I wouldn't say a stay in your lane mentality. I think as a good policing partner, if we identified something that was of concern to us, that we have a responsibility to engage in conversation. Ultimately, the decision as to how the operational plan should be executed is that of the Ottawa Police. And I'm not sitting in judgment of those decisions, but we would have initiated some further conversation just to offer any additional inputs that we thought may be helpful or additional resources. And that did happen on a number of occasions throughout the Freedom Convoy, where we did reach out to individual police services to make inquiries, not to provide a direction, not to sit in judgment of operational plans, but to ensure the collective success of policing across this province.
And I understand, again, prior to this first weekend, you you didn't see and didn't request a copy of the operational plan.
No, I did not.
And if you had known that the plan was to allow 3,000 trucks in, would you have asked for a copy of the plan?
I would have asked additional questions. I wouldn't necessarily have asked for a copy of the plan. That is not my purview to be requesting operational plans from other police services. Most times I would not even see an operational plan within the Ontario Provincial Police. There are various levels of subject matter expertise that have the autonomy, the knowledge, skills, and ability to approve those plans.
Okay. And I'm sort of expanding out from you personally and just asking in what circumstances would the OPP ask for the operational plan of another police service?
If we were being asked to perform an active role as an active participant in a unified or integrated command, that is a situation where the appropriate critical or major incident commander
Christine,
or strategic
we're
commander
very
would want to
informed
see a
of
copy of
which
an
police
operational
forces were
plan.
present.
But that is not
It's not a
something
secret. We had the
that I would
SQ, Vancouver
request or be
Police,
provided.
Toronto Police, York Regional Police,
Mr. Clerk,
Hamilton
if we could
Police,
pull up
every
OPP
major police force in Ontario,
40
Cornwall,
4582.
name it, they were there.
I'm taking you to
Ontario Provincial Police,
your text
RCMP,
message
PPS, and
exchange
Ottawa
with
Police
Deputy
Service.
Commissioner Harkins.
And
And
I
if
believe
we
there was
go to
some
page
Edmonton police
10,
officers there, some Calgary police
these are
officers. There was a
texts
lot of
exchanged,
different police officers there.
on
There was no
January
international police
27th,
agencies
I believe, although
or otherwise
I
agencies.
believe
green-
the
I
timing
keep
might
telling
actually
you,
be sort of
and
Greenwich
you need
Mean
to
Time,
listen.
so we might be off
The
by a
people
few hours
wearing
on
the
those
olive
text
green
messages.
We're sorted Quebec.
If we go there,
That's
I'm
who
not
they
sure.
are.
And
They're
so
the
I think
Sortie
in
de
blue
Quebec.
is Deputy
Security of
Commissioner
Quebec, the
Harkins,
Quebec
and in green
Provincial
is
Police
your
Service.
text. Is that
That's who
accurate?
they are.
That is
Their
correct.
shoulder
The
flashes,
blue is Deputy
that's
Commissioner
who
Chris
they are.
Harkins, and the green is myself. Yes.
Okay,
I mean,
so,
these wild
Deputy Commissioner
conspiracies
Harkins is not
hurt
sure you got my
accountability
message.
at that level.
Reference a briefing
And you need
tomorrow
to let
from
them go.
MCIC having
my
RCs
honest
all take
opinion
part
about
with
that.
us, as well as Mike from Corp Comms. Carl has concerns around traffic in Ottawa Core. 417 and 416 may become
This
an
is about the
issue.
truth and
In your
accountability
response,
here. It's not
I
about
did, and I'm
laying
looking
blame
forward
on
to it.
fairy
Also very
tales that aren't
interested
accountable
in
to
what
Canada.
POIB has to
Sortie
say
Quebec are
about any
accountable
risks
in
to
Canada,
Parliament.
Canadian law.
Yes.
Period.
So what were
And
were
you
Deputy
if
Commissioner
you're
Harkins'
moving,
concerns about
otherwise you're
traffic,
harming
and what were
accountability
your
when you
concerns about
perpetuate
Parliament?
those ideas.
So you would have to speak to
be frank
Deputy
with you.
Commissioner Chris Harkins specifically for his concerns, but from my perspective and my independent recollection of our conversations is the concern was around the congestion that would be experienced in the city of Ottawa by prohibiting the truck traffic to enter into the downtown core, the potential shutting down of
So
access
every
from the
single
417
olive troop
and the
that I've
backing up
seen in
of
any
traffic that would
photography or
be related
videography
to trying
had a
to
clear,
corral all of the
though
commercial motor
tactical,
vehicles
camouflaged shoulder
into
flash of the
designated
Sortie
parking
Quebec.
areas. And
The
you can
green-
see
the
from
green
my
ones.
inquiry there,
You
this
can
is
look
in
for
and
yourself.
around what
It's-
activity is anticipated to
A lot of
take
people might
place
not have seen
in and
them
around
because
Parliament.
it was
Hold on,
chaos
John.
and they were getting
Subsequent
Hold
to
on,
that,
John.
that I was advised that there would be no commercial motor vehicle
So,
traffic.
so he's saying there that
permitted into
his
that area.
concern is that if they block traffic coming into downtown, that will cause congestion all over Ottawa.
At least in his witness summary, he
Like-
may have said last week that he reported the 3,000 trucks downtown to Deputy Commissioner Harkins. But you're telling us you never got that information from Deputy Commissioner Harkins.
Okay,
Not
so
prior to the
there were
arrival
some
of the convoy,
RCMP
no.
ERT
It became
teams,
evident
which
Yes,
also
that's different.
wear
the
green.
29th of
It's
January.
a different
that
shade
there
of
was
green
an
from the Sortie
inability
Quebec
to
public order.
contain all the commercial
RCMP
motor
public order
vehicles
wears
into
tactical black.
designated parking areas.
Okay, with a clear
and that they had
contrary
permeated
RCMP
onto
shoulder
Wellington
flash.
Street and into the
RCMP
area of
also
the
had
Parliament
olive
buildings.
members
prior to
there,
that,
and their
there was
olive
no
members were part of their
communication
emergency
relayed to me
response
about
team, their
that.
SWAT
No.
team.
Yeah,
We
and
all
so and then
understand
the
this was
Ottawa police ones are in gray.
Friday, the 28th
The
tactical.
of January.
The
Similar
RCMP
uniforms
With him
Mhm.
prior
to the
that
regular
week.
uniform, but tactical
I
gray.
had not spoken to
Tactical
him
gray,
prior
yep.
that week in relation to the Freedom
RCMP in
Convoy.
green
No.
were SWAT
Okay,
team
and
members.
Can you tell us about
The
your
Yes.
discussion
main,
with
the
him on
frontline
that
police
Friday?
officers in green
Yes,
were
and I
Sortie
believe it
Quebec
was the
public
Friday I
order
would
units,
have
riot
to
trucks.
look at the record.
With the big
but
helmets
prior
and the
to,
black
prior
wooden
to
sticks.
that, the Freedom Convoy arriving in Ottawa, I received a call from Chief Slowly asking for assistance with public order, for which I said we would facilitate. Passed that request along to Deputy Commissioner Rose DeMarco, who also
Which color
advised
did
me
he-
that we were lending support to
All colors.
Parliamentary Protective Services.
All
from a
colors were
public order
responsible for
standpoint.
beatings.
and I asked that the
Yeah,
communication
there
take place
it was a
between
rainbow.
PPS and OPS to ensure that they had the adequate public order units that they required. I then followed up with Chief Slowly via a text message to ask him if he had all the necessary resources, for which he responded he did, to please keep the intel coming.
Okay. And I understand one of the issues which we'll get into and we'll talk about, sort of the need to have a plan or to understand how your officers are going to be deployed before deploying them. But I take it you didn't have a plan for how these public order units were going to be deployed by the PPS or by OPS on that first weekend.
I didn't have a plan, no. And as previously
were all
indicated,
aggressive.
I would not normally be
Yeah,
provided
PPS
with an
wasn't.
operational plan
Parliamentary police
if
wasn't
we were
really.
asked for assistance.
Because they weren't involved
Right.
in the
Okay.
operation on
But
the
you're
street.
not
Exactly.
there.
Exactly. And OPP were more than ground as opposed to aggressive. Once ground was taken, OPP held the ground or manned roadblocks and such. But they were lined up in columns too and mixed
I'm
in.
not sure I completely understand your question. Are you asking me if the request came in concert with a defined plan as to how public order would be utilized?
I'm asking if you know whether
So
anyone
we
from on the OPP
hit a like
side
button, that helps out.
saw
Thanks.
a plan for how those public order units would be used that first weekend and said, okay, we can, give PPS public order units, give OPS public order units.
The deployment of public order units also comes with a public order commander and critical incident commander. So those discussions in relation to plans and how those assets would be utilized would have taken place between those respective commanders. And that's not something that I would be involved in.
Okay. If we could pull up OPP.
Which makes sense. I mean, he's the commissioner. There's a lot of stuff that wouldn't rise up to his level necessarily. I mean, he's ultimately responsible and he has people in place to deal with all these specific things. Police liaison teams, riot police, they're all different.
They would have absolutely arrested anyone who went on Parliament. They had barricaded the Parliament gates with extra gates on the edge of their gates.
Their chiefs of police
for the operation. They would not have allowed
gates aplenty.
Parliament Hill.
Assistance.
You would have found
We know-
out like
first weekend.
Kyle.
Like
Remember when
Kyle.
Kyle went on
Yeah.
Parliament? That's what would have happened to you if you did that.
Except it would have been rougher, probably.
Yeah,
Thanks for
probably.
the update.
They were not
He
gonna
got
let
pretty
you in
fired.
there.
Peter,
I
did
think
it
they were slinging their ARs too. I'm not sure.
appear to you by the end of this first weekend that everything was under
I
control?
don't remember.
in
I don't see
Ottawa?
them with ARs too often. They're not about intimidation,
I don't
those
think they're
guys.
Armor
I
Lights,
have an
actually, they're
opinion in
Colts.
terms of whether everything was
Not
under
sure.
control. I was certainly aware that there was an ongoing protest. There were a number of public order units on the ground assisting Ottawa, and Ottawa was doing their best to facilitate a peaceful protest and to deal with any unlawful activity.
Okay. And what was reported up to you during that first weekend about what was happening?
So as previously indicated, the first form of reporting was that the trucks were not being contained. There was no ability to contain them in pre-identified parking locations. And then throughout the weekend, I received situational reports in terms of the number of resources that we had assigned to Ottawa and high-level overviews of the number of protesters.
Okay. If we could go to OPP 404582. I'm taking you back to your exchange with Deputy Commissioner.
I think it's C8s that they carry for police.
And it's at page 17.
I think OPS got a whole bunch of new carbines a while back.
Just FYI.
They seem like they're shortened barrels.
That is in the Ottawa Command Center.
Carbine
The
is.
most unorganized.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But like they look
like they got in here, let them try to get out.
They're for urban warfare.
F-bombs, etc. being
Urban
addressed.
warfare.
Well,
I
it's
am
just
willing to
same
wait
type of weapon
Wednesday
technology
before
that was
actions
developed
are
fighting
moved if they haven't
in
already.
close and
And
in the Middle East.
Responses. Thanks. You available for a call in the morning. Did you have that discussion with Deputy Harkins, Deputy Commissioner?
Yeah, me and Dacey
I
both
did.
live in
So
Ottawa. We
the
spent our entire
31st,
time,
I believe,
we
is
spent
the Monday.
thousands of hours down
Right, so
in
we're
protest
past the
areas.
weekend now. You had previously asked me about my level of knowledge as it related
now
to
covering this
activity
in
over
real
the
time.
weekend. So
Requires
this is the
technical
first
things.
indication that there is this type of activity being reported. And I had also had the opportunity to engage in a meeting with Chief Slowly and Commissioner Lucky also on the 31st of January.
Okay, and I want to ask you about that meeting. Can you tell us your recollection of that meeting?
Yes, from what perspective?
The meeting with Chief Slowly and Commissioner Lucky. What was discussed?
Yeah, so Chief Slowly provided us with an overview of the situation, and we talked about providing any resources that he may require, and how this could be managed moving forward.
Okay, and
Thanks,
we've
Greg.
got notes taken by OPS legal counsel Christian.
Yes.
So if we can get those up on the screen, it's OPS 3014454, and it's pages 1 to 3 of those notes. This
Move
is,
on, please. I have police work to do.
Recording by Christian.
It's the look on his face.
The meeting. And so I think you see the second point there. We planned for a sprint Friday to Sunday and negotiate our way out of it. Wanted to demobilize Monday to Wednesday, I think it says. Gone from 3-day demo to multi-day / month occupation. And if we go down a little bit further, can't safely remove them unless we have hundreds of officers to maintain. I think that says risks, and it's not clear. The bottom there, now transitioned into an occupation.
And there's the definition of occupation.
First of all, did you agree with Chief Slowly's assessment that it was an occupation at that point?
I had no reason not to agree with Chief Slowly. It certainly had turned into a situation that I felt Ottawa Police had not anticipated, and I do not think describing it as an occupation would be inaccurate at all.
Okay.
Except for the dictionary
Except for the action, state, or period of occupying or being occupied by military force.
Is
The Freedom Convoy wasn't a military force.
Something that the OPP anticipated?
Maybe they
I
mean
think,
occupation in the
best
sense
way
of
to answer
taking up
that is
space,
to refer to the
which is what
Yes.
the Prime Minister said.
Or Danny Boucher, what's his occupation? Occupation.
No exit strategy, and there were
Means standing in the middle of the road.
around a long-term presence in Ottawa.
On a closed
they
road.
could not
On a closed road.
certainly identify
Not
how
encumbering.
it would be. There was reference to multiple
Oh,
Steve
weeks.
G's knows about not
Also
encumbering the highway as well.
would not be realized,
SG,
and,
let's go,
committed
Canadian hero.
protesters that would not be leaving unless
Fucking love
those
you.
demands were
SG
realized.
Fox.
He's the best, man. This guy is
and
the #1 warrior in
Chief
Ottawa, man.
Slowly
Make no
said
mistake,
you can't
he's the
safely
#1
remove
warrior.
Foxtrot, Juliet,
there's
Tango.
hundreds more officers, essentially. Did you understand that to be a request to you and to Commissioner Lucky for
The greatest
more resources?
man that there is. Guys, if
There
you
was an
enjoy our coverage,
indication that
just
a
to let you know, this is
request
taking
for
a huge
additional
time
resources
commitment.
would
So feel free
follow,
to send us
and it
coffees
did
at
follow. I
buymeacoffee.com,
believe it's on or
Patriots
about
Movie, that
the
is.
2nd of February, where I
buymeacoffee.com
received a formal written request
/Patriots
from Chief Slowly
You can also
for additional
interact e-transfer
resources.
us at
However, we continue to
daceymedia@gmail.com.
provide
We
resources
accept
in
interact
real time
e-transfers
through
to
having a presence in Ottawa through our strategic
if you so
commander,
feel
Superintendent
obliged.
Craig
Thank you so
Abrams, as well as our Emergency Operations Center. So if you look at the deployment records of the Ontario
Also,
Provincial
like, follow,
Police,
share.
you'll see
comment.
that we're providing resources throughout this
He's going to be
entire
next week
period,
sometime.
and the amount of those
Sometime, probably
resources
Tuesday or
build
later.
as time goes on.
Okay. And if we go down to page 2, I think.
Yes, I know. We speak
your
over it all the time.
Interjection here is recorded.
Not all the time, sometimes.
Assessment is spot
Most
on.
of the
This
time.
is now an occupation.
Fake news.
There's sustainability to this movement.
I'm going to have to invest in a larger
reference
jug.
there, no injunction puts us in a different space.
Are you
then
making
have
fun
to
of my-
act on it,
my
prepare
liquid
one, but timing of getting one
acquirement
is
device?
crucial / dangerous.
Beverage vessel.
Why were you not supportive of an injunction at this point?
Your beverage
So
vessel.
these are not my notes. This is the first time I've seen these notes. I would not say that I was not supportive of an injunction at the time. My advice was, if seeking an injunction,
Thank you,
we
Ned.
ought to make sure that
Thank you,
we do
Patricia.
have an operational plan that we can
Thank you,
move
Christine.
to enforcement
It's
when
right there at the top
appropriate
everywhere,
and
but nobody
necessary.
listens.
You do not want to be in possession of an
It's in the
injunction
title.
order, which implies you have a
Yes, we have to,
responsibility and not have the capability and a plan to
No, I
affect
don't think that
that
commission's going on
injunction
to
order.
Saturday.
Okay. And if we could go down to page 3, I think there's again another.
So he wasn't against an injunction. He was concerned though that once there is an injunction, then you have the responsibility to enforce an injunction.
First point, we will
And the
facilitate
legal accountability
all
of enforcing
Yes.
it within the realms
the
of that
requests or your
injunction.
requests
Within the law.
get embedded in the command structure.
La la.
Can you tell us about that in terms of being embedded in the command structure?
Yeah, so offering our assistance to embed into the command structure and any way that we can be of assistance, knowing that we have very experienced critical and major critical incident commanders, public order commanders, planners, PLT commanders, any way that we could assist the OPS with advancing an operational plan, that was that.
Would it be fair to say that as of the date of this meeting, which is the 31st, the Monday, that the OPS was overwhelmed in terms of their capacity to respond?
Yes.
Okay. And sort of how quickly was the OPP able to actually mobilize resources to the OPS in response to this conversation in particular?
Immediately, we provided
Immediately.
all resources, to my knowledge, that were requested when they were requested. So at no point in time am I aware of us not being able to fulfill any requests.
Okay.
And was the Emergency Act required to do
A
so?
few days on February 2nd,
No.
I think you mentioned this
Thank you.
already.
That's all.
Superintendent Abrams was actually kind of formally appointed as the strategic superintendent. Is that right? What change did that bring about to the OPP's role in Ottawa?
So really that change enabled us to make sure that we were properly able to provision the logistics that were required. As increasing numbers of OPP officers were assigned to Ottawa, it meant we had to have lodging, we had to provide food, we had to provide vehicles, we had to provide radios, we had to ensure appropriate shift schedule. We had to ensure that those officers were backfilled in their home locations. Every officer that we deployed to Ottawa or elsewhere around,
they were filling in a lot with gravel or aggregate of some sort.
I'm just seeing a post here.
There were 20 simultaneous events that we were responding to.
Emergencies Act inquired to hear CSIS evidence on Freedom Convoy in secret.
Which I have policing responsibility for. So that takes a significant amount of coordination and cooperation. So Superintendent Abrams was working very closely with our Emergency Operations Center, our emergency
very transparent
to make sure that all of those provisions were in place.
I'll pick it up. I'm heading into town today. I'll pick it up.
Structure that he would have been managing to facilitate the deployment of OPP officers well in Ottawa.
Okay. And I want to pull up an email now, which I think you referred to previously. It's OPP 401576. And this is a request from Chief Slowly on February 2nd for some additional assistance. Go down to the bottom. Chief Slowly, so if we go back up, I'm seeking your assistance in providing resources to assist the Ottawa Police with our operational plan. And so are you aware of whether at this point, February 2nd, anybody, and I appreciate it wasn't necessarily you, but anybody on the ground, Superintendent Abrams, had
so much for transparency. CSIS will be testifying in secret.
I'm not aware. You would have to ask them that question.
Yeah, that's just because, let me just spell it out for you guys.
There's a series
it's because they have nothing. And by doing this, they're trying to appear as if they
were those
yeah, like it's national secrets they're protecting.
There's nothing there.
It's probably something to do with a circle.
To my knowledge, all of those requests were fulfilled.
Okay. Do you know how long it took to get the
backslash
50 to 60 uniform officers there?
We had PLT there. I believe we saw an influx of PLT between the 2nd and the 4th of February. Inspector Baudouin, who appeared before the commission yesterday, would be able to provide you the specifics of that. I know he himself, at my request, attended Ottawa on or about the 4th of February. So it would be best to speak with those that were responsible for these assets to be able to get the timing of exactly when they were there. But many of these assets were already on ground in Ottawa, ready and able to assist at this time.
Okay. Why did you ask the inspector to attend Ottawa?
It had been relayed to me that PLT was not necessarily being utilized to its fullest extent, and I felt that that Inspector Baudouin could provide Chief Slowly and his command team with some experience and guidance as it relates to Marcel's expertise, and wanted to ensure that the chief had the availability of that subject matter expertise.
And through this kind of first weekend and up to about February 2nd, how often had you been briefing the Deputy Solicitor General?
That would vary on the day. At a minimum, at least once a day.
Okay, and were those, I mean, we've got your sort of text message exchanges, which do brief the Deputy Solicitor General. Would you also have daily phone calls?
Not necessarily daily phone calls. If something came up, there was a question about something, or there was something that went beyond what had been reported.
He set aside 3 hours for a secret hearing and said that after hearing the evidence, he will decide whether the evidence must remain confidential or if some or all of it can be made public, for example, in a summary that describes the evidence without disclosing information that must remain confidential. So they decide later if they're going to let the public know.
Not specifically, without referring to any materials that you may be able to provide to me.
Yeah, depends on how. Depends how good it is.
You don't need to
so Rollo said that he may or may not let some or all of the testimony become public.
First told him
in a summary,
about
and it's only going to be a 3-hour secret hearing. But it's a joke. It's a joke. We would have heard something by now.
Roughly accurate.
That's fair. That's fair. I can't say for certain that it was on that day. I have disclosed all of my situational updates to the Deputy Solicitor General, to the Commission, so it may be contained in there. There was also the Hendon reports that were going to the Provincial Operational Security Advisor, but I can't say for certain that it was on that date during that phone call that I would have provided that information.
Okay. And the first time that you relayed that information to the Deputy Solicitor, whether it was on the 3rd or otherwise, were there any concerns raised in response to what impact that might have?
Any concerns raised by me or by him?
By the Deputy Solicitor General.
We certainly at some point had a conversation about the potential of a protest in Windsor specific to the Ambassador Bridge, and I had shared with him that we had offered our assistance to Windsor.
Okay. And I'll sort of deal with Windsor as a sort of separate subject, so I want to keep the focus on Ottawa for the moment. If we could go to OPP 404580, this and page 47, this is your text exchange with the Deputy Solicitor General. And there it is. Good morning, Deputy. No events reported overnight. Sorry, the date on this is February 4th. I spoke with Commissioner Lucky, Chief Slowly, and Chief Raymer last night. All have access to the necessary OPP resources. We will be continuing to assist OPS and TPS with their requirements today and throughout the weekend. And the Deputy says, thanks, Commissioner Carrique, much appreciated. Can you tell us about that discussion with Chief Raymer, Chief Slowly, and Commissioner Lucky the previous evening?
Morning, Karen.
Yes, and that was, as I recall, it was not a discussion with them all collectively. I had spoke to all of them throughout the day. We had numerous events that were
any actual information
in
yet?
particular, there was a planned event to take place in Toronto on Saturday.
And I also need to say that the CSIS secret hearing will not allow any other parties besides the government and the Commission. So the Freedom Convoy leaders will not be allowed to be there. Nobody else will be allowed to be there except for the Commissioner, some Commission council, Commission staff, and the Government of Canada, I assume.
Here we go. Transparency. Hashtag transparency.
Yeah, secret meeting. And then they're going to be like, there's nothing there.
resources were deployed to
Yeah, the
Ottawa.
optics of having a secret meeting make it seem as though there is, regardless.
So there
And
was
that's the point.
resources. There was
nail on the
frontline
head there, buddy.
resources provided. There was intelligence resources.
So
provided.
87% of the
I don't
donators
believe at the end of the day
to
we ended up
give
providing any public
GoFundMe
order
were from
assets to
Canada and
Toronto.
from Canadians.
But that
They
evidence
testified
would
that in
best come
Parliament.
from the hubs that we established. We had hubs that were ensuring that the public order teams were deployed where they needed
Riot
to
police.
be, when they needed to be, which could mean any one of the 10 public order units would have been deployed to any one of these locations.
10 riot
that
police
level of
units.
detail would have to be shared with you from the hub.
And based on what you were hearing from Superintendent Abrams, who is the strategic superintendent on the ground, did it seem that everything was under control at that point on the 4th?
I'm not in direct contact with Superintendent Abrams. My information is coming at this point in time from situational reps that are coming, reports, that are coming multiple times a day, which is providing me with a level of situational awareness in terms of the number of vehicles, the number of protesters, any reports of criminal activity.
Okay. So Deputy Solicitor General DiTommaso, again, in his summary, told us that he spoke with the Toronto Police Service Chief Raymer on February 3rd, which is the Thursday before this, and who explained to Deputy Solicitor General that TPS needed additional resources. And DSG DiTommaso told him that Chief Raymer, told Commission Counsel that Chief Raymer said the OPP doesn't have resources for us, essentially. Is that accurate, that there weren't actually OPP resources to be directed towards Ottawa? Toronto.
First, I can't say whether Chief Raymer's conversation with the deputy was accurate based on what they knew at the time. Deputy DiTommaso did inquire with me, being under the understanding that Toronto Police had asked for OPP resources and they were not available. I directly inquired with Toronto Police and we sorted that miscommunication out. There were OPP resources available. We were already integrated into their command center. We had a presence in their command center through intelligence, our highway safety division. So we were providing resources to Toronto Police.
Okay. So it's not accurate then that there weren't OPP resources available, that they did get sent that weekend.
There were OPP assets and resources available, and they were sent that weekend, yes.
Okay. And this weekend of the 5th to the 6th, was the potential blockade of the Ambassador Bridge factored into resource allocations in any way?
We had made a number of inquiries with Windsor Police offering assistance and resources, and we were advised that that assistance was not required. If it was required, that a request would be made. The Chief of Windsor seemed confident that they were able to handle the anticipated activities with the resources they had available to them.
Okay. I want to take you now to OPP 401507, which is a forward of an email that Chief Slowly sent to a number of people on his team the morning of February 5th. I'll just, if we can scroll down, I'll let you review it, see if you recall seeing this email. It went up through a number of OPP individuals, but if we go down to the main email from Chief Slowly, there it is. It's directed to Deputy Chief Patricia Ferguson. There were a number of individuals copied on it.
Sorry, what are you drawing my attention?
Do you recall receiving this email as a forward?
Not without having had the opportunity to read the entire string. I can only see a small portion of the email. So I would have to ask your indulgence to be able to review the entire thing.
No, if we can just scroll down, we'll let you review it quickly.
It would be most helpful if you went to the top of the string.
Okay, where you received it, you mean?
Yes.
Okay, sure. There, you've received it from Deputy Commissioner Rose DeMarco. You said
Okay,
thanks.
please,
Rose.
please, if you don't mind stopping there, I'd like to, can you go back up?
You tell him. You tell him, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Stop there, please. This is the part that has my response. Sorry, can you bring it down? Thank you.
Riveting stuff, folks.
Thank you.
That means you can scroll.
If you don't mind.
You should hire me, Commish.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, please. Please keep going. Please keep going.
No, he's nothing if not thorough. You're hired. Thank you. Boom. Perfect.
Thank you. Yes, I do recall this
You
email.
recall
Thank
seeing
you
this.
for your indulgence while I
okay.
familiarize myself with it.
That's all right. So you received this email that morning, and I understand that you actually spoke with Chief Slowly later that day. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, I believe I did speak to Chief Slowly later that day to relay concerns over moving forward with positive action as it related to public order that had been relayed to me.
Okay. And what were your concerns?
Concerns were around not having a sufficient plan in place as it was relayed
Thank you
by
to the 50
by
on
my
YouTube. You
team.
are appreciated.
So whether a plan was in place and had not been clearly communicated, and not having fully exhausted the opportunities through PLT.
Okay. And what was the response to your concerns as expressed on that call?
If I recall correctly, he thanked me for sharing it with him, and he was going to review those concerns and next steps.
Okay. Now, did you raise those concerns with the Deputy Solicitor General?
No, I would not have raised those concerns with the Deputy Solicitor General.
Okay. So by this point,
Thank you.
we're at February 5th. You hadn't relayed to the Deputy Solicitor General that any concerns about what was transpiring in Ottawa, whether the OPS had control of the situation.
So I had had numerous conversations with the Deputy Solicitor General, and I shared with him concerns as they came forward and how we had mitigated those concerns. So concerns had been shared that we were not in receipt of a clearly communicated plan, and that we were working towards ensuring that we did have a clearly communicated operational plan. Certainly there were concepts of operation, but we required a plan to move forward in facilitating all requests for assistance. At one point in time, I had made him aware that there were numerous changes within the command structure that was challenging the development of a plan and moving forward with a plan. At one point in time, I made him aware that I had concerns had been expressed to me over the underutilization of both RCMP and OPP resources that had not been tasked and were not being utilized and could have been leveraged. And in one particular time, I made him aware of a situation where there was some conflict that emerged on a call with the chiefs of police that I believe Superintendent Morris has already provided evidence on. So at each interval, I made him
he's not going to
aware of those
contradict
situations.
So he's not going
and also
to
made him aware of
contradict
what we
Morris's
were doing
testimony
to
then,
address
Director Morris
them,
of the
in
Provincial
a cooperative
Operations
manner.
Intelligence Bureau?
Okay.
Good. Because you want
And
to know
as
what
far
Boyd
as
had
you
to say
know,
about the Freedom
or
Convoy?
as far as you could tell,
Let's listen to
was
it.
the Deputy Solicitor General concerned about the sort of leadership and what was happening in Ottawa?
You'd have to ask the Deputy Solicitor General whether he was concerned or not. My perception was that I had provided him with the information for
He
his
stands
situal
by the
awareness
testimony of
and what we
Patrick
were
Morris,
doing to
Superintendent
provide
Patrick Morris.
assistance.
All right,
And at this point in
play that.
time, we are doing our best to assist Ottawa Police. That's our role. This is an extremely stressful, dynamic situation for the Ottawa Police, and our
No,
role
David,
is to provide the necessary.
No, David. True North commentator have said, the one thing missing from the Emergencies Act is an emergency.
It's the emergency.
So, no, there's been absolutely no justification. In fact, police officers have said that it was helpful, but they don't know if it's necessary.
Yeah, multiple officers from multiple agencies have made that exact same statement. It was helpful, but it was unnecessary. They were going in regardless. They had a plan in place, and they had the law to do so. Common law and as well as statute law.
And when we know that the Emergencies Act specifically requires that there's no other remedy in Canadian law, we can see right there and then that the act wasn't legally justified.
I only GOC losing/lost confidence in OPS. We got to get to safe action/enforcement, because if they go to the Emergency Measures Act, you or supposed to be I assume you or I may be brought into lead, not something I want.
Emergencies Act discussion on the 5th.
Is this the first time? So first of all, GOC, I assume
interesting.
That's Government of Canada.
That's the way I would have interpreted that, yes.
Okay. And so Commissioner Lucky is relaying to you that.
Yes, we heard that testimony yesterday. 34 tow trucks.
Did you still have confidence in the OPS?
We're ready, and actually many in Ottawa.
That's a difficult question to answer as to whether I had confidence in the OPS at the time. I was certainly aware of the challenges that they were experiencing. And I did feel with the support that we were providing that there was an opportunity to develop and execute a plan that would bring upon a resolution to this. And ultimately, that's what happened. And I think it's important not to lose sight of the fact that this whole situation was resolved while preserving life without any serious injury and with preventing any
there was serious
damage
injury
to critical infrastructure. A significant impact on quality of life to the residents, the local residents, an impact on local economy, but a resolution through providing the necessary assistance was eventually the outcome of this.
What I'd like to know was the Emergency Act required to render said assistance? And the answer to that question is no.
Was that the first time that had come up in your discussions with Commissioner Lucky?
Certainly, to my recollection, at no time do I recall her or I ever having any conversation about the Emergencies Measures Act. At one point in time, I did ask her.
They don't even know the name of the law.
The Government of Canada to actually provide that type of direction and actually appoint RCMP or OPP to take over policing, because I certainly was not familiar with any federal legislation that would allow that to happen.
Were you surprised to see it at this point?
They can work under unified command.
January 5th, a reference to possibly invoke.
And we're working under unified command.
It's really.
I can't say whether I was surprised to see whether there was reference to invoking the act. That certainly would not have been the focus of my attention. It was more around the confidence that there was an indication that the government had lost confidence in the OPS. That is something that, obviously would be of great concern.
The Government of Canada had lost confidence in the OPS.
But should be something that the Police Services Board would have been engaged in. And I was aware through conversation with Commissioner Lucky that there had been some dialogue taking place, the details of which I was not privy to, but there were conversations taking place between the City of Ottawa and members of the federal government.
And it's
that politician to politician, I wonder?
Text that she's reluctant to have the RCMP come in and sort of take over.
Even Lucky has jumped ship.
Did you share her concern about having the OPP step in and take over the situation?
Did I share her concern with the OPP?
She says you or I may be brought in to lead, not something I want. Commissioner Lucky doesn't want the RCMP to be kind of appointed and put in charge. Was the OPP taking over the lead role in Ottawa something that you would have welcomed at that time, or would you have been as reluctant to take over as Commissioner Lucky appears to have been?
If the request came as defined in the Police Services Act, it would not have been something that I would have been reluctant to take over. It would have been a responsibility. And as you've clearly articulated the responsibilities in the Police Service Act, it would have been one that would have required an assessment of me, but we would have absolutely been willing to move forward and fulfill our responsibilities.
And the Police
And that would
Services
have
Act
included
allowed
working
for that.
with, resources within the Ottawa Police Service to succeed.
So those mechanisms and that was in place and could have been
I want
used
to ask you
if
about a
that
text
means there
exchange
was
with
an
Deputy
option.
Solicitor General D. Tommaso the next day. So if we can go back to OPP 404580, it's at page 61. And you forward a link to a CBC article, and then if we go down and say, to date, approximately 1,501 OPP officers deployed to Ottawa in response to the Freedom Convoy. So was that information that the Deputy Solicitor General had requested from you in terms of the number of OPP officers deployed?
Yes, that had been requested from the Deputy Solicitor General's
1,500 officers
office to my office. Had been
beautiful.
also been provided in an email. And this I know became a point of contention for the Ottawa Police. And that is in relation to an obligation that I have to take administrative account for the number of officers that are providing services. If I am planning on seeking financial reimbursement, that needs to be approved by the Solicitor General. So there was an interest in the number of resources that we were providing from a financial accountability standpoint, and to ensure that we were assisting. That 1501 is an administrative number that is derived at looking at approximately, I believe it was 135 to 150 officers a day over a 10-day period, is where our analysts came up with that number. So at no point in time on that date would we have had 1,500 officers in Ottawa at one time.
Okay. And later that same day, the Solicitor General, Sylvia Jones, made a statement sort of recycling that number, I guess, if I can use that term.
Yeah.
And as you've alluded to, that was something that Chief Slowly was unhappy about. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you tell us about, did you have a discussion
Oh,
directly
Chief
with Chief
Slowly
Slowly
tomorrow.
about
That's
that?
going to be wild.
He and I did have a conversation
Yeah.
about that directly, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you tell us about that discussion?
And after that point,
Yes, I
this,
certainly
slow-
explained
do the
how the
slowly
number
lawyers
was
lose
derived
their
at,
their
and
party
that
in the
it
commission? Will
was,
they still
in my
be here at
opinion,
every
not
point?
having spoken
Or is
to
Yeah, I
that
wonder.
the end of that?
the
Maybe we'll
minister's
move on from
office,
them.
it certainly
Yeah, it's
would
quite
not have
possible we
been
move on
done
from them.
without
Maybe
any
one will
ill
stick
intent,
around.
and that it was important
Will
for
they get the
he and
same
I to
priority that they
remain
have
focused
now
on
with every
operations
cross?
and not
Doubtful.
engage in any political conversations that could detract us and distract us from the operations.
Okay. And did he appear to accept that explanation?
I felt the conversation was positive. I didn't feel that it had any adverse effect on our operational relationship, but it was clear that he was disappointed that number had been shared publicly, and that caused him concern, and that he anticipated that causing him additional pressure, which was fair.
Okay. And if we scroll down on this page, your follow-up text message to the Deputy Solicitor General, not for discussion with OPS, but for your and SOC. At one point, we had 3 times for uniform officers the ground in Ottawa than OPS did. This has since been balanced out / corrected. What can you explain that? You're telling the Deputy Solicitor General that the OPP had 3 times more people on the ground than OPS. Is that correct?
That was my information at the time, yes.
Okay.
And this is, we've had the experience where the 1,501 was released publicly. This was not for public consumption. There was great concern over OPS being provided the number of resources that they required. So this was providing the Deputy Solicitor General with a level of situational awareness. Should he receive similar information from his federal counterpart over the same concern that the RCMP had expressed, that this had been corrected.
Okay. And so maybe you can help us understand the concern expressed about the numbers being requested. What was the concern?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
You said this was to help the Deputy Solicitor General fend off questions because there was a concern about the numbers that had been requested. What was that concern?
Yeah, so, and I don't believe I said to fend off questions, to provide him with an appropriate and professional level of situational awareness. There had been concerns relayed to him over RCMP officers, allegedly sitting around not being provided direction. We had received same information from some of our officers, and the Deputy Solicitor General. I wanted to assure him that there was similar information, that we had had more officers there than Ottawa. However, that had been corrected and balanced. So should he have to explain that, enter into a conversation with regards to that, that situation had been resolved.
Okay. We've heard witnesses testify about what I'll call the Coventry Road incident. Does that ring a bell?
Yes, it does.
Okay. What were you made aware of in terms of what happened at Coventry Road?
So my level of awareness on that was very specific to feelings from PLT, Provincial Liaison Team, that would have damaged the reputation and progress that they felt they were making.
Okay. And if we could pull up OPP 401532. This is an email that Deputy Commissioner Harkins forwarded to you.
Okay, so we're also learning that the Public Safety Committee for Parliament voted on Monday to get a clarification on the contradictory statements, because Carrique testified back in March, I believe, in Parliamentary Committee that the OPP had identified serious risks to national security at the Freedom Convoy. And meanwhile, Director of POIB, who's the actual intelligence directorate of the Ontario Provincial Police, Superintendent Patrick Morris, testified that there was never any credible information showing a direct threat to national security, and they weren't seeing a lot of extremism. So now Parliament says, well, hold on, we've got two different stories coming out here. And he's expected to speak on some of that today, actually, apparently.
Thank you.
The part I want to ask you about, I think we don't have to sort of read the whole email, but I want to get down to the two major operational plans upcoming. So if we could scroll down to that part right there. So Superintendent Abrams was briefing others, and then this email gets passed on to you about a couple of planned actions, one at Rideau and Sussex, another which other witnesses have described as sort of snatch and grab, or was described as snatch and grab arrests. And if we scroll down, you see that Superintendent Abrams spoke with Superintendent Patterson and said, as a result, basically, Superintendent Abrams was not satisfied that there was any sort of plan or legal authority for the OPP POU to be participating in these two plans. Is that a fair assessment of the email?
Yes, I would say it is.
Okay. And do you recall having discussions amongst your team about that?
Yes, and I also recall having a follow-up discussion with Chief Slowly on this as well.
Okay, can you tell us about that discussion?
I shared the concerns that were relayed by my team, and it was the next day that we had the integrated planning team that had arrived or had started to make their way to Ottawa to assist with more thorough planning.
Okay, but you were concerned with the request for OPP members to participate in the Rideau and Sussex dynamic plan to clear that intersection.
I accepted the advice of my team. I didn't personally have enough in-depth knowledge of what was going on the ground to have a personal concern, but certainly accepted the concerns and advice of my team and ensured that I relayed that to Chief Slowly, who I believe as a result, and maybe as a result of other inputs that he received, that action did not move forward.
Okay. And I want to take you back to your exchanges with Deputy Solicitor General D. Tommaso, which is OPP 404580. If we could go to page 71 at the bottom. So this is on February 7th, day after Coventry Road. Is it appropriate to suggest that all officers in Ottawa be advised that jerry cans, whether filled with diesel or water, ought to be investigated and potentially seized? Still seeing some social media of groups of men carrying jerry cans into the red zone. And then your response. They have provided that direction, supported by a Crown opinion. The latest response is protesters walking around with diesel cans filled with water. What can you tell us about this exchange with the Deputy Solicitor General?
Those evil protesters.
I don't know that I can add too much more to what's in the text conversation. If you scroll back up to his question of me, he is asking if it's appropriate to suggest that all officers in Ottawa be advised that jerry cans, whether filled with diesel or water, ought to be investigated and potentially seized. He's asking a question, and I've answered that question to say that a Crown opinion has been sought, and there are protesters walking around with diesel cans filled with water, which made it very challenging for the officers on the ground to proceed with that enforcement. Not all of the jerry cans actually contained fuel.
And I note that the Deputy Solicitor General's text is prefaced with, "Is it appropriate?" Did you take this to be a sort of suggestion that people carrying jerry cans ought to be arrested in Ottawa?
I don't know that I would take it as a suggestion. He's asking me if it's appropriate, and I've responded, I think, accordingly.
Okay. If we could go to OPP 401546, I'm taking you to an email now, again, which was a forward from Superintendent Abrams arising out of the call that he had participated in with Chief Slowly and his team on February 6th. So if we just stop there, this is your response. Ultimately, my thanks to Craig, important info to have.
Mm-hmm.
But if we can go down to the text of the email from Superintendent Abrams. And so why did you feel that this was important information to have?
Well, I felt it was important that Craig share that with his deputy and in turn with me. Although it was important information to have, this did not impact in any way, shape, or form the resources that were facilitated to Ottawa Police. There was very clear direction provided to Chief Superintendent Carson Party that whatever resources were requested to perform permanent function or identified functions, that we would provide them to the best of our ability. But there was all sorts of public communication taking place over the number of officers, what was required, what had been provided. So I did see this as important to have, but not impactful in terms of how we would continue to assist Ottawa Police. Not a big enough concern for me that it's something
guys,
that
just
I would even
getting some
bother
really useful
following up
information
on
together
with,
here.
with Chief Slowly. It had no material impact on our planning process.
Thank you, John.
Carrique's statement that was people
you
took a
never
screenshot of his
what you
statement already,
learned.
guys. And in his statement, he says that the EA wasn't necessary. He wasn't asked for it, basically. So
This with Chief Slowly.
I'm just compiling that.
Okay.
If it was to impact my assessment on resources required or ability to provide them, I would have. I had previously discussed with him concerns over the underutilization of our resources, which you identified in the text messages between myself and the Deputy Solicitor General, which he had not been aware of and he addressed. But I did not feel that this was something that warranted the Chief's attention.
Okay. I think about 25 minutes after you received that email, you had a call with the Deputy Solicitor General and Chief Slowly about the City of Ottawa's forthcoming request for 1,800 officers. Do you remember being part of that call?
I don't recall that being a call with all three of us. No, I do not. But if it's the call that I think you're referencing, I think it may be cited that there was discussion around twice the number of resources. If you could take me to that document. But if I am recalling correctly, I certainly did share with the Deputy Solicitor General that this information had been relayed to me, and I assured him that it would not
Just
impact
working on
the
this, guys.
resources we were providing to Ottawa. But I do not recall a three-way conversation where this was discussed.
Okay. I believe well, let's pull up your witness statement because I believe it's in there, which is WTS 6039. It's at page 4. And paragraph 2. Sorry, the actual call might be in Ontario's
Looking for
constitutional
this,
court.
guys.
That's
One
fine.
second,
But you
please.
recall being aware of it and making the Deputy Solicitor General aware of this, kind of doubling the numbers, information that you had received.
Correct, yes.
But it's, I just want to make sure we understand it, that had no impact on the response to any subsequent requests for additional resources.
No, it did not.
Okay. If we could pull up ONT 402343. This is a letter that Mayor Watson and Diane Deans sent to the Premier, Doug Ford, and to the Solicitor General, Sylvia Jones, formally kind of requesting 1,800 additional officers. Was this sort of politician to politician request unusual?
In my experience, it is unusual. Normally, a request of this nature would come from the police chief of jurisdiction to me to be facilitated.
Okay. And do you know why it didn't come directly from Chief Slowly in this case?
I think that's a question to ask of the mayor. I do not.
Okay. And ultimately, I take it you received a copy of this letter from the Solicitor General's office?
I did, yes.
Okay. And what was, there's a request for 1,800 officers, and you had.
I'm trying to find this thread, but
morning,
like I said, there was they posted in one of these screen grabs a statement basically saying that I can't find the exact screenshot, but it said that the OPP did not ask for, nor was it informed of decision to invoke the EA. This is from Alex Balingal for the Toronto Star. Carrique's statement says, Carrique says the EA didn't change their plans and they did not use it to compel tow trucks to help. The OPP did not use the EA to compel tow trucks to help, nor did it change their plan. Wow.
We heard that testimony as well yesterday.
Yeah, but you know what happened is Thomas Carrique testified in March to Parliamentary Committee that the Emergencies Act was necessary. You know that, right? So now people are asking, the Parliament is summoning, Parliament voted on Monday to summon him, I believe, or summon the OPP to give a statement on the contradictory testimony, because he testified in March that it was necessary. And then we had his officers, a lot of his senior officers more on the ground involved, saying that it basically it wasn't. And saying that there wasn't a credible threat to national intelligence at any time during the event.
Concerned, we needed to get a fully developed plan so we could provide Ottawa with the assistance that they needed, which exceeded the 1,800.
Okay. But they're saying, here you have the mayor saying we need 1,800. And so what is the, and then you're telling us, oh, but we need the plan to know what you actually need.
This is the store that was
a fair assessment.
I don't know that that's a fair assessment. It's much more detailed and complicated than that.
I can hear your background there, Chris, or whatever
Chief
that is.
Superintendent Carson Party. He was identified to
Really
lead
loud
a planning team that was sent to Ottawa to assist Ottawa. We assembled what I felt were the foremost subject matter experts required to assist Ottawa in the development of the plan. I had a conversation with Chief Slowly to obtain a contact for them to get his agreement with the team coming. And I did indicate to him that they were going to be there to test and verify the plan. These are a lot of resources to be sending. You know, on any given day, this is more than the number of Ontario provincial police officers that are on duty. 1,800 officers on any one day would be equivalent to one of the largest municipal police services in this province. This needed to be planned out, and that we would be there to test and verify the plan, but to facilitate the necessary subject matter expertise.
Sorry, I'm
and
also
the
coordinating with
resources
individuals to
required
try and
execute
get
the plan.
answers about some of this stuff.
I want to take you back to your exchanges with Deputy Solicitor Di Tommaso, Solicitor General, sorry, OPP 404580. And if we could go to page 67. So this is, there's a text exchange with the Deputy Solicitor General. If we go down, this one lacks a little bit of context, but it says, sounds unreasonable, ask that will require specific details. And if we go down to the top of page 68, it says, Deputy, when you have a minute, we should talk pending OPS request for resources. And so what was your discussion with the Deputy Solicitor General about this public request for 1,800 officers?
You know, I can give you a general overview as to whether it was that specific conversation or a compilation of conversations, but it was our overall strategy to facilitate this request. One, I had a concern that this request was made in the public, that it was made politically, that by Ottawa, the city of Ottawa indicating 100 officers to resolve
their audio just messed up a second here, Chad.
that were happening across this province, to let him know how we were intending to respond to it by sending a chief superintendent that could work peer-to-peer with Chief Slowly on the development of the plan and the necessary resources to develop a fully informed plan.
Okay.
Darlene, you're quite correct. They couldn't plan his birthday party.
Publicization of the number. You know, the day prior, the Solicitor General had published the 1,500 number. Isn't that the same issue, that you're publishing the number of OPP officers? It turned out not to be an accurate or correct number, but you're publishing the number of OPP officers that have responded. Isn't that the same concern?
It is the same concern, and the Deputy Solicitor General and I had that same conversation. As you will recall, those numbers were never shared with the intent of them being made publicly available. It was a financial account for the number of resources that we were providing and to give assurance that we were providing the necessary support to Ottawa Police. That information was never shared with the intent of that being communicated publicly.
Okay. If we can go down to page 70 of this document, you ask the Deputy Solicitor General whether the request for 1,800 offices will be referred to the OPP, and then the Solicitor General, Deputy Solicitor General says confident it will be referred, not certain, and then below that, referral to, below this text, referral to OPP for assessment only is approved. Can you help us understand what for assessment only means?
I think that question is best answered by the Deputy Solicitor General, but my interpretation of it is they were not directing me to provide 1,800 officers, or I think it was 1,700 officers and 100 civilian is what the request was actually for, but that they were going to refer it to me for my assessment, which is consistent with the Police Services Act. As you recall, when you walked us through Section 9 of the Police Services Act, any request for assistance is to be assessed by me.
Okay. And can I just ask why it seemed uncertain, or why you had to ask whether it would be referred to you? Would it not be the case that that kind of a request would automatically go to the OPP Commissioner.
Well, yes, you're correct. As we discussed earlier, normally that request would come directly to me. So at this point in time, I'm responding to a request that has been made public and is yet to be received by me. The request was directed to the Premier and to the Solicitor General.
Wow.
So I wanted some assurance that that request would be passed over to me, which I was the appropriate recipient of that request. It should have been sent to me initially.
Okay. And if we can pull up ONT 50.
Oh, Chris, you already captured what I was looking for.
This
that picture from the
is
institutional
Solicitor
report. Thank you very
General's
much.
response
That's what I was looking for.
sent on February 10th.
Can you read that to the chat, please?
Which is,
Can you read
Yeah,
that?
give me. Yes,
So
yeah.
Chris
One
is going to read
sec.
this to the chat from the directly verbatim quote from the OPP's institutional report. A quick time to mention, guys, if you're enjoying the coverage and the commentary, which we will pick up on,
and what happened
you can
on the OPP
feel free to
side
support
in
us
the
at
interim.
I can't speak to the length of time that it took to
Thank you so much.
formally
We need lots of
respond to the
coffee around
request.
here, or
I think
big
you have
giant
already
jugs of
heard in
water.
great detail from Chief Superintendent Carson
Or you
Party
can
what
e-transfer to
transpired after we
daceymedia@gmail.com.
were
We
in
have spent
receipt of the
a
letter
lot of
or the
hours doing this
information
so
as it
far.
related
It's
to the
taking a lot of
1,800
time. And
members.
I'm blowing my data
appreciate-
plan.
On the
I'd
7th,
really,
Carson
Dacey's gone through
Party
like
was,
he's on
was
exclusively
assigned the
on data,
task
guys. He
of
doesn't have
leading
Wi-Fi.
the integrated planning
So
team.
he's
On
blown
the
through a
8th
few
of
data plans by
February,
now.
He was briefed
Hundreds of gigabytes
by
of copy.
myself and Deputy Commissioner Chris Strickland.
So if you want to mute the audio for one sec,
Immediately
I'll read this
made his way
statement
to
here.
Ottawa.
Okay, yeah,
and
this is kind of
commenced,
irrelevant. It's
his
about the
relationship
disagreement with the
Ottawa
political stuff
and the
here.
rest of the subject.
So let's go. Go ahead, quick.
Okay, so here's a statement. Existing legal authorities provide police with a variety of measures to deal with the illegal activity and public order events that presented throughout the period of the Freedom Convoy actions and blockade. The Emergency Act was not required to formulate an effective police response to this situation. The additional measures that became available to police following the Ontario Government Declaration of Emergency under the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act, and then the federal government declaration of a public order emergency under the Emergency Act provided supplementary tools for police to protect critical infrastructure, ensure the continuous and safe delivery of essential goods and services, and also restore public safety and security. The EMCPA in particular provided useful authorities for the OPP.
But read that second sentence again. The Emergencies Act was not required to formulate an effective police response to the situation. I'm going to quote that and post it.
Moving forward,
Perfect.
I felt it was most appropriate to support the Ottawa Police with providing the foremost subject matter experts to ensure that a plan was built that could satisfy the requirements that they were facing.
Okay. And I won't take you there in the interest of time, but in a text message exchange with Commissioner Lucky on February 7th, you write, I spoke with Peter. He is agreeable. I will have Chief Superintendent Carson Party in Ottawa tomorrow to get things started. So
yes,
I take it you spoke directly to Chief Slowly about this integrated planning cell.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And can you tell us about that discussion?
Yes, I think we covered this a few moments ago. So we did have a conversation where we talked about the manner in which the request was received, and also that I would be sending Chief Superintendent Carson Party if he was in agreement to establish an integrated planning team. It's been referred to as a planning team, a planning cell, a planning group, various forms of description before this commission, all essentially meaning the same. And that we would assemble the foremost experts. And I previously highlighted for you that included in that conversation was my responsibility to ensure that we had tested the plan and that we verified it and that we provided the appropriate level of expertise to that plan and the right number of resources.
Just a reminder, you're speeding up again.
Sorry.
I know you're enthusiastic and we all love to testify, but it's if you can just try and keep.
We all love to test.
Thank you. My apologies, Commissioner.
No, that's fine.
The city of Ottawa had requested the 1,800 additional resources the day before on February 7th. So while the integrated planning cell or group or team was getting set up and assembled and starting their work, was any work being done to actually gather those 1,800 officers so that they would be ready?
Absolutely. So there were ongoing meetings taking place with chiefs across the province of Ontario. There were federal partners engaged in those meetings as well. The resource requirements were discussed there. There were various forms of communication sent out to policing partners. Our Emergency Operations Center was actively identifying resources across the province that could be deployed. And I'm sure you will have heard in his evidence from Chief Superintendent Carson Party the great efforts that were undertaken to provide resources. And the evidence will show that the number of OPP officers steadily increased from that point forward.
Okay. I want to pull up OPP 404561, which are minutes from a meeting of the Commissioner's Command Team on February 8th. First of all, can you tell us what is the Commissioner's Command Team?
So Commissioner's Command Team is comprised of what we would call our provincial commanders and myself. So that is Deputy Commissioner Chris Harkins, Deputy Commissioner Rose DeMarco, Deputy Commissioner Chuck Cox, and Provincial Commander Mary Silverthorne.
Okay. And if we could just scroll down, there it is in the middle. It's Commissioners. This is attributed to you. We'll need the process with OPS to be established. Where is the plan? Can't do anything until we either have it or assist with building it. How are you going to use the resources that you've asked for? Have a SMEAC for the next 24 hours at very least. And so I think this is reflecting that actually sending resources to Ottawa is contingent on either having a plan or assisting in building the plan. Is that?
That's not completely accurate. So not sending 1,800, so 1,700 officers and 100 civilian could not be done without a plan. But that did not prohibit us from continuing to support Ottawa with frontline police resources, with PLT, and with public order.
Okay.
That support continued throughout.
Can I ask, why did it take 10, 11 days to get this integrated planning group up and running? There were a few OPP planners who were embedded in Ottawa from a very early stage, but what is it that caused you to put this group together at this time?
Well, the sheer number of the resources that were being asked for that would likely end up being required, and as I have identified, were required and then some, and the challenges that were being reported with developing and advancing a plan. And we had subject matter experts in Ottawa previously. We had offered their expertise and support, but not to the development of a plan that was ready to be executed.
Okay. If we could pull up OPS 3014454, these are, I think we saw these earlier, these are notes taken by Christiane Huneau, who is counsel for the OPS and was taking notes at various meetings. And if we go to page 130, and this is not a meeting that you were at.
Okay, thank you.
I just, there's a reference here I want to ask you about. If we go down, it says towards the bottom of the page, I believe, it says this is a meeting that is occurring on the 8th, I believe. Tom C, and then it's got OPP kind of written in on top, is assessing if we are worthy of getting the additional ask resources. Do you know why that would have, that would have been a sense from somebody within the OPS? Why would they have used the word worthy of getting the resources?
I certainly wouldn't use the word worthy to describe the process that was necessary, but I can sympathize with why somebody may feel that way. We've advised that we're sending a group of subject matter experts. There's been various intervals along the way where we've asked that a certain number of our subject matter experts be consulted and their advice considered. And Chief Slowly and I had very open and transparent conversation where I did indicate that we would be required to test and evaluate the strength of the plan. So I can certainly see why that may be described that way.
Okay. If we could pull up OTT 405590.001. You're not on this email chain, but I want to show you a table at the end of this email. This is internal to the City of Ottawa, but it's something that Chief Slowly sent to them. And this is a table with, I think the total number of resources required there is, it says 1790 at the bottom. We can maybe make it a little bit larger. Do you recall seeing this table in any other context?
I did see something similar to this at some point in time, yes. I can't say that it was precisely this, but at some point in time through the process, I had seen
this is all about their request for resources. That's all this is. It's about the officers coming in and all that. When is he going to address?
Yes.
Okay. When is he going to address the contradictory statements he gave to Parliament, saying that it was a massive security threat, that the EA was necessary? Meanwhile, his head of the head of his Provincial Operations Intelligence Bureau, Director Superintendent Morris, said that there wasn't a substantive threat to Canada at any point to national security or to personal property, and that there was no substantive foreign involvement in any capacity. And that to suggest otherwise was, let me just get the exact quote.
In resources, we would facilitate. And I think you will find that during this period, all requests for frontline uniform assistance was provided.
Sensational and exasperated
becomes a red herring.
OPP Director of Intelligence, for Provincial Operations Intelligence Bureau, Patrick Morris had to say
specifically
about Russia
what
or
dates
USA
are they
talk.
needed for, what shifts.
Okay, and while we have one second here, and they're going over this rather dry testimony, I just want to play a quick video, and we're trying to figure out if we can identify the person in the video that was beaten by the muzzle of the rifle. So I'm going to play the video, and if anybody has any information about this person or can perhaps put us in contact, that would be greatly appreciated.
Viewer discretion is advised. Viewer discretion is advised.
So the person that was pulled back by these police lines, you'll see they get beaten here with the muzzle end of a carbine rifle, right there.
You don't have to hit him like that. Please.
Okay, so we get the point.
Okay, that's all we need to. That's all we need to show about that. It's also up on my wall. But if anyone can identify that person or can put us in contact, that would be greatly appreciated. Some people are looking to get in contact with him or her.
Is that
Thank you.
accurate?
No, I can't say what he felt I meant by that, but I don't ever recall sharing with Deputy Solicitor General D. Tommaso that I felt under enormous political pressure. At no time was I under any political pressure in relation to this. There was a lot of political or public pressure being felt, I think, by every police leader. But at no point in time
but
was
when
I
you
under any political
you can't
pressure.
really share videos like that. That's
I would
one of the reasons
suggest it
Chris
would be
is
worthy of
suppressed.
asking Deputy D.
Because he shares
Tommaso
those
further
videos
on
and he
that.
doesn't
He may
understand
have been
the
referring to
consequences of
staffing
that,
pressures.
unfortunately.
So at this moment in time, I only had 3,000 frontline police constables available to us to fulfill all of our responsibilities in 330 municipalities. I was running at an operational availability of only 73%. So to amass this amount of resources is a significant operational pressure. But at no point in time would I have ever communicated, nor did I ever feel as though I was being put under political pressure.
Okay. So it's possible that you told him that you were under enormous pressure and he misread that and misunderstood that to mean political pressure?
No. At no point in time would I have ever communicated that I myself was under enormous pressure.
Sorry, I'm referring to the OPP generally.
Operational pressures, operationally stretched, absolutely.
That's interesting that he can answer that so directly, because he would never say that because he's a leader.
I'm down almost 1,000 police officers on the front line for various reasons. This puts an organization under enormous operational pressure.
The difference in professionalism coming from the OPP compared to the OPS is unmistakable.
Commissioner, I'm about to change gears, and I wonder if now is an appropriate time for the morning break.
Certainly, we can take a 15-minute break and come back in 15 minutes to continue the examination. Thank you.
So interesting news.
15 minutes. La commission levée pour 15 minutes.
I'm just seeing
What?
breaking here. PayPal has reintroduced their $2,500 fine for misinformation. PayPal has reintroduced that terrible, terrible plan. So anybody using PayPal, I suggest you stop, or they'll take $2,500 of your money if they decide that you are sharing misinformation. Hashtag boycott PayPal.
I should.
Yeah, everyone should. I stopped using PayPal a long time ago, but yeah. Now we can all get back on Twitter though, because Elon Musk, I believe he was the, didn't he make PayPal? Or was one of the integral parts? That's how he made his money originally. A lot of it. Now he's in Twitter with the sink. He brought in the sink. All right, so.
I'm just trying to get stuff here.
We'll go back to some highlight videos from the last few days.
Hold on a second. I'm trying to get some of the bombshell stuff.
Yeah, you were
This is
playing
from
whenever you're
the institutional report.
Okay, everyone. Enjoy a little bit of Miller time while you wait.
So is it fair to say that when you use the phrase violence, you're not actually describing any form of physical assaults, are you?
Well, physical assaults do contribute to what I'm describing. I was specifically describing the violence that our community felt as a result of the culmination of actions that the occupiers engaged in.
So the violence that they felt, not actual violence, is that what you're saying?
That is correct. Not the criminal code definition of violence, but the violence that they felt by having incessant horns blared.
Right. And
by having trucks run 24/7 a day.
Right.
By having people intimidate them and follow them, and by having people rip masks off their head, by feeling sheltered in their homes.
Well, thank you. I understand what you mean. But you're not talking about violence under Section 2 of the Emergencies Act, are you?
No, I'm not.
Thanks.
No, I'm not. So you're not talking about the definition of violence according to the criminal code? No, I'm not. So what do you got there, John?
Oh, I don't have any just doing background research. That's all I do when we're doing this.
Okay,
especially
perfect.
the dry points. I'm gathering intelligence and other things.
So this hasn't been talked about a lot, this next video, but there's a certain number of charges. We've been over the charges and all that. That we have a graphic up about that, but there was also a huge number of people that were detained, let's say by auto police, arrested, not charged, with no plans to ever charge them. And then they were taken to various locations around town, sometimes left without keys, sometimes left without cell phones and various other things.
Roll the clip.
Yeah, let's watch the clip. Oh, not that one, that one.
So
there you go.
you're going to hear evidence eventually from some of the protesters when they eventually testify. That some of the ones that were arrested, upon their release, they were essentially kidnapped by OPS officers, driven out of town in the middle of February winter by OPS officers, and left in various rural areas and parking lots outside of town with no shelter or resources. Are you aware of that?
No, because I don't know the specifics of what they're speaking about. We did have remote processing sites, not in rural Ottawa. In the south end.
So he doesn't know about it, but he knows where they are.
Residential mixed
It gets better.
area where
It gets better.
Protest and then released to be able to find transportation to wherever they needed to go.
Right. So one of the areas, there was several, as I understand. One of them was a municipal parking lot where the trucks were being towed to.
That's correct. That's
Right.
in the south end.
Right. And that parking lot doesn't have a building you drop them off at. It doesn't have a phone. It doesn't have any of that, does it?
So I don't know what the logistics at the building were.
Wait for this.
The video
Released
has-
to be able to find transportation to wherever they needed to go.
One of them was a municipal parking lot where the trucks were being towed to.
That's correct. That's
Right.
in the south end.
Right. And that
That's loud.
parking lot doesn't have a building you drop them off at. It doesn't have a phone. It doesn't have any of that, does it?
So I don't know what the logistics at the building were.
Bullshit.
I would imagine it would have needed to have a phone because you have to be able to call your lawyer. So
Well, I can tell you it didn't. So, and these people driven out there, they were already told they weren't charged, and they weren't being charged, they were being released. But they were driven and forced outside of Ottawa or in the outer skirts and dropped off in the snow. Now, are you aware this happened? Yes or no?
no, I'm not aware, and it wasn't outside.
You're
of
not
Ottawa,
aware-
it's still within the geographical boundaries.
You're not aware, but you.
I'm not aware, but I know where it was.
It's
Now,
a joke.
Are you aware
It's a
this
joke. Isn't that
happened? Yes or no?
perjury?
No, I'm not aware.
I-
and it wasn't outside of Ottawa. It was still within the geographical boundaries.
No,
of
I'm
the
not
city.
aware, but it wasn't outside of Ottawa. It was still within the geographical boundaries. Well, just so you know, I believe Ottawa is the largest municipality in Canada.
Yeah, it's huge. It's
certainly
huge
close.
geographically.
The municipality-
Geographically, it's massive.
The municipality of Ottawa, the place that is claimed as part of the city of Ottawa, is, I believe, to be the largest geographic area of a municipality in Canada.
Yeah, and it's hugely rural. Hugely rural.
You can fit a large amounts of Calgarys, a large amounts of.
I think you could probably fit almost all the major cities inside it, if geographically.
Vancouver, you could fit like 20 Vancouvers or something, more than 20 Vancouvers
Yeah,
in it.
probably take
It's
all the
huge.
major cities in Ottawa, bigger or around the size of Ottawa, and they would
So
all
for him to
fit
say
inside
that
the
they're
geographical
inside
footprint.
Ottawa, for him saying that they're inside Ottawa, keep in mind that could be 60 kilometers from downtown Ottawa. You know, that could be way
Yeah,
out.
to drive east-west through Ottawa, I mean, even without traffic, it's a good hour drive.
Well,
at
from
least-
the edge of because Ottawa's from the edge.
Yes,
of
Arnprior, yep.
Continue eastbound until Castleman or something. You know, like
And
in
it
that
stretches
regard. And
south all the way past Richmond, pretty much to the Ottawa River near Kemptville, or to the Rideau River.
Yeah, Kemptville's about correct.
Yeah, so as soon as you cross that Rideau on one side, and so that's a
416.
huge.
It's a huge,
Yes.
huge municipality, the biggest in Canada. So him saying, "Oh, they weren't driving outside of Ottawa," but
The fact that they were taken, they weren't being arrested or charged, but they were taken from one location, obviously against their will. No one would volunteer to do that. They were taken against their will without charges to another location kilometers away in the dead of winter and left there.
Yeah, and he didn't know about it, but he knows exactly where they went, and he knows.
Yes,
that
and he
they're-
assumes there'll be a phone there. Well, Mr. Morris told them, in fact, there was no phone there. There was no building there. It was an empty
and they
parking
took it,
lot
remind you that
in
they
the
took
dead of
everything
winter.
from them. They took everything
Yes.
from them if they didn't.
And in
if
some
they didn't,
cases,
their
had
phones
already
died.
assaulted them.
Their cell phones died because they were made to sit in the paddy wagon for, in some cases, over 12 hours. So they were arrested, kept in the back of a paddy.
This happened to veterans as well. Veterans, regular people, all kinds of people.
Salad shaker. The French people call it a salad shaker or whatever. I don't remember.
I think paddy wagon is a racist term for Irish people as well.
It's a prisoner transport vehicle. Okay.
Yeah.
And they kept them in there for 12 or wherever they were detained for over 12 hours. So they were
JB would know about that.
In the afternoon, and then by 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock at night, it was dark, and they were dropped off wherever. They don't know Ottawa; they're from Saskatchewan. So whether they're
even if you know Ottawa,
even if they're somewhere on Barhaven or Hunt Club, they're within nowhere of a phone, and their phones have died. They have no way to contact anyone. They're not winterized, and they're just left out there. Like, it's completely unjustified.
Yeah, and in those temperatures, you're looking at frostbite in a matter of minutes. You're looking at freezing to death very quickly
But you know
without
what?
shelter.
Let's interject here that there was a hero in all of this, and it's a reason that the city is so angry. The Ottawa Biker Church, God bless
Yes.
them. They
Yes.
followed these prisoner vehicles. They
Yeah.
had an operation in effect.
Yeah, they
them
helped
and
a lot
with
of
other
people.
They followed these paddy wagons out into the middle of nowhere. They retrieved a lot of these people who were beaten and bashed and not charged. So, of course, there was never a record of them having an interaction with the police. How convenient, isn't it, when you think of it like that? And they saved a lot of these people. The Ottawa Biker Church, the Ottawa Avenue Biker Church, followed these transport vehicles, or was able to coordinate and find the locations of these places and get some of these people some respite. But it was cruel and unusual punishment.
Yeah, and that was by design. That was by design. You know,
Panier salad. Yeah, Andre Lemelin is telling us what it is. Panier. How do you say that, DC?
Panier à salade.
Okay, and I'll tell you how I came across this. I found this video of this picture of this French guy. He was talking about his experience in the back of these things, and I was
in the panier salad.
Yeah, but I was like, what the hell is that? So I translated it to French to English, and it was like the most wild description. He's like, he was describing basically what I assumed to be a really rough ride after he was arrested, I think, at Coventry. And he was describing his ride in the back of these prisoner transport vehicles, and he called it a panier salade. And I'm like, what the hell is that? And then I translated his French to English, and I'm reading it, and I'm just like, what does this mean? And I was on the, I'm sorry. I was
like a salad bowl, kind of like a salad bowl.
Because they were shaking. He's like,
salad basket.
Because he was describing that they were like jamming the brakes and sending the people flying into the metal walls of the.
That's really dangerous in those. I've seen cases where people have broken their necks in the back of those things.
So imagine you're handcuffed. You're in the back of this very tight metal box. It's all metal around you, obviously. And you're handcuffed, so you can't brace yourself. And they're slamming the brakes.
And you don't know when the brakes are coming.
And you're flying like a rag doll, slamming into the wall. You're really getting the shit beat out of you. You're getting the shit beat out of you by this panier salade, right? So you can't brace yourself, and these people are, and you're cuffed. So you're just literally flying around, slamming your head into the metal box in this panier salade. And I was reading it, and the way he was describing it was funny, but when you think about it, that's not funny. You know, like they're using this vehicle as a weapon. They're talking about the trucks being a weapon, guys. They use these things as weapons. That is the use of a vehicle as a weapon. When you have someone locked inside of your vehicle and you're braking so hard and turning so hard that you're sending them flying against the wall of the metal vehicle to beat them. You know,
in many cases, these people were injured during their arrest. I don't even know if arrest is the right word because they're not charged, but during their detainment, a lot of these people were basically put in cuffs, were hogtied. They were put down on their knees in the street. They were zip tied. Some of them were left outside for quite a long period of time before even getting into these vehicles. It was quite the thing. And none of these people knew what was happening to them or where they were being taken, where they were going to be left, what would happen to them. They had already been violently arrested by police. And then they were thrown and locked in the back of these vehicles and driven to locations all around town with no charges. In a lot of cases, they tried to get people to sign documents saying that they wouldn't return. But some did, and then they were kind of handcuffed. If they came back, they were subject to arrest. But a lot of people didn't, and the police really didn't like that either. So they would draw out, make this process longer. They were torturing these people more or less.
Yeah, and like we said, some of them were kept in there for a very long time.
Yeah, and like I said, this happened to all kinds of people, to men, women, veterans, old, young, didn't matter. This happened to a lot of people. There was a lot of people hurt too in the process. Even if not physically hurt, completely traumatized by the process, obviously. It was quite the thing, and it's no small piece that came out there in the testimony of former chief interim chief Steve Bell. He will not be the next police chief. It's good to hear.
Oh, go ahead, keep going, Daisy. I'm responding to something.
Yeah, here we go. Take the French off, please. Oh, there you go. Hide current comment. Poor girl hit with the rubber bullet. So yeah, I don't know about that specific incident with the girl being hit with the rubber bullet. I know Alexa Lavoie, which if that's who you're speaking of, the reporter from Rebel News, she was hit at point blank range with 40 millimeter rubber. I think it was a gas round actually, from what I've been told, which would be probably a metal canister about this big around. Like 40 millimeters is it's pretty big. At point blank range, man, if that hit you in the wrong place, that could really, really hit you in the head. It would kill you at that range, probably. So that's no small thing. And they were also beating people with wooden sticks at the time. Those RCMP officers advancing down Wellington were so aggressive that they have on their tactical vests, so their duty weapon would be on their side. They had big 4-foot wooden clubs, and then they had tasers and other various things on their back. They were losing their tasers, so they were dropping their weapons. With the aggressive assault, they were so aggressive with their assault on the protesters that their weapons were falling on the ground, and you can see them scooping it up as Alexa Lavoie is being beaten and then shot with the less than lethal 40 millimeter multi-launcher, 40 mic multi-launcher. It was absolutely unreal. And you could hear her screams. I mean, they pull her out. She's crying. Like there's pepper spray being used at those times as well. It was a wild scene. That as well, when they were advancing down Wellington, the police actually accused protesters of using smoke but the police were popping smoke, and then columns of police would come through beating people with sticks and grab a few, and then they would stop, and then they pop smoke again.
Of popping smoke, accusing protesters of popping smoke canisters. They were firing smoke canisters at Alexa Lavoie's thigh.
Yes.
Trying to make injury. Guys, if you're
those damn protesters have smoke again. There's one video I have of the police were firing off some flashbangs too at night.
We have the video of the officer shooting Lavoie.
Yeah, we have it up.
It happened on film.
Let's play it.
Okay, it's going on film. And guys, just a reminder, donations are greatly appreciated. E-transfer daceymedia@gmail.com, or alternatively, you can use a forum like buymeacoffee.com/patriotsmoothie. We do share the money. Thank you very much for your consideration. Go ahead, Daisy. Like,
comment, follow, share. All that stuff matters unrestricted, so that helps me a lot. If you're on YouTube, the like makes a big difference with the algorithm, and that'll help us out going forward. And now here's a video of Alexa Lavoie warning there's some graphic content here.
Charter of Rights and Freedoms is by far the most important document in the history of our country since we were a country. It is the most important one because it applies to you and me equally. It says you have freedom of expression, you have freedom of conscience, you have freedom of religion, you have freedom of expression, and you have freedom of the press. What they're doing is not consistent with any free or democratic society. It's more consistent with a totalitarian society. So don't be fooled by those who try to tell you that somehow you can skirt around the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I was there, I helped write the damn thing, and they're wrong, and we're right. We must become united as Canadians, as free Canadians, understanding our history, understanding the history of our planet.
So that's a Rebel News reporter, Alexa Lavoie, being shot. As you can see clear as day, the RCMP officer took aim with his grenade launcher, and fired it into her thigh. If that had broken her thigh, that is a life-threatening injury. That is attempted murder. That is not a less lethal application of force. That's attempted murder. There was no disciplinary action to that RCMP officer that we're aware of. Unreal that they shot Rebel News reporter Alexa Lavoie.
Not to mention the dropping of their weapons as well during the process. You can see them scoop up the taser right off the ground.
I'm back, Commissioner Carrique.
Back on flash.
I just want to ask one follow-up question from this morning. You mentioned that all police chiefs in Ontario were receiving the Hendon reports. Recall that?
Yes.
No. Is there the...
We're good?
We're good. Go ahead.
Now? Okay, thank you.
So my question is Commissioner Lucky herself on that distribution list?
Commissioner Lucky herself would not be on that distribution list, but numerous members of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police are on that distribution list.
Okay, thank you. Now I want to switch gears and talk about Windsor. And so can you help us understand, I mean, there's Windsor Police Service, there's CBSA, and then there's OPP. So can you help us understand what the OPP kind of has jurisdiction over when it comes to Windsor?
As it relates to the city of Windsor, we have no jurisdiction. We police through municipal policing responsibilities in and around the city of Windsor.
Okay, nothing within the city then?
No, not as it relates to frontline uniform patrol, no.
Okay. Now, we spoke this morning about the sort of early intelligence, and if we could pull up OPP 50819, this is a January 31st Hendon report. And if we go to page 3, there is point 13 is a reference. Open source information suggests that truck drivers from the United States plan to block the American side of the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor to coincide with Canadian drivers blocking the bridge in Windsor. The available information does not include a date or time. To your knowledge, did the OPP take any sort of positive steps to try and figure out when a blockade might occur after this January 31st report.
That level of detail isn't something that I could provide you with. That would be more appropriately asked of Superintendent Morris, who's previously attended, or those that were assigned taskings related to the intelligence. Where there is intelligence that requires further information, a lot of times there'll be taskings that come out of that. But that's not a level of detail that I would be privy to.
Okay. And if we go ahead to the February 4th Hendon report, which is OPP 50825, page 6. This is the evening of February 4th. There's a little bit more specificity to the
specificity. Ding, 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 ding. That's our magic word. That's our magic word. Do not take a drink. Do not take a drink. This is a PG-friendly
social media messages calling for Canada-wide rail blockades on February 5th. Commercial truck drivers and supporters may conduct slow rolls on roadways near the Ambassador Bridge over the next 3 days and may attempt to block the bridge on February 7th. Do you recall being made aware at that time, February 4th, that there was an impending blockade?
I was aware of the pending blockade, and I had communicated with Chief Mizuno to determine whether they required any additional assistance, and we were connected at an operational level, and at that time we were not required.
Additional assistance was not required?
Was not required, no, sir.
Okay. If we pull up OPP 501519, this is, and it's page 1 at the bottom. This is a sort of a note to yourself or an email to yourself from the same day, February 4th. And it says there, the second to last point, the Chief of Windsor Police has requested assistance with convoys and a potential blockade at the Ambassador Bridge. So it's my understanding that as of February 4th, Windsor had in fact asked for assistance. Does this kind of give you a better sense of what had been requested and when?
Sorry, could you go back up to the top? Yeah, so this is this looks as though it's some notes that I've transcribed.
Don't do
we were
that.
not
Don't do it,
formally
Darlene.
asked for any
Don't do it,
assistance
Darlene.
as it relates to public order. We may have been providing some frontline resources, and we may have had some quick response teams available in the area through West Region, but we had not formally been asked to provide any assistance as it relates to integrated command or having a public order unit on ground.
Okay. I guess I'm confused because your note records being asked for a request for assistance. But you're saying there hadn't been a formal request yet?
No, there was not, and I don't. This obviously is something that I've pulled together in the form of constructing some sort of note, but it doesn't look as though I sent it anywhere or did anything with it. So I'm not sure specifically what that would be in relation to, but there was no formal request from Windsor for any assistance. There had been ongoing communication with Windsor. In particular, there was a call leading up to the 7th, a conference call, where the chief of police indicated that they had all the resources they required.
Okay.
And that they would obviously be monitoring it. This being a potential rolling blockade as opposed to a large convoy making its way to a designated and identified area.
Okay. Well, I think the Hendon report we saw talked about both, like rolling slow rolls on the weekend and then a potential blockade on the Monday.
Correct.
If we could pull up OPP 404580, which is this is your thread with Deputy Solicitor General D. Tommaso. I'm just bringing it up because if we go to page 52, I think the same information recorded in your note to self there was provided to Deputy Solicitor General D. Tommaso. If you see that at the bottom, the Chief of Windsor Police has requested assistance with convoys and a potential blockade at the Ambassador Bridge. And this was sent on February 5th. Do you recall any discussion with the Deputy Solicitor General around that time about the potential impact of a Windsor blockade?
No, other than the situational update that's been provided here. So this is obvious that these two pieces of information are the same. So what I've likely done has been pulling information, constructed into an email format, then being able to pull it out and provide the necessary update. So I can't say for certain, but reviewing the information, I would say that this was requests at a local level for assistance. So as I described earlier, sometimes those requests can go from detachment commander into a detachment commander. Sometimes they can come in at a regional command level, and sometimes they will come in formally to me. I did not have a formal request for assistance, and I had inquired with the Chief of Windsor if there was anything that she had needed from me additionally.
Okay.
So I hope that clarifies that.
It does. But just so we understand, I mean, even a sort of detachment level request is a request, and it's being like it would be actioned. It's not that a request would need to be made directly to you by the Windsor Police Service for assistance. Is that accurate?
That's correct. So there will be requests on a day-to-day basis that will come in at a detachment level that I may or may not be aware of, at a regional command level that I may or may not be aware of. In most cases where it's requests for specialized services, the police service of jurisdiction will be asked to send a formal request. And I don't have any recollection nor any record of a formal request.
Okay. On February 6th, just very briefly, there was a blockade at the Blue Water Bridge in Sarnia. Is that correct?
Not exactly. There was not a blockage at the Blue Water Bridge. There was a blockade on Highway 402, which was some distance from the Blue Water Bridge, approximately 30 to 40 kilometers out from the bridge.
Okay. But that fell into OPP jurisdiction?
That did, yes.
Okay. And how was that resolved?
That was eventually resolved through PLT. Actually, my belief is the EMCPA, so the Emergency Measures and Civil Protection Act, that was invoked by the province that provided police with some additional tools as it related to being able to seize vehicles, seize commercial motor vehicle permits, to be able to seize vehicle permits. Those tools assisted us in being able to resolve that. There was a lot of very expensive farm equipment that was part of that blockade that was legitimately required for operational farms. So I believe the risk of those pieces of equipment.
He sustained some injuries. His family posted about it the days following the event, and they were very upset. He had heavy bruising on his hands and elsewhere, and he's an older gentleman, so it was a very traumatic experience for him. But overall, I think he's doing all right. But at the time, the family was really upset and concerned at the way he had been handled by the Ottawa Police Service. The Ottawa Police people tried filing complaints with the Office of the Independent Police Review Director, or the provincial body responsible for civilian accountability of the police force, and they didn't really go anywhere from what I know. So.
RCMP and OPP officers there. I don't believe you were at that meeting. I think it was Superintendent McDonnell. Does that sound accurate?
If I wasn't there, I couldn't say. I'm sorry.
He told us, this is Deputy Chief Crowley, told us that he raised the possibility of the blockade, which hadn't yet happened. It started that evening. And that he was told by his RCMP and OPP colleagues on the call that Ottawa was the priority at the time, and there essentially weren't any resources for Windsor. Is that an accurate representation of kind of what was available on February 7th?
I can't say it is an accurate or inaccurate representation. Had there been a request for public order resources, that would have been examined through what we call the public order hub, and they would have determined what was available to be deployed or not. But we certainly were able to amass the resources required later that week, and you'll note that there were over 400 police officers that attended to assist Windsor, but not being party to that conversation, I don't think I can accurately comment on the contents of it or the accuracy of it.
Okay. Prior to the blockade occurring, which was sometime on the 7th, did you have discussions with the Deputy Solicitor General about whether there would be a need to prioritize Windsor over Ottawa if a blockade did occur?
I can't say at what point in time I would have had conversations with the Deputy Solicitor General over the need to prioritize. I can tell you that I did have open conversations with the Deputy Solicitor General over how we prioritized operationally our resources. And once the blockade had occurred in Windsor and we had been asked for formal assistance, there was a request for 100 OPP officers and 100 RCMP officers that came into our possession very similar way as the Ottawa request. It was forwarded directly to the province as opposed to me, and it had come in only, I believe, hours after I had already spoken with the Chief of Windsor and offered support.
So Candace
no
is okay, relatively
assistance,
speaking. She was pretty banged up,
and certainly
but
throughout that
she's
entire
okay.
period, I made my
At least
decisions
physically
known
now.
to the Deputy Solicitor General where appropriate. That when it was time to deploy public order to Windsor, that we did not have a defined plan in Ottawa yet. Therefore, we did not know exactly how many resources were required. That the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor was something that we felt we could clear up in 2 to 4 days. Ottawa would be 5 to 10 days, at least once a plan was established. We also had concurrent events happening in Toronto, Queen's Park. We had attempts being planned to put blockades at the Peace Bridge in Niagara. We still had Highway 402 on
Nobody
the go.
really knows about
we had
that, man.
plans
It's a
emerging
big
to
mystery.
attempt to block the bridge in Cornwall. We had things happening in Nipigon. So
Heard
it was a
rumors, but I can't
priority to
confirm
resolve
anything.
Windsor.
Don't know his
First,
whereabouts,
we
don't
had
know
the
his name.
resources available, ready. We had a plan ready to go. And there was an enormous national financial impact on the closure of that bridge, totaling $700 million a day, in my understanding, of two-way trade.
Did the financial impact of the blockade affect the fact that Windsor was a priority?
Not merely the financial impact, but economic security is something that needs to be taken into
It was cleared up
consideration
before
when
the
we look at
invocation of the
totality
Emergencies Act. Let's
of
not forget
national
that.
security and quality of life in our communities. If $700 million a day in trade is not able to take place, what are the ramifications?
Yeah,
of
that number.
I would suggest that perhaps factories start shutting down, people start losing employment, people
Perhaps,
may
but the
start
problem was
losing their
remedied before
homes,
the
et
invocation
cetera.
of the
That's
Emergency
a
Act, which is the point
significant
here.
economic impact that affects quality of life in community, and in those conditions can affect crime in community. So it is something that needs to be considered in and amongst all of the other factors that we need to weigh as it relates to public safety, quality of life in community, and the bigger picture of national security. This is, I don't know if it is the most active or relied upon. CBSA would be in a better position to share that, but this is a significant international crossing, which is a concern, obviously.
And you said that that is something that needs to be considered, but I just want to be clear. It is something that was considered in the need to.
Yeah, so Chris Deering was one of those people that was
one of many
arrested and not
factors.
charged, I believe.
How many officers were required?
Injured veteran.
The existence of a plan, how long it would take, proximity to other events that were going on. We also had plans that we were aware of for the Peace Bridge. So by having public order assets in Windsor, we can quickly pivot between the Ambassador Bridge and the Peace Bridge. We can pivot over to the Blue Water Bridge. That's a big difference from being in Ottawa. Make no mistake about it. I believe that it was by intent and design that we had activities happening at the furthest points from each other in Southern Ontario. It is not circumstance that we had an occupation in the city of Ottawa and we had a blockage at the Ambassador Bridge at the exact same time. That was intentionally designed to challenge the capacity of our police. So that had to be very strategically and methodically managed to ensure that when we took action, it just didn't disperse a problem and make it so it was unmanageable. This had to be surgical, this had to be strategic, had to be well thought out, and it had to be planned.
I want to go back to sort of working our way through what happened in Windsor. I think you referred to this earlier, but
Thank you, Howard.
Similar to what happened in
Despite
Ottawa,
the highly
mayor of
publicized
Windsor
blockades
had
at Ontario's
conversations
Ambassador
directly
Bridge
with,
and Coots,
Solicitor
cross-border
General
trade in Ontario was up
Drummond,
16% in
Minister of
February
Education. You're aware of that?
compared to the
I
same
am
month
aware that
last
there
year.
was conversations. I'm aware that those conversations resulted in a letter. I'm not privy to the details of those conversations.
Okay. And again, does that strike you as sort of an odd way to request police resources in the circumstances?
It is not the typical way nor the preferred way that police resources would be requested. In particular, when just hours earlier, I had spoken to the chief of Windsor, had offered additional assistance. I was advised it was not required at that time. And then an independent request came in seeking additional resources, which caused me to then follow up and ask again and confirm that that request was in fact a request being made on behalf of the Windsor Police Service.
And did you ever ask?
Did you notice that part right there?
Former Chief Mizuno,
where he said that the operations
didn't need
across
anything,
Ontario
and then very shortly
must have been
thereafter,
planned to
there's this
stretch police
public
resources?
request for
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
He threw that soundbite in
I
there.
was under the
What he doesn't
impression and
understand is that
understanding
all of his
that as
subordinates
the
have
result of
testified
having
that this
further
was a
conversations,
grassroots effort. People were popping up
subsequent to
everywhere
my
in
conversation with
grassroots
her,
support
that those
of the
resources were
protest, and
now
the
being
support for the
requested
protest
and would
was
now be
in.
required.
It was
But I
near
would
the Peace
suggest
Bridge. It was in
would be most
Niagara. It was in
appropriate to
Toronto.
Yeah, it was
ask
everywhere.
directly.
It was in Nipigon. It was
and
everywhere.
did you ever ask her?
So provide
why-
specific examples
Again,
of this,
you had a
or
contact with her,
stop
so did you ever
making
ask her why she didn't
wild
just come to you and ask,
insinuations. He's a political
and
appointee.
instead the
Just
mayor,
to be clear about that.
well, she sent a
All of
letter
the police
ultimately, but,
officers have testified what
she
we
never
keep
made that
saying.
request directly to you.
She did not know.
And sorry, did you ever ask her why that was the case?
Yes, and she said the request was subsequently being made as a result of having further conversations with the mayor, and she was now asking me for my assistance.
Okay. I'd like to go back to your exchange with Deputy Solicitor General, OPP 404580. If we can go to page 72. If we scroll down, we see here, so the Deputy Solicitor General says also, what's the latest on Ambassador Bridge? Fed DM Stewart asking also impact on Stellantis. What is Stellantis?
I don't know what Stellantis is. I can't say I have any knowledge of Stellantis. I would be interested in my response whether I followed up to find out what Stellantis is, but I don't have a recollection of what it is without looking at what my response was.
Okay. And there's your response.
So I'm guessing that that's perhaps a company or something otherwise. I've obviously done some follow-up to say that there's no direct mention of Stellantis being intentionally targeted. But I can't tell you today what Stellantis is. I'm sorry.
Okay. Stellantis is, if I were to tell you that it's an automaker, essentially, a manufacturer of parts, does that sound accurate? Does that ring a bell?
That would absolutely sound accurate. Yes, thank you.
And do you know why the Deputy Solicitor General was passing on a sort of question from a federal counterpart about like a private business, essentially?
I can only estimate that it was significant to international relations, but that would be me surmising that.
Okay. And can you tell us what
He also made
assistance was provided in response to the letters seeking 100 additional officers.
He also made a great mention about the economic impact of the protests on Windsor, but he fails to mention all of the people and the quality of life that was destroyed over the last almost 3 years now. Like they always glance over the fact that millions of people had billions of dollars stolen from them, taken from them, lost from them. Billions and billions, uncountable billions of dollars lost.
Independently, that request went
quality of life destroyed.
well.
Not to mention, look at this, John, here too.
Again, we ended up deploying over 400 officers to Windsor. Again, showing that the plan drives the number doesn't drive the plan.
Did the OPP deploy officers to Windsor in the absence of seeing the operational plan that they were going to use to clear the blockade?
So like Ottawa, we did have officers deployed to Windsor. And as you pointed out to me, we obviously had officers deployed assisting Windsor leading up to the blockade. So those would have been frontline officers. We would have been assisting with traffic management. We very likely would have even had a quick response team in the area, but we would not be deploying public order and taking positive action in the absence of a plan. It would be wholly irresponsible to do so. Not only operationally, but ethically as well. There are many factors that need to be articulated and described in a plan to ensure the rights of those that may be lawfully protesting, to ensure the safety of officers, the safety of community, the sustainability of a plan. You can't overemphasize, you simply cannot just send an arbitrary number of officers to a location to deal with something so complex.
Okay. And I understand on February 9th, OPP Superintendent Dana Earley was appointed sort of in charge of the OPP's Windsor presence. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, she was.
And did you appoint her, or was she appointed by a deputy commissioner?
In conversation with Deputy Commissioner Chris Harkins and I, we identified Superintendent Early to be the commander in that particular event, and he was the one that had the conversations with her, assigning her that role and responsibility. And then she built her critical incident command team out from there. And Deputy Commissioner Chris Harkins was also the one to have communication and direct contact with the deputy from Windsor, subsequent to my conversation with the chief to say that we would be assisting and we would be sending whatever was required.
Okay. And now I want to sort of return to the issue of Windsor being a priority, because again, this is something that came up with the deputy solicitor. And so his summary records that it was his understanding, the Deputy Solicitor General, that the occupation in Ottawa was limited to the red zone with a main impact on Wellington. And it was, he calls it a significant inconvenience, but not an overriding public safety risk. Whereas in Windsor, the blockade had a significant and substantial impact on economic security, resulted in plants shutting down, loss of jobs, and that law enforcement had finite resources and could not effectively address both situations, essentially. And so I want to understand if you agree with these sentiments about what Ottawa represented, what Windsor represented, and the fact that law enforcement couldn't clear both at the same time.
So it's absolutely true that law enforcement could not clear both at the same time. I don't think it's fair to try to separate them in terms of assessment and or necessarily in terms of risk. We have to separate them in terms of prioritizing where we can take action first based on the level of risk and the amount of resources available. I think for an accurate description of what was happening at the time, you truly need to go to the Hendon report of February the 7th. And in that report, in the Hendon report, the assessment is taking into consideration the totality of all the events around the province and the country, that it posed a possible threat to national security. That was clearly defined in the Hendon report. So it is impossible to separate all of these events and say, I'm going to deal with this one in isolation. And when I'm done this one, I'm then going to move to the next. It couldn't be managed that way. And if you look at the evolving increase in police resources in Ottawa at the time, during that same time period, the 12th to the 14th of February, I think you will find that the number of OPP resources in Ottawa almost doubled during that time period. So it wasn't as if attention was taken away from any one particular event. This all had to be managed as a multi-jurisdictional event happening concurrently, all connected to each other. And whether there's evidence to prove that they were connected, that is irrelevant at that stage. This is about a strategy that ensures we can mitigate the risks that were before us as a province and as a country. And that needed to be done in a strategic way.
Whether there was evidence to suggest that they were connected or not.
The February 7th Hendon report, which
it's a joke.
I think
it's
the
a
language
joke.
is potential
Potential
national
threat.
security threat. The next day's Hendon report, it said potential threat to Canada's sovereignty and national security.
Potential threat.
Those are the only two times that phrase appears in the Hendon reports.
Well, you may want to go to the 19th of February, which I believe there's similar language around that. And with your indulgence, Commissioner, I think it is important to talk about the terminology. When we say potential threat, the term threat in a strategic intelligence report is to indicate something could happen. This is not about establishing a threshold as defined in the Emergencies Act under Section 2, and not even defining the threshold of reasonable grounds to pursue charges as terrorist activity. This is talking from a strategic level. What are the risks that need to be taken into consideration when making decisions and developing plans? So the word potential is almost immaterial. It's like saying there's a threat of rain today. Does it change the situation when you say there's a potential threat of rain today? I would suggest to you it does not. What is required is further analysis of that threat. And Hendon and POIB did have those conversations with the appropriate security partners, CSIS, as well as INSET, the Integrated National Security Enforcement Team, to see if that potential threat rose to the point that would warrant them enacting their mandates for the items that they're responsible for. And in the, as we know, as in the CSIS Act, it says the security of Canada. It doesn't actually say national security. Public Safety Canada goes to a much broader context when describing national security. And one of the items in national security, if you look at the national security strategy and how it's described by Public Safety Canada, actually includes impact to economy, activities at critical infrastructures, international border crossings. So as you can see, it's a very complex situation that requires detailed analysis.
And the evidence was never, and it never came back with any evidence.
You're aware that once the February 7th Hendon report was published using the phrase potential threat to national security, CSIS and INSET contacted Superintendent Morris and were concerned with the use of that phrasing and that language in the Hendon reports.
I'm not aware of who contacted who, but I certainly was assured that those conversations took place. And I think Superintendent Morris did a very eloquent job of explaining the intention of the Hendon reports. He is the foremost subject matter expert in this province as it relates to intelligence.
And he testified.
Okay,
thanks for admitting that, Carrique.
Hope that he would have described to the commission that those reports were for strategic purposes, for decision making and planning. And those references to possible threats to national security, I would suggest to any police leader, ought to be taken extremely seriously.
Okay, and
this is what he said. This is what Morris said.
Was that there were no threats that materialized, and it said there were no credible threats to national security. Do you agree with that?
I do agree with that.
There we go.
I do agree with that, and that's a very important part. and peace is that when you move from strategic intelligence into operational
There
and
we go. Did you hear
tactical
that? No, he agreed.
intelligence and
Threats.
establishing thresholds for
Agreed.
mandates and thresholds for charges, that further analysis needs to be done to determine
And it
whether
was
it's
done,
credible
and it was
whether
done,
that
and they
threat
found
actually
nothing.
came
And
to
you just
fruition.
admitted that. Stop talking.
Okay.
You just admitted that. Stop putting a padding on it. A political
And
rapper.
just so I
You just said
understand,
you agreed.
based on
No
your
credible
testimony
threats or
just now,
materialized threats.
when
Boom.
the Hendon reports use the phrase national security, are you saying economic security is part of that, like that's bound up in national security?
I would say that economic security forms a part of that from a strategic thinking standpoint. Again, I don't want any confusion over threat to the security of Canada as it relates to the CSIS Act. We're talking about a strategic approach
And
to
there-
overall national
There
security,
was no
transportation, critical
no threat.
infrastructure,
There was no
border
threat that
crossings,
materialized.
economic security,
It was only
all
used.
of those things,
It was only used twice.
cybersecurity,
It was
all
only
of
used
those
twice.
components encompass a multifaceted approach to national security and are identified by Public Safety Canada as being important to national security.
Yeah, but you already agreed there was no
I
threats.
want to go back to Windsor now and just make sure I understand it. Did you ever receive a direction from the Deputy Solicitor General's office that Windsor ought to be prioritized as a result of its economic importance?
Absolutely not, never.
But it's fair to say that the OPP did prioritize it in part, as you've told us, due to its economic importance.
In part, I think I provided a very detailed description into all of the factors that needed to be considered and how that was identified as an operational priority, not at the expense or at the cost of other operations that were maintained and enhanced simultaneously while we were dealing with Windsor.
And they would take all factors into account when making decisions. That's just a reasonable assumption
again,
to
just
make.
returning to Deputy
You should take
Solicitor,
all factors into
He
account.
said he agreed with Morris, right?
And I
And
will
Morris
say
testified.
speculated,
So
but it was
he
his
just gave that
opinion
testimony.
that
The argument is over.
Ottawa might have been cleared sooner had Windsor not been prioritized, essentially. Would you agree with that assessment?
No, I would not. What I would say is that Ottawa may have been cleared sooner had we not had to deal with the blockades in Windsor, had we not had to deal with the protest in Toronto, the blockage on the 402, the blockage at Cornwall, and the attempts to block the Peace Bridge in Niagara. That may have allowed Ottawa to be cleared sooner if there was.
He's trying to make it sound like a big, massive thing, right? Like that's all connected.
Coordinated, but his chief intelligence officer said it was grassroots. Why?
And it wasn't
popping up everywhere, and that everything had an effect on everything else. But the fact that it did wasn't because they were coordinated organizations. It was because there was a grassroots sentiment shared by a lot of people. Seriously,
done in Windsor. With positive action at that point.
We heard
coordinated,
and all.
We heard testimony that even in Ottawa it wasn't a coordinated effort. There was multiple groups, multiple people, all with their own reasons for being there.
As you have proposed to me.
Okay. Is it fair to say that resources went from Windsor to Ottawa to action the plan in Ottawa once Windsor was cleared? Is that?
That would be fair to say, and just for a point of clarity, I can't say that specifically Tom Carrique went from Windsor to Ottawa. What I can say is I know that there were some public order assets that when done in Windsor were able to reposition to Ottawa. But I can't commit to you that level of detail that specific people moved from Windsor to Ottawa.
I understand. I want to take you now to notes of a call from February 10th with the Deputy Solicitor General. It's ONT 405155. These are not your notes. These are
thank you.
Deputy Solicitor General's notes. And it's hard to tell if it's a 7 o'clock or a 9 o'clock call. You might remember. It says call with Commissioner Carrique, OPP. Direction to CIC that they are in removal mode. Do you know what is being referred to there?
No, I don't know what that would refer to, being in removal mode. So we
Can't wait for the
don't
cross-examination.
commence
Because he agreed with Morris,
operations in
so he's done,
Windsor as
right?
it relates to.
What do you think? Do you think he still should be on the stand after that? Like, he already said that he agrees with Morris's testimony, and then he gave a speech
Yeah.
to buffer it. Did you
Well,
notice that?
well, of course, it's all buffering. That's this whole thing is all buffering around the 1 minute of truth, like that really matters, right? These
Like,
nuggets.
I agree with Morris.
Then the
I
whole
agree
day
with
is
Morris.
the whole day is just political speak after that.
And then he's like, I agree with Morris, but you really have to investigate when somebody uses the word potential threat to national security. That's a serious thing. You got to do your due diligence. Got to.
Of course you do. Yeah, of course you do.
And they did
But
do it, and they found nothing.
But you agree with Morris. Yes, exactly. No credible threats.
We were certainly planning for that,
And
as
the
we
talk of
were
Russia and
in
U.S. being
Ottawa,
involved was
but that does not
sensational,
alleviate
not
the
based in fact.
responsibilities
Morris
of
also
trying
testified
to
that it wasn't
negotiate a
January 7th.
peaceful
So
resolution.
thank you for agreeing
And I
with your
think
subject
you will
matter
have been
expert who
provided
has said all of these
information as
things
it
under oath.
relates to negotiations that
Brilliant.
Yeah, I
were
wondered.
attempted through PLT, including
Let's
a
just keep
letter
putting
from the
Morris's quotes up.
Solicitor General. So there were
Hold on, I want to get this.
ongoing
Hold on.
efforts to de-escalate
Need this
this
quote.
before we would ever move to enforcement. But you need to be building that plan while those activities are ongoing. You ought not to wait until all opportunities to de-escalate have exhausted themselves and then turn your mind to an operational plan to utilize public order if that is eventually going to be required. All operational plans require contingencies.
Okay. I want to take you now to Superintendent Early's
amazing
notes, scribe notes, I believe. OPP 404543. If we can go to page 8. Again, these are her scribe notes. You're not part of this call, but I want to ask you
Yes.
about what is transcribed. It's a call, again, the morning of February 10th, 8:30 a.m. With Deputy Commissioners Harkins and DeMarco. And so this is what's recorded. Deputies advised whatever is needed for plan will be available. Mm-hmm. And we go down a little bit more. Harkins advised there is an urgency to get this resolved. Had you communicated to Deputy Commissioners Harkins and DeMarco that there was an urgency to getting Windsor resolved?
I wouldn't have necessarily used that terminology, but I think it was well known and agreed upon, and certainly my intent that there was some urgency to get this resolved. We needed to be able to minimize the number of protests that were going on around the province simultaneously. We've already discussed the impact that the Ambassador Bridge had, as well as we needed to be able to deal with what was going on in Ottawa at the time. So absolutely, I would agree that there was some urgency to this. The longer it was left, the harder it would be to resolve. We were at risk of people moving from Ottawa, which was some of the information that we were managing at the time, that people that were actively protesting in Ottawa would be making their way to Windsor. We know that's a day's worth of travel. So the quicker we could resolve Windsor, we also mitigated that risk of a protest just dispersing itself, as opposed to us being able to resolve those matters.
Now, I understand on this day as well, February 10th, Superintendent Early actually sort of established a proper joint command with WPS. Is that correct?
It appears to be correct. Yes, I do see that. Yes.
Okay. And can you explain for us the concept of joint command and why it's so important in a situation like this?
So joint command isn't necessarily a technical term. So a lot of times we'll refer to an integrated command or a unified command. And again, those aren't defined in law, or nor are they necessarily defined in procedure. But an integrated command is one where one police service provides the other police service with a level of subject matter expertise within the command structure to assist them with developing and executing an operational plan. overall command and control remains the purview of the police service of jurisdiction. So they have final say on the plan. A unified command indicates that it is just that the decision making is equally shared amongst the participating police services.
Okay. And what was the status of a joint or integrated or unified command in Ottawa at this time on February 10th?
On February the 10th, I would say we had not arrived at the point of a unified command. We had introduced the integrated planning team, but I would say that there was not even an integrated command at that point in time. The plans were still being developed. There was an operational plan, or what I've heard referred to as a concept of operations, I believe, that was established on February the 9th. That was provided to the integrated planning team, which they built upon, and they had submitted their inputs to that to Ottawa on or about the 11th of February. And then I believe by the 13th of February, that integrated team had come to agreement that that was the plan that would move forward. There were some obstacles from the 13th through to the 15th with operationalizing that, but that was the sequence of events.
Okay, and we'll get into those obstacles. But in Windsor on the 11th, this idea of a letter to the protesters comes about. Can you speak to us about that?
Yes, in general terms, I can. More specific evidence would probably be best to come from Provincial Liaison Team, Inspector Baudouin, but certainly it was brought to my attention as a proposed strategy through Deputy Commissioner Rose DeMarco, who ultimately oversees the Provincial Liaison Team, as a way of de-escalating the activities that were going on in Windsor. I supported the idea. I thought it was appropriate, and it was certainly worth the effort of trying to de-escalate those activities.
Okay, and did you understand that there was a POU plan or a sort of plan to clear the blockades that was ready at that time as well?
Whether it was ready or still in development, I certainly knew that we were working towards that with the intention of activating that plan on the 12th. So, thank you.
And were you the sort of point of contact with the government and getting their sign off on agreeing to the letter and agreeing to this proposal in general?
Point of contact is probably a fair description. There's many people that assist with the administration and the flow of information. But essentially, the request would have been made at my direction, with my support, with my endorsement. Absolutely.
And just so I understand, when you said the request of government to sign off, of the provincial government to sign off on this idea?
The request of the Solicitor General to sign the letter extending the invitation for further discussion or a meeting if the blockade was to end immediately.
Right. And did you personally make that request through the Deputy Solicitor General, for instance?
Ultimately, yes, it's my request. Yes, I can't say whether I personally emailed the request, but ultimately that is my request. Yes.
Okay. If we could pull up that letter, it's ONT 50858. I believe this is the letter. If you can just, if you could confirm.
Yes, I recognize that letter. Yes.
So who made the decision to have it be directed towards you as opposed to directed to the protesters, for instance?
Ultimately, that would be my decision.
Okay. And so why did you ask that it be addressed to you?
Well, we were presenting that on behalf of PLT. And it would be important, I think, for PLT to be able to speak with some sense of authority, that they are carrying the message that was relayed to me. And it created that appropriate separation between the minister and the protesters and allowed PLT to have that empowerment. PLT needs to be able to build rapport, establish a relationship, be able to create win-win situations to try to de-escalate the situation. That's, I think, in part why it would be most appropriate to come from me. That was the request that I received. More detail on that and the philosophy and the theory behind that, PLT would be much better in a much better position to describe in more detail, but certainly my understanding.
Okay. Now, this is February 11th. It's the same day of the provincial declaration of emergency, correct?
It would have been, yes.
And are you aware there was also an injunction that went into effect that evening as well?
Still there, Dacey?
I would have been aware. I can't say at what time I became aware, but I certainly am aware and was aware at some point in time of that. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And so can you just sort of speak to, we've got this letter from
just getting ready a few things
the Solicitor General. We've got the injunction, which has gone into effect, I think at 7 p.m. that evening, and the provincial declaration of emergency. How did those three interact together, and which of them, if any, did you believe were the most effective in that circumstance?
Well, the letter proved not to be effective. It did not have the desired outcome. The injunction, I can't say that was effective because we still ended up moving forward with deploying public order. Certainly a helpful tool, but I can't say that any of those were effective in isolation. What was effective was a holistic, complete plan to deal with the situation, and the incident commander having the discretion as to when they would execute that plan.
Okay. The scribe notes for Superintendent Early, and we'll go there, but they record some concern that delivering the letter or taking action in Windsor would have an effect on what was going on in Ottawa. Do you recall that concern being raised in any of the calls on the 11th?
I can't say I independently remember that specifically being brought forward, but as I've shared with you earlier, these are all intertwined and connected, and you can't make a move at one location without it impacting and affecting the other. So that's exactly the type of thought process and discussion that ought to have taken place. These are not isolated incidents.
Okay. Did the OPP see any effects of taking action in Windsor on the 12th and 13th on what happened in Ottawa or elsewhere?
I don't have that level of detail. I can't say that I personally noted anything. Yeah, I don't think I can answer that question honestly.
Okay. And so, did you participate in the drafting of this letter with the Deputy Solicitor General's office?
I approved this letter, so we provided PLT provided the recommended wording in the letter. This was a request by us to the Solicitor General to assist in trying to de-escalate this situation. This was driven and born from our provincial liaison team. This was not something that independently came out of the minister's office. This was a request that we made of the minister and was granted.
Okay. Was any similar request made to have a letter delivered to the protesters in Ottawa, for instance?
I can't speak with great knowledge on that. I know that there was discussion. I know Inspector Baudouin, who's already provided evidence. I know he had discussion with Ottawa Police. He had discussion with Deputy Minister Stewart. There was discussion around it. The details of that discussion, he is in the best position to provide you with a firsthand account of that. I also know that there was communication that took place between the mayor in Ottawa and protest organizers or those that were identified as such. But I don't know that I can say with any level of knowledge what letters may have been provided, but there was certainly dialogue. And I believe at one point in time, they had agreement for partial components of the demonstration to move, which would have moved them into OPP jurisdiction, but cleared up some of the area of concern in Ottawa. And that did not come to be either.
Right. But I guess what I'm trying to understand is why this letter came about as a result of, as you say, an OPP request, essentially, that it be delivered.
So I don't understand your question.
This letter was the result of a request to the Deputy Solicitor General's office.
So
right?
it was a result of a request to me.
Right.
Yes.
Which you passed along to the Deputy Solicitor General's office.
Correct, I did, yes.
And so, and this letter is drafted 4 days after the blockade starts in Windsor.
Yes.
And so, but by the 11th, it's 2 weeks into what's happening in Ottawa, and there wasn't a similar request for a letter in Ottawa. That's what I'm trying to understand. Why not?
Well, that's a question you would have to ask of Ottawa Police. That's not a question that I can answer. We were not in charge of the operation in Ottawa. One of the slight differences with Windsor, we did agree to assist, but it was with a clear understanding that although it was a unified command, that we would be in charge of the development and execution of the plan.
Okay, and why was that important to you?
That was important to me given the situation that we found ourselves in with all of the activity taking place. I felt it was absolutely crucial that we maintain the trust and confidence of Ontarians and that we absolutely needed to succeed with the development and the efficient and effective execution of a plan. And I felt that we were in the best position to take responsibility for that, not to push Windsor Police aside. It was something that they would have to agree to, but that was something that I had requested of Deputy Commissioner Chris Harkins and his initial discussions with the deputy from Windsor, and it was something that was agreed to. So our Major Critical Incident Commander was ultimately responsible for that operation, which is why this request would come to me. We were never ultimately responsible for the operations in Ottawa up to this date. Therefore, I can't speak to why a request would not have come to me of this nature. Did provide access to Inspector Baudouin on multiple and numerous occasions to provide advice and guidance as it relates to PLT strategies. But why I did not receive a similar request, you'll have to ask that of the Ottawa Police. I'm sorry.
Okay. You mentioned there that, again, I'm paraphrasing, but you felt that public trust in the police couldn't suffer another blow, essentially. Is that, and when you say that, you're referring to the fact that the situation in Ottawa is entrenched and it's not being resolved by police action at that point in time. Is that fair?
That is fair to say. There was all sorts of public and political attention on what was happening in Ottawa Police, and with the Ottawa Police, and there was all sorts of public comment. This was an opportunity to work in a coordinated and collective way to resolve the matter and to ensure that public trust and confidence in their police was maintained. And then from Windsor, we looked forward to doing the same in Ottawa, which was ultimately accomplished.
Okay. Now, I understand that the Saturday, February 12th, was one of the busier days for the OPP in terms of responding to protests. Is that accurate?
It was. I believe we had approximately 20 protests that we responded to around the province. And Without referring to records, but going by memory, I believe during the whole duration of what we would define as the Freedom Convoy, we responded to 137 approximately demonstrations or protests across the province.
Okay. And so on the 12th, one of the busier days, were there places or protests or requests for assistance that the OPP just couldn't fulfill?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay.
And it's it's important, I think, to speak about the amount of integration and cooperation that was happening at this time. There's been reference to the calls that included the police chiefs of all of the affected jurisdictions, included Canadian Border Services Agency, included the RCMP.
This is wild. This is very
so
dry
at
and
this
wild.
stage in activity, everybody is pitching in, leaning in, propping each other up. All of the resources are coordinated. By the 8th of February, we have what we called the Public Order Hub officially established. They are making decisions on where public order assets need to be when, and what amounts, and when they can move. So this is a very coordinated, integrated effort that I think policing across the province deserves to get some credit for the coordination at this stage of the events and activities.
Okay. Now, going back to Ottawa, the integrated planning group sort of starts its work on the 8th or the 9th, but there isn't a sort of fully developed plan until the 13th. It was fully developed and signed off on. So why is that?
Well, that direct evidence is best to come from those that were actively participating in the development and the approval of the plan. Anything that I can share with you is from my arm's length viewpoint and is hearsay. And I think you've already heard from Chief Superintendent Carson Party. You've heard from Superintendent Bernier. You've heard from a number of witnesses that I think have been able to provide you with their detailed account of those events.
If I can ask everyone a favor, if you can go to that Twitter user, Elias Folks on Twitter, and drop them a follow, because they have been very dedicated in keeping track of all of this. So for very detailed note taking, very good play-by-play, you go and follow that Twitter user, Elias Folks on Twitter, and it's really good for keeping up with things.
In that,
all the details
meeting,
that you might have missed, or you want to look at
on the briefing. I did not see, nor did I approve the plan, nor would I be expected to. We had a chief superintendent there that was given the autonomy and the responsibility for the development of that plan in an integrated format. That's not something, as the commissioner of the Ontario Provincial Police, I would be involved in.
Okay. And so it was up to Chief Superintendent Party. He would have had final kind of approval on it without the need to escalate it any higher.
Absolutely. Whether he chose to escalate that higher to his deputy commissioner, that would be his choice. But he had full authority and autonomy to approve any plan that was binding the Ontario Provincial Police. He certainly kept us informed and updated and made us aware of the intentions of the plan. But that was his responsibility that he fulfilled exceptionally well.
Okay. Now, we heard evidence on Tuesday from Acting Superintendent Baudin about this proposal from Deputy Minister Stewart, in which Commissioner Lucky was involved as well. So I appreciate you weren't involved in the back and forth, but I want to ask you what you knew about it and sort of what you reported to the Deputy Solicitor General's office about it.
Yeah, so as you've indicated, certainly aware of it, endorsed it, approved it in terms of Inspector Baudouin having those conversations and determining whether there was a de-escalation tactic that could be used through encouraging a meeting, encouraging correspondence, whatever that would look like. And of course, I absolutely would make the Deputy Solicitor General aware of that. If I
This
am
is so dry and
granting
back and
permission
forth,
or
but we
supporting
did
one
get the
of
nuggets we
my
needed, right?
members to meet
That
with
he
the
agrees
federal
with the
deputy
Morris
minister,
testimony.
Exactly.
provincial
Yeah.
deputy minister
That's
And
all we
just,
need to hear.
aware of that.
just shared a post too about Morris's
And what
testimony.
was the provincial deputy solicitor general's view on it?
I can't share with you what his view on it was. I certainly don't recall him expressing any concern. Would have been thank you for the update. I can't specifically say. You're best to ask his viewpoints of him, I think, with all due respect.
And sorry, when I ask for his view, I just mean as it was communicated to you, obviously. He was supportive of it as far as you understood?
I can't say that he was supportive. He certainly was aware. He didn't express any concerns to me. It wasn't something that I was seeking permission on. This was an operational activity, but out of respect for the deputy and his position and ensuring that he has the appropriate level of situational awareness, it was something that I felt he needed to know.
Okay. I want to take you to OPP 401585, which is an email thread about lining up tow trucks.
Oh, here we go. Tow
It's
trucks.
dated
Details.
February 13th. If we can go down to page 3 when we pull it up.
Tow trucks. The devil's in the detail, or the devil's in the tow truck.
You missed quite a bit of detailed testimony yesterday about tow trucks. We really dug into the tow trucks issue.
But it's ultimately forwarded to you.
Yes, there's a lot of activity in and around
he
the
drank a little bit,
coordination of
but
heavy
not
tow
as much.
trucks at this point in time.
Thank you,
there was
Sonia,
a
for
lot
watching.
Of challenges with identifying
We'll
the
try to
number
make
of tow
the
trucks
summary
that were
later.
available, those that
And
would
then, of
willingly
course, if you
provide
want
those
to, you can follow
services,
Elias
those that were
on Twitter
looking to be
and
compelled
keep up
or
with the
indemnified.
big picture
There
stuff,
was
I
a
think.
lot of
A
work
lot of the
that
finer details.
went into the administration of this. Yes.
And sorry, even prior to the invocation of the Emergencies
So they're
Act,
not going to
there
make
were tow trucks and towing companies looking to be compelled?
Not looking to, well, I shouldn't say not looking to be compelled. My understanding was that there were some of them that were reluctant. There may have been some that were refusing to assist, but there had been some identified that were willing to assist. There were concerns that they may back out at the last minute, which could presented a risk to moving forward with the plan. The biggest concern was around indemnification. So one tow company in particular was seeking indemnification, which is not something that we would normally provide. And we were trying to determine the best way forward through the province and how, if so, how we could provide some indemnification.
Okay, and where, and you're talking about prior to the invocation of the act, is that?
That's correct. This is all happening simultaneously.
Right.
And as you can appreciate, we are not paying any attention to the invocation of the Emergencies Act. There was no pre-warning to me. There was no heads up. There was no consultation.
They were preparing with the powers they had.
And we are adjusting in real time. So this is work that is taking place concurrently. So it's not as easy as stopping and starting with a demarcation point.
Right. And so I was going to ask you, after the reference in the February 5th.
So Ryan,
the
exchange, commission's not going to make a decision one way or the other whether it was necessary or not, unfortunately.
The possibility that the act would be invoked, or was it, as you say, a sort of surprise?
I don't know that I'd categorize it as a surprise. It was just something that was not known to me, nor was it something that I had turned my mind towards. It had nothing to do with the Ontario Provincial Police.
So doesn't that make it a surprise? Is that not? That's the definition of a surprise.
It was something that the federal government.
He was not surprised. He's choosing his words very carefully. Very carefully.
But he was surprised.
I wouldn't have
because he didn't know about it. He wasn't.
Yes. Yes, he was caught unaware, apparently.
But it was not something that I had at forefront of mind, nor did we ever contemplate if it happened, how would this impact us?
If it wasn't forefront of mind, that would probably mean it wasn't necessary.
It wasn't.
Go back
Because
to
he was planning
February
and the plan was in
15th,
place.
which is the day on which former Chief Slowly resigned. You had two calls.
If you could give this
with
guy a
Commissioner
follow on
Lucky
Twitter, that'd be
and other
really
members
appreciated
of,
because they're doing some
of the
really
OPS
solid
on that day.
journalism.
Is that
It's a
correct?
rare thing these days.
That is
journalism.
correct. Yes. Yes.
Give
One
him a
was
follow.
with
That's Elias
RCMP and
Folks, I believe,
OPP,
on Twitter.
and then the subsequent
do that,
one included
nice. Thank
Ottawa Police. So it
We
was the
need
difference
to
in
give
those
a
two
platform
meetings,
to
yes.
our real
And
journalists
the first
doing the
one,
hard
which
work
was
out
just
there.
RCMP and OPP, was prior to
Let's
Chief
go
Slowly's
support our
resignation.
real
That is
fringe
correct,
journalists
yes.
doing
So I want to take you
the
to
hard work, getting the
the
facts out,
minutes of
taking
that
putting a
call,
lot of
which is
personal time into
OPP
things.
Support
our fringe community.
Just while that's getting
So
pulled
that
up,
is
you
Elias
referred
Folks on
earlier
Twitter.
to
Thank you so much for considering.
a plan being ready by February 13th, but not being operationalized by the 15th. To your understanding, what was the delay? What was the problem?
So what became increasingly known or reported was that there was confusion over whether the plan had been approved or not.
That's good.
Who was required to approve the plan? And
I'm really
was
caught unaware.
creating a delay in actually
I'm so unaware.
operationalizing all
What an
components of that
unaware
plan.
occurrence for me.
Okay. And we can kind of scroll through these minutes.
Just use
but
that language in
I
other
want
scenarios.
you to tell us what was discussed on this first call, which was just RCMP. And
Oh my goodness, this is a
It
wonderful
was the
catching
concerns
unaware.
over being able to move the plan
Such an unaware
forward.
moment.
The perception that that plan needed to be approved by the chief of police, and if not the chief of police, then by the chief's counsel. And there was confusion within, it appeared, OPS, certainly within OPP and RCMP in relation to that. So the discussion was in relation to that confusion. Certainly on the 13th, the email is clear from Chief Slowly, which I thanked him for. I was under the understanding that the plan was ready to be operationalized. And as we move towards the 15th, we're now in a position where we appear to have challenges that are preventing that integrated plan from being realized.
Okay. And what was, into recollection, we can go through the minutes, but what was the solution that you and Commissioner Lucky how were you going to deal with this essentially?
Yeah, so we got to the point where I was going to speak to Chief Slowly post the Police Services Board
Put that
meeting.
back to Dacey.
So
I
knew that he was tied up in a Police
banner.
Services Board meeting.
A lot of unaware going on must be
or
contagious.
agreed to lend the support of
More contagious
Superintendent
than
Morris
certain
to
other things
assist
going
him
around.
in communicating with the board, as well as Chief Superintendent Carson Party was supposed to attend that Police Service Board meeting. So I had undertaken the task of speaking with Chief Slowly when he was free to ask if he would consider, if he needed or was willing to allow us to assume command and control if we were not able to move the plan forward. Had we got to that point that there were enough barriers in place that the plan was not going to move forward.
This is all hypothetical.
And I was planning on having that conversation with Chief Slowly.
Okay.
I was planning. Okay.
You told us, as we saw the text message from Commissioner Lucky previously, where she was relaying that the government of Canada had lost confidence in the OPS by February 5th.
This is not the first time we're hearing that today.
February 15th, had you lost confidence in the OPS's ability to manage the situation?
Lost confidence is a harsh and strong way of putting it. This is a police service that is in a very unenviable position, is struggling to
Let me be
move forward
political
with
for a
an
minute.
operational plan. My job was to support them, provide whatever assistance was required to see that plan succeed, and to have that further
Christine.
dialogue with Chief Slowly to
The
determine
truth
whether
should be
he
contagious.
felt that could be done under the current command structure, or whether us taking command and control of that incident, allowing them to focus and he to focus on the policing responsibilities for the entire rest of the city, may be a resolution to that. Subject to the outcome of that phone call,
truth needs to be contagious. Well, guess what, Christine? It is contagious.
as to whether I had confidence or did not, and whether I escalated that to the ministry. But at that point, I needed to
have to
have that
upload my videos.
conversation with Chief Slowly. All of the information that we were receiving about the obstacles and challenges were not firsthand. I owed it to him to have
they were
that
hearsay.
conversation and to offer our support. As you are well aware, he's able to make the request
He's
of
still
the
answering.
OPP
Yes, would have sufficed.
legitimately through the Police Services Act for that assistance.
Did you
Maybe they
It's a
need
mouthful.
feel that it was
Can't
time
say
for
that.
that request,
Can't
that
say
the
that out
OPP
loud.
be asked formally to step in?
I know. Not allowed to say that word at all.
Based on what we were hearing in that meeting and
Jeez,
all
this
of
is so
the
dry.
events that had taken place or had been reported to take place
I have a
up to
feeling the
that
slowly
point in
testimony is
time,
going to be a bit
I
less
felt
dry.
that we were at that point that I ought to be offering that assistance and making sure that he was aware that if that was what he wanted, we were willing and able to take that on.
Okay, but I'm just trying to understand, isn't that another way of saying you had lost confidence in the OPS's ability? I mean, you wanted to be.
Isn't that a 3-minute way of saying yes?
It may be semantics.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're arguing
We
semantics.
needed-
That's what
we
you're
needed our
doing.
assistance at that point in time. There was no question about it. They absolutely, in my opinion, needed our assistance to succeed. If you want to describe that as lost confidence, I certainly wouldn't describe it as that way. And
Because
needed
you're
our assistance.
politicking.
Was our assistance required to succeed?
That's how you become a commissioner, right?
Depending the response to that request, that may further clarify.
What was that
whether I
famous
was in a
word again?
position
An
to say
unaware
I had
occurrence?
lost confidence.
Is that what he called it?
This was a police service and a police leader that was
Daisy.
in need of
I
assistance.
don't
know.
We were
I don't know
able to
exactly.
provide that assistance.
He was unaware.
Willing to provide.
He was
that
unaware
Unaware
that-
occurrence.
If
It
that
wasn't a surprise. It
assistance
was
was
an
not
unaware.
received, then I may have been in a point where now I've lost confidence and would have to escalate that for further consideration.
Now we're talking hypothetical again.
And you say if that assistance was not received, I take it you mean sort of willingly welcomed.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. I'm not in a position to say
No.
I'm coming in and taking
Next
over.
week.
I don't have that authority or that ability. That is not the role of the commissioner of the OPP. So the appropriate, the lawful, the professional next step was to have that conversation and then to be able to make that determination. Were we going to be able to move this forward in a collaborative way by taking the lead? Was it actually necessary? Maybe Chief Slowly had other information that would cause me to reconsider where
That
I
he
was
was
at
not
that
incompetent.
point in time.
Reconsider
That's
his
where I was
competency.
at. I was
Maybe
at that
he had
juncture
information
that had
that
we
would
not
give me
been
information to
asked
reconsider his
assume
competency.
command and control of
Maybe
this
if he would have told him he
operation,
wasn't going to betray
that
the
I
police
would have
liaison
felt
team.
obligated to make that known to the minister for consideration.
Slowly
to be
wasn't going to
known
give an
to
inch.
the
We know
Ontario
that.
Civilian Police
Protesters aren't
Commission.
going next week.
Okay.
Next week is protesters.
You never
Thank you
had
for your question,
occasion to
Priscilla.
have that conversation
Yes, you,
with
Coy, we're
Chief
watching.
Slowly, correct?
I did not, no.
He resigned sometime after or maybe even during this call. Is that
Good night, everybody. Good
accurate?
night, pile driver.
Sometime between
night,
us having this
everybody.
call and,
Hey, everybody.
and plans to seek a meeting with Chief Slowly.
Okay. And
Yeah,
then you had
That was
a follow-up
that was,
call
a
with,
true lie. That was a
with
true
Commissioner
lie, Wanda.
Lucky, and
We've heard
this
it many
time with
times,
members of
how
the
much I was
OPS.
a lie.
Yeah, an outright lie.
Correct, yes.
And if I could get
Nobody asked for it in any
OPP
capacity.
50788.
They testified the opposite. They did. They
These
had
are
their
the
plans. They were
minutes
ready to go.
from that.
They were going
segment
regardless,
that
and
day.
that it was helpful, not necessary.
While they're being
Oh,
brought
my
up,
God.
can you tell us about what was discussed during that call?
It was confirming that we were in a
Some, like,
position to
80-year-old man.
operationalize the February 13th plan. There were no obstacles standing in our way, that there was a clearly articulated and described command structure. There are various forms of describing incident command. So we wanted to make sure there was a clear understanding. So we diverted to a model most commonly known to the RCMP, gold, silver, bronze. And at that
Okay, Rhonda,
point,
he wasn't one of the
came
five
to
who invoked the
agreement
Emergencies
that it would
Act.
be an
To be
absolute
clear,
unified
the act was
command,
unanimously
and
and
that we would be
arbitrarily,
sending Deputy
unilaterally
Commissioner Chris
declared by the
Harkins,
government of
and the
Canada, by
RCMP would be
an order in
sending
council
Deputy
by
Commissioner
the
Mike
executive,
Duham to represent
by the
our
cabinet,
services
the Prime
on
Minister.
the gold level, which was on the same level as the Chief of Ottawa.
And
Gold level.
The gold level. Don't be
Had
on the
you
bronze
not
level.
had success.
No, we need
Not
to
on the
implement platinum. We need platinum.
Exactly. You read my mind.
Achieving
Stop
unified
doing that.
command until this call with then interim chief Steve Bell. Like you just described that, okay, we're going to have unified command. We've got this plan and we are going to action it. What had been the impediment to doing that on the 14th or on the 13th when the plan was completed?
I think Ottawa Police Service is in the best position to answer that. Not having had the opportunity to have that conversation with Chief Slowly, I can't say that I'm in a position to sit in judgment as to specifically what prevented that plan from moving forward from the 13th to the 15th. You're going to have to discern that from the evidence provided by Ottawa Police and your
I
discussion
can tell you
with
what
Chief
didn't.
Slowly.
It wasn't
I
a
have
lack
yet
of
to have that
invocation of the
conversation
Emergencies
with Chief
Act.
Slowly.
Oh,
Okay. But the result of this second conversation, the resignation and the second conversation in the plan for a unified command was that you no longer had concerns to escalate to the Deputy Solicitor General. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did you, on the 15th, before, between, or after these calls, did you speak to the Deputy Solicitor General about what had
Buck
transpired?
stops at the top.
On the 15th, yeah, I can't say exactly at what time, but we did have communication throughout the day. And certainly by the time we had concluded things, he was well aware of the way forward. I did have some concerns over the resignation of Chief Slowly and what
Trudeau
the
may have
board
said
would
that.
be doing for
Doesn't
an
make it true.
interim chief.
Does not
My
make it
concern
true.
was that if an interim chief was appointed that was unfamiliar with all of the work that had been done, and we were in a position that we had to start from ground zero and do a briefing and seek commitment and agreement, that was a concern of mine. And I did have that conversation with the Deputy Solicitor General just to make him aware that I was concerned as to how the Police Service Board would choose to move forward. And again, that was for his situational awareness. As it turned out, somebody from within the police service assumed that position, so we did not have to start from ground zero.
Was your concern because you had heard that there was going to be an external interim chief?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And you relayed that to the Deputy Solicitor General?
At some point in time throughout the day, we had that conversation, yes. And not concerned in terms of the board exercising its authority, but it would need to be clearly defined in that if somebody new was being introduced to the relationship, it would have to be exclusive to the day-to-day operations of the Ottawa Police Service outside of this event. We needed to be able to move forward seamlessly with this plan without having to start from the beginning.
And did you specifically mention Steve Bell as an appropriate interim chief, or did you just relay the concern?
No, I just relayed the concern in the event that the ministry was going to be providing any advice. There are policing advisors that advise police service boards. So should that discussion be taking place, I thought it was appropriate that my concerns be relayed in the event that that would have any impact on decisions that would be made by the Police Services Board. But at no point in time did I recommend anyone or oppose anyone for that position. It was not about the individuals.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, I see we're at 1 o'clock, and now would be, I'm about to change gears. Now's an appropriate time.
Okay, so this is time for our lunch break. So we'll take an hour and come back in an hour to continue. Thank you.
We'll come back in an hour to continue.
The commission is in recess for 1 hour. La commission en avait pour 1 heure.
Yeah, tomorrow's
1
such a
hour.
big day.
Break. Oh yeah, tomorrow's going to be a big day. Yeah, I'll handle it.
Yeah. So yeah, that's I'm not going to be able to be here for it tomorrow, unfortunately, but
Yeah. Yes. But I will hold it down if you get the, you do the good producer work. You get that stream and with the click the button. I'll handle the rest, my friend, or kind of handle it. I'll handle it about a little less than half as well as John might, but we'll handle it nonetheless.
Yeah. 1 second.
So, actually, I'm going to. I've got an appointment in town, so at the break, I'm going to start making my way into town. I will jump back on at 2 though, and then I'll be able to jump in and follow from wherever I am. If that works with you. Are you there with me?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I was just was watching something. But play a video here. Let's see if we got any videos.
Do I have any videos?
Yeah. Hey, you have lots of videos.
Oh yeah, I've got lots, but you keep getting upset with the inappropriateness of them.
So is it fair to say that when you use the phrase violence, you're not actually describing any form of physical assaults, are you?
Well, physical assaults do contribute to what I'm describing. I was specifically describing the violence that our community felt as a result of the culmination of actions that the occupiers engaged in.
So the violence that they felt, not actual violence. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct. Not the criminal code definition of violence, but the violence that they felt by having incessant horns blared.
Right. And
by having trucks run 24/7 a day.
Right.
By having people intimidate them and follow them, and by having people rip masks off their head, by feeling sheltered in their homes.
Well, thank you. I understand what you mean. But you're not talking about violence under Section 2 of the Emergencies Act, are you?
No, I'm not.
Thanks.
Thanks. Under the Emergencies Act. Thanks. So John was making the plug there for the follow on Twitter. Also, if you want to get some really good information, some of these clip videos, Andrew Lawton or True North. Andrew Lawton is of True North, or works with his founder, I believe. True North. They got a lot of good stuff coming out too. So they're a good follow on. He's on Twitter, Andrew Lawton, and so is True North on Facebook as well, and probably all the platforms, I would guess. He's been following this from the start. Now, quickly, if you enjoyed our broadcast today, consider buying us a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/patriotsmoothie.
Please do.
Alternate. Yeah. Jonathan is drinking a giant jug of water. He cannot afford coffee. He's going to have to go to work tomorrow, and I'll hold it down myself. Alternately, you can send email transfer if you want to support us that way to daceymedia@gmail.com. Do much appreciated. Or like, comment, share, all that good stuff, and it all helps. Thank you.
It really does.
So you may have missed my blurb. I sent you a message, John. I'm getting ready to head into town, so I will jump back on as at 2 anyways with audio, and I'll be able to come on with video after that.
Yeah, just real quickly, making sure here, trying to watch something, and then I'll get back with the crowd. But thank you guys for considering that support. It's really important. Next week I can buy you one. Thanks, Pile Driver. That's really appreciated.
Nice handle as well.
Pile Driver. He's like a screwdriver, but for piles.
Yes. Gomer's Pile.
No. Gomer's Pile. Gomer Pile.
Yeah, I know. Yes, that's right. That's why there's 2 of us. We can kind of get it right if we do it together.
Gomer's Pile. Yeah. I thought you were saying Pile Gomer. Private Pile!
Oh, man. All right. We've been at this a while.
Is that a donut? Is that a donut?
All right. Okay. Hold it down, my friend, or put up the lunch break banner. I think it's in the banners tab.
We could do that. We could do either of those things. So, but wait, before you go, real quick, let's just clarify. What did you take away from all of that?
All the politicking, you mean? What did I take away from all the politicking? Well, it's the same thing. He confirmed. I believe it was Inspector Morris. I forget his exact title, but he confirmed the previous testimony of the OPP. He did a lot of politicking around what really mattered, but we're still at the same place. The Emergencies Act was helpful, but not necessary.
Exactly.
That's the bottom line. I mean, we could talk about the politicking all day long, but there was a lot of talk about. Actually, that's something maybe that should be pointed out. It seemed like the commissioner of the OPP was trying to make a connection between the various grassroots protests popping up all over Ontario. He was insinuating that it was by design that some of these things were farther away from others.
Just the nature of our province.
Yes, it's a big province. It's huge. It's huge. So, and the border crossings are where they are. The highways are where they are. Once you get, we don't have many highways intersecting and bisecting our country, right? We have a couple of major highways that go east-west or whatever and north-south. So, these things happen grassroots. The people on the ground in Ottawa were not coordinating with people other places. We even heard testimony that the people in Ottawa were not necessarily coordinating with each other at times. They didn't all have the same objectives. They didn't have the same goals.
One of Brenda's Lucky's texts that came out tomorrow, I guess, in a screenshot, she said she had trouble calming down federal ministers upset about seeing bouncy castles in Ottawa. That's hilarious.
Oh, no, I didn't see that. They were so triggered.
She had trouble calming down federal ministers upset.
That's classic.
Bouncy castles in Ottawa.
Oh, the terror. It was like the purge. It was the purge.
Oh, my God.
Bouncy castles and hugs everywhere.
Just picture it. Scene. Minister walks in. You be lucky.
It was a cold winter's morning on Parliament Hill, -25 with the wind chill.
I'll be the minister and you be lucky. I'll come into the office. Scene. All right. You need to get rid of these things, man. Why are you looking at me like that?
There's bouncy castles everywhere.
Okay, but I'm the one trying to calm me down.
Oh no. Okay, just relax. Relax. Kids play in these things. These are play structures
they're on the
for
streets
children.
Of Ottawa. They're embarrassing the Prime Minister.
I hear what you're saying, but please keep in mind we have these at children's birthday parties.
Okay, can we have some sort of? Can't you get the army in here and shoot them all or something like that? Can't you do something?
That's going to be iffy, but we may be able to use army tow trucks.
Okay, we're getting somewhere. That's not what I wanted, but it's good enough. And they're Russians, right? They're all Russians, right? This is an invasion.
Yeah. Well, from what I understand, these are Putin-funded castles.
Putin-funded castles.
Yes.
Okay, I'll tell the Prime Minister this afternoon, and we'll get that, and we'll get the army in here.
Yeah, and you're not going to like the meeting this afternoon about the fortresses. Fortresses. Trucks are fortresses now.
Wait, give me a second.
Okay. On that note, I got to get out of here and eat
dear
some lunch.
Dear God, what fortresses? I can't even keep it straight.
Yeah, there's fortresses are being erected all over Ottawa. Fortresses everywhere. There's multiple fortresses on every block, plus bouncy castles.
This is awful.
Yeah, they are weapons. They are weapons themselves. They're weapons and fortresses. Okay. Well, they're trucks. They're just trucks. But...
Okay.
Okay. I gotta go for lunch.
Are they electric at least?
Yeah, you wish.
Okay, well, I'm not making any money if they're not electric. So get me some electric trucks, Lucky. Let's go.
We'll
Who's
get
going to fund my slush fund? Let's go get me some money.
We can get an electric fire truck, but it costs $200,000 more. Costs $200,000 more. It needs a diesel backup engine to get more than 20 kilometers.
Make me some money.
It pumps half the water.
You're not useful to me if you don't make me some money, see? Now get out there and make me some money, kid. See you later.
Thanks, everyone. You're up, John. I'll see you at 2. See you everyone at 2.
Get up there and make me some money, kid. Okay, so like I said, that was funny. That came out. That was a thing. If you like point-by-point journalism, again, Elias folks on Twitter, follow them. They're doing detailed, really good notes about this. So, I mean, it's not necessarily a big picture view, but you get all the details. So if there's an exchange that you're not quite clear on, they're taking really good notes. And we need to support our fringe journalists. So again, that is Elias on Twitter. Elias Folks. ELIAS FOULKEES. And then we can also see that Commissioner Carrique called. So if you recall, there was a lot of politicking. The director is a political role. And if you recall, they said, do you agree with Morris's testimony? And he said, Commissioner Carrique said that Superintendent Morris, the director of the Provincial Operations Intelligence Bureau within the OPP, is the foremost subject matter expert on intelligence in Ontario. And he agrees with his testimony. He then went on a padded rant, politicking about, you know, the differences in how potential national security risks need to be investigated. And it was brought to his attention that there was only one occurrence in the Hendon reports that the word national security risk was used, apparently the February 7th report. And CSIS followed up with Morris, I guess, and the POI team creating the Hendon reports, and expressed concern with that term being used. Maybe that expresses to me the sentiment that they maybe didn't share the opinion of that. Or maybe they wanted it to be, instead of potential, to say actual. But we can agree that Morris testified a lot of things. And like I said, the commission straight out asked the commissioner of the OPP, Carrique. Carrique was asked if he agrees with Morris's testimony. He said yes. So what did Morris testify? Well, I'm sorry, there's a lot of stuff here. OPP had no specific intelligence against a specific attack, e.g. an attack on Parliament during the Freedom Convoy. He said Morris expressed shock that there was almost no reported criminal activity of the many people and vehicles coming across Canada for the Freedom Convoy, which was conspicuous, I believe that was the word, considering the size and grievances of the protests. He also testified that they had no intelligence or indication that anyone coming to Ottawa for the Freedom Convoy was armed. Morris was concerned by statements made by public figures and members of the media that were not premised in fact. Certain prime minister's speeches come to mind. He also added, this is all from Superintendent Morris's testimony, talk about Russia or USA being involved in the Freedom Convoy was not true from Morris's unique perspective in criminal intelligence. No validation for those assertions of the US or Russia being involved in a planning, financial, instigatory way. And he said that those assertions were sensational and exasperated. And again, Carrique just testified that he agrees with Morris's testimony, and that's what Morris testified. Now, this is a loose quote. The only word that is taken verbatim is sensational and exasperated. That's why it's in quotations. The rest of it is a loose interpretation because my transcription skills suck. But you can go through you can actually go to the Commission's website, Public Order Emergency Commission, I believe, .ca, and you can actually see, or just Google Public Order Emergency Commission, and you can actually find the transcripts for each day. Beware, some of the transcripts are hundreds of pages long. But you can go to, I believe Morris testified, if you want to hear more of Morris's testimony, I believe he testified on the second half of day 5. So after the lunch break, Diane Deans was in the morning, and then it was Patrick Morris on day 5. So you can go to the website for day 5 and go to the transcripts there if you want clarification on these exact exchanges, but you will find that my sentiment expressed here to be captured correctly. The OPP had no credible intelligence of anyone, foreign, domestic, planning espionage, sabotage, or activity that involved serious harm to any person or property. And so that was basically the summation of Morris's testimony. He also was asked about, he also said that the Freedom Convoy had widespread support. And what he meant by that was that it was grassroots. It was popping up all over Canada and all over Ontario, that there was serious financial funding from a widespread array of grassroots supporters. So today you'll find that the Commissioner Carrique tried to say that a lot of the protests in Ontario, he tried to insinuate that a lot of the protests were popping up in a coordinated fashion to stretch police resources thin, whereas you'll find that all of the OPP subject matter experts have testified that protests were popping up across the province because people supported the sentiment of the protests across the province. It wasn't a deliberate, coordinated fashion to do this, to hinder resources or whatever. There was no evidence of that. He presented none of that. He made the inference that that's what it was. But Patrick Morris, who's the director of Provincial Operations Intelligence Bureau for the OPP, didn't testify anything like that. He didn't say there was a coordinated effort in Ontario to set up, these protests to make, policing Ottawa or wherever more difficult. They were popping up because there was a lot of grassroots support. That's it. That's all. And Morris expressed as much, that there was grassroots serious support because they were well funded by real people. And if you go to the parliamentary, so GoFundMe testified in Parliament, right? And they testified that 87% of the donators and I think that's the number they gave. So they were summoned. GoFundMe was summoned to Parliament, and their CEO or somebody very high in the company's directorate testified that 87%, I believe, of the donations and donators were from Canada. And for Give Send Go, it was also a very similar number. That definitely the large majority of donators on Give Send Go were Canadian and Canadian orient, and the money was from Canada. The large majority of the Give Send Go money was from Canada and from Canadians, and the vast majority of GoFundMe money was from Canada and Canadians. Reminder that each of those platforms raised about $10 million. And also, FinTrack said that they had no indication of foreign state or terroristic financing for the Freedom Convoy. And FinTrack is, of course, the federal agency responsible for tracking, basically terroristic financing. That's what they do. They look into terrorist funding and they try to intercept it and propagate that intelligence. And they said there was no evidence of any foreign state funding or terroristic funding for the convoy or anything like that, or criminal funding for the convoy. It was just regular people giving money, and a lot of regular people giving money, and they were pissed, and we're still pissed. So that was interesting. So, and also just to reiterate this point, when Bell was asked about protesters being driven in the Piña de Salad or whatever, the salad mixer, the prisoner transport vehicles, he said that Brendan Miller said that the people are detained, not arrested, and driven to these places in remote locations. And of course, Steve Bell said he had no knowledge about that, but the places they were driven to were still in Ottawa. So he literally contradicted himself in the same sentence. He said something along the lines of, "I have no knowledge about any of that, but they weren't taken to remote Ottawa. They were taken to places in Ottawa." So you don't know, but you know. There's a lot of this going around. Friends. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. And to explain a little bit of what that was like. So they're putting these metal blocks. So a lot of people were charged hundreds, 192 or something. A lot of people were charged on that the Friday and the Saturday. A lot of people, and a lot of other people were just arrested, like they were detained. They were kept in cuffs, sometimes for more than 12 hours, kept in the back of the Piña de Salad or wherever the holding area was, kept in uncomfortable conditions, phones died, whatever. And then finally 12, 15, 16, how many ever hours later, on a negative 20 plus, more than negative 20 degrees Celsius day, I think they said it was negative 24 that day of the police operation. And they were driven out to Barhaven, or as I said earlier, Ottawa is the largest municipality in Canada, to my knowledge, by geographic area. So from driving to one end of Ottawa to the other, there's a lot of rural places in Ottawa that they could have been brought to. And so when he said that they're dropped inside of Ottawa, that's a very vague statement. You could fit like 20 Vancouvers inside of Ottawa's geographical footprint. Okay, like it's huge. And I don't know, gang. I don't know. The testimony speaks for itself. It was so also on Monday, Parliament of Canada issued the Public Safety Committee issued a summons. I believe they want the OPP to come back because Thomas Carrique testified in March that the Emergencies Act was necessary, and he also testified that the Freedom Convoy was a national security risk. However, all of his subordinates, including his head of provincial intelligence, Superintendent Patrick Morris, have testified the opposite. Some of them have said that the EA was necessary. I mean, some of them, let me correct myself. Some of the subordinate officers who have testified from the OPP have said that the Emergencies Act was helpful, but none of them have said that it was necessary. And none of them have said that they asked for it. None of them even considered it in their plannings. They had a plan ready to go on the day the Emergencies Act was invoked. And on the day the Emergencies Act was invoked, there was other methods. Even Brenda Lucki, on the eve of the Emergencies Act, on February 13th, sent an email to I believe, federal ministers saying that she believed all federal legislation had not yet been exhausted, that there remained options on the table. We also know that at multiple times during the protests, the Ottawa police canceled, destroyed negotiations between many willing protesters, a majority of protesters, and other officials. The OPS canceled it on multiple occasions, shot down these deals to move people to Wellington to de-escalate the protests, etc. We know that on the first Monday of the protest, I believe it was January 28th, after the first big weekend, allegedly, this has been testified, that former Ottawa Police Chief Slowly infamously said, "We're not going to give them 1 inch," after Ottawa Police Service liaisons and others identified that there was a lot of room on Wellington for people to move to. and that there was a lot of people willing to move there, and it would have taken many people out of the community, would have alleviated the stress on the community, would have shrunk the protest, would have made it easier to police, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So just damning evidence against the police, damning evidence against the government of Canada. And that's what we're hearing consistently. So, but yeah, like I said, the public, the OPP is being asked to parliamentary committee because there's too much contradiction. With Patrick Morris saying what he said and with Carrique saying what he said to Parliament back in March, they're like, well, one of these stories doesn't line up with the other ones. And then just now, the commission asked him again, Commissioner, Carrique, do you agree with Patrick Morris's testimonies given here at the commission? He said yes. He's the foremost subject matter of intelligence in Ontario. And what did Patrick Morris testify? That there was no credible threat, nor any threat that materialized to national security or anything else. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you guys. That's where we're at now. That's where we're at. Let's see if I'm missing a summary point. The OPP institutional report said existing legal authorities provided police with a variety of measures to deal with the illegal activity and public order events that presented throughout the period of the Freedom Convoy actions and blockades. The Emergencies Act was not required to formulate an effective police response to the situation. OPP institutional report, which was a report from the OPP about the entire situation. That's an executive summary. Okay, let's see what else we lost. Commissioner Rollo, in case you missed this news, I think this actually happened last Wednesday or this Wednesday, I'm not sure. But Commissioner Paul Rollo approved the government's request to allow the Canadian Security Intelligence Service, otherwise known as CSIS, to give their testimony at a 3-hour secret hearing. He will then decide if some or all of that testimony will be summarized in public. So he's going to decide out of what CSIS is going to give their testimony for 3 hours in secret, and no one else is allowed to be there. Not the convoy lawyers, not the participants, not any lawyers except the commission lawyers, the government of Canada, the commissioner, and CSIS. It's going to be a very secret, compact meeting. It's 3 hours long. It's a 3-hour hearing. I'm assuming it's going to take up the morning period on one of the testifying days in a couple of weeks from now, and we know already though that. Through the 10 days of this is the 11th day of testimony. We, like Andrew Lawton from True North said, the only thing missing from the Emergencies Act testimony is any emergency. Like there were so many other ways to deal with this, 5 ways to Sunday. And let me tell you this right now, the Emergencies Act requires that there's no other way to deal with the emergency, with the situation. And there was a lot of other ways to deal with it. Plain and simple. That's a fact. That's a fact. And you know what? The CSIS is testifying in secret, saying it's going to damage the national security apparatus if it's public, blah, 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 will reveal people under investigation, blah, 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 methods, blah, 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 blah. What it's going to actually do is going to give politicians and media a little bit of breathing room to spread, to insinuate, to infer their nonsense. Oh, CSIS is testifying in secret. That must mean whatever they have is super, super damning. If there was anything, folks, let me tell you, if there was one shred of credible reason for invoking the Emergencies Act, we would have heard it by now. We would have heard it by now on day 11. But all we've heard from the policing experts is that there was other plans, there was other ways, they were going in regardless, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There was no reason for the Emergencies Act, and it's just completely unjustified. There's no way a reasonable person can even begin to say that. Anyways, I think we're going to be taking a lunch break, guys. So again, if you did enjoy our content, please feel free to buy me a coffee, /Patriot Smoothie, or just send an e-transfer to daceymedia@gmail.com, or do neither. It doesn't matter. And if you want to support fringe journalists, obviously there's True North. There's a lot of people. There's Sheila Gunn-Reid from The Rebel. There's a lot of great people doing this. There's also the smaller people who we want to elevate and allow them to get a platform. The freedom fringy journalists like Elias Folks on Twitter, who has a great play-by-play of all the things happening. So that's his handle right there on Twitter. If you go and follow him, I'd really appreciate that. That'd be really nice of you to do that. We need to support the people who are doing the hard work and who are, taking these detailed notes and putting the legwork in. But this quote that came out apparently, because when the screenshots get shown and we're commenting and we're watching the hearing, some of the screenshots, subject matter that is shown at the hearing, they're not going to talk about. They're not talking about it. So, but people pick up on them and look at them. And one of them showed this one, the skit that we just did, with Brenda Lucky saying that she was having trouble calming down federal ministers upset about the bouncy castles. Anyways, I'm going to take my lunch break, guys. Let me see if I can find that. And man, God bless Canada. God bless everyone who stood up for this country. And we got stuff to do, but we're doing it. I'll see you soon, guys.
You're allowed. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Okay, are you prepared to go on?
I am. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay,
Good afternoon,
Go ahead.
Commissioner. We have about 20 minutes left, and then we'll be open to the other parties. Just I want to pick up on something that you mentioned before the lunch break. I think you referred to a public, in talking about national security, you referred to a Public Safety Canada definition of national security, which you distinguished from the sort of Emergencies Act definition of national security. Do you remember that?
Yes, I don't think I called it a definition. It's in reference when they reference national security. I'm not familiar with an actual definition as it relates to Public Safety Canada. And of course, the Emergencies Act refers to the security of Canada. But in the context of speaking to national security, there are many components that Public Safety Canada refer to it as a multifaceted approach that is required across various programs, initiatives, and considerations.
Okay. And when you say Public Safety Canada, are you talking about your dealings with Public Safety Canada, like their
good to be
website?
back.
I guess I'm trying to understand where this.
Well,
arises.
there's all sorts of materials on Public Safety website for anyone who is Public Safety Canada website for anyone who's interested. There's various acts. There's been reviews of the Emergencies Act. There's all sorts of material that references and responsibilities in reference to national security.
Okay. Is there anything that non-public about what you're referring to, or is it just Public Safety Canada material?
This is Public Safety Canada material. I cannot point you to a specific document. There's certainly lots of reference to it in the various materials, and that is my understanding.
Okay, thank you. I'm not going to pull up the document, but there's the commission has seen an email from Commissioner Lucky to Mike Jones the evening of February 13th, and I want to read you what Commissioner Lucky wrote and ask you if you agree with it. She wrote, "This said, I am of the view that we have not yet exhausted all available tools that are already available through the existing legislation. There are instances where charges could be laid under existing authorities for various criminal code offenses occurring right now in the context of the protest. The Ontario Provincial Emergencies Act, just enacted, will also help in providing additional deterrent tools to our existing toolbox." Do you agree with the sentiment that Commissioner Lucky expressed there?
Sorry, what was the date on that?
February 13th, the evening of
Yes.
February 13th.
Yes, I would agree with that sentiment. Yes.
If we could pull up OPP 401580, please. This is an email that you wrote to Deputy Solicitor General Di Tommaso on February 16th.
Yes.
And the second paragraph, a good portion of the demonstrators don't care about being charged criminally, or they would have left already. However, if they live in Ontario, they will care about losing their vehicle insurance and/or license. Can you explain that view to us and how and why you formed that view?
Yes, absolutely. In reference to trying to de-escalate the situation, not only in Ottawa, but elsewhere around the province. This had been going on for a considerable amount of time. And those that felt a jeopardy to being charged criminally, I feel, would have left through negotiations or discussions with PLT. And having the additional tools in the emergency EMCPA of the province provided encouragement for those to discontinue their illegal activities, as was borne out on Highway 402. And this was in relation to public messaging that was going to be distributed through PLT on Ottawa letterhead. And I felt as if we moved forward and considered the larger impact across the province, we could word it differently and get different inputs, for example, from a forensic psychologist as to how best that could and should be structured, not only to prevent additional disruption, but to disperse it and de-escalate.
Okay.
He had powers on provincial emergency
The tow
measures.
truck issue, if I can call it that, we've heard evidence on it. And so I believe you told us in your interview that the OPP did not compel the provision of tow truck services. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So I would like to pull up a document PB ns.nsc.can 407378 with the REL 001 suffix. This is a letter that you wrote to Deputy Solicitor General Di Tommaso on February 22nd. Have you seen this letter recently?
Not recently, no, but I do recognize it, yes.
Okay. If we could just scroll down to page 4, I understand the power to compel tow truck services was delegated to you. Is that correct?
Correct, it was. And it formed part of the negotiations that took place with the tow operators that were done by other people other than me, yes.
Okay. And if we could go, and sorry, what's on screen is the actual delegation of that authority.
Yes.
Okay. If we could go up to page 2. So that last paragraph, while this situation is unprecedented, the OPP worked with legal and determined that because we are engaging engaging companies under the provisions of the Emergencies Act, not as a procurement contract or agreement, that we should work within the reasonable compensation provisions consistent with the terms of the regulations. And so are you not saying in that paragraph that you have in fact compelled companies under the Emergencies Act? And if not, can you help us understand what that paragraph means?
Yeah, this is correspondence that was pulled together with assistance from a legal team trying to satisfy the requirements of our procurement policies as it relates to engaging these services. Not compelling them, I think, is somewhat semantic in that tow trucks were coordinated, they were organized, they appeared willing to proceed. Many of them wanted indemnification, which was not something that we could provide them with without making additional arrangements through emergency provisions with the province. So when the Emergencies Act was invoked, that ability to provide that indemnification was extremely helpful. We were also concerned at the time that those that had agreed to provide their services would back out as we got closer to the operation. So technically, could we have compelled them? Did we provide them with information in writing that would insinuate they were compelled? Quite likely, but did we actually have to direct them? No, they had willingly agreed to assist. It was the indemnification that was the issue. And we were trying to make sure that with new legislation and procurement processes that everything was done appropriately and legally.
So
and could be done through the province.
They were indemnified under the Emergencies Act, but they were not actually compelled under the Emergencies Act?
That's how I would describe it. You would be best to speak with those who had direct contact with the tow providers. They were provided correspondence under my signature and the authority to disseminate that correspondence. My understanding is they did not have to rely upon that to compel anyone to provide their services. It was the indemnification that was the critical part.
Okay. And if we actually scroll down,
you said that indemnification was possible under Ontario.
To this
it was helpful, but not necessary.
Pass the authorization to all identified towing companies. That's the correspondence you're referring to?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Commissioner Carrique, in my last sort of 10 minutes, I want to ask you a few bigger picture questions.
Yes.
And the first one is about incident command. You are one of
10 minutes till cross
people who are going to testify at this commission who has sat atop a police organization. And so I'm sure the commissioner will be interested in your thoughts on the proper role of a police chief when it comes to the incident command system.
So proper role of a police chief depends on the situation, it depends on the circumstance, it depends on the size of the police service and the capacity of a police service. For a small police service, a chief of police may fulfill many roles, some of which will be very operational. To mid and large size police services, where the larger the police service, the more distant the chief of police becomes from operations. Ideally, your chief of police would be that of a strategic level if they have the necessary qualified people within their command to fulfill the other operational roles. But what is most important is there's clarity on command and control. When embarking upon any situation, planned or unplanned, there needs to be that clarity of command. And you will have likely have heard reference to SMEAC, which is the operation planning format, situation, mission, execution, and communication or command and control, depending on what form you use. And those terms need to be clearly defined. Who is in charge, who has what roles, and who has what responsibilities. There are various forms of incident command structure. What would be very helpful is having a consistent incident command structure that is relied upon by policing right across Canada.
We looked at Section 9 of the Police Services Act
earlier,
and that set out the situations under which the OPP might be called on to assist. In your view, should that be revisited, or should there be other mechanisms by which the OPP could become engaged when an event overwhelms a local municipal police force?
I think given all that we've experienced as of late, I think that's very worthwhile being revisited, and appropriate consultation taking place with the affected police leaders, with the affected police boards. I don't think it would be fair to suggest that, I as the commissioner of the OPP would necessarily have the authority to go in and take over operations. But I think there is value in examining a mechanism by which a threshold could easily be identified that would allow that to happen seamlessly, and more integration as it relates leading up to these events. So if we can take one lesson away from this, it would be absolutely ideal that we had one central repository of how many police resources are on duty at any given time, and projected out for a period of time. So if we found ourselves having to plan something, that integration is be able to respond and react much more quickly, efficiently, effectively. And we do manage what's called the Provincial Operations Center, which would make good common sense to house that type of information as to the resources that are available and accessible.
Looking at Ottawa and what happened in Ottawa, you told us, and we've seen emails, that you offered whatever support was necessary, whatever you need. Chief Slowly, OPS, it's yours. We've also heard, again, from witnesses who have testified that, and you've said this yourself, that it's not possible, or it's not advisable or feasible to send resources in the absence of a plan. And so, and I know we've touched on this, but I just want to put this to you, that there's sort of a contradiction there, that we will do anything we can to help you, versus we really need to see a plan from you before I send one more OPP officer to Ottawa. Can you help us understand why that's not a contradiction, if it's not a contradiction?
Yeah, I think it's a really good question, and on the surface, it may appear to be a contradiction. But I think to be fair to the proceedings, that contradiction is mitigated by actually looking at the data and the evidence. Look at the number of officers that were deployed on each and every day at various intervals. Look at the requests that were made and how they were responded to. And it's only till we get to a point in time where we need to be able to manage the availability of those police resources for a protracted period of time across the province, and manage all of the logistics that are associated to that there needs to be a more defined plan. So I don't think they're contradictory in any way. There's a point in time where we hit a threshold where it's just not possible to provide 1,700 police officers and 100 civilians. On any given day, as I've mentioned, we may have a little over 1,000 working with the OPP, and we're managing on a daily basis, on average, approximately 3,400 calls for service, 20% of which are what we call priority 0 or priority 1. So those are emergent 911 calls that warrant an immediate response. To manage all of that across 330 municipalities and a critical event, you need to have a plan. And in the absence of me being satisfied that there is a plan to deploy those resources, I and every other police leader would be negligent in their duties.
Okay. Turning to Windsor for a moment, I believe OPP Council in their opening referred to it as a success story in terms of how it was handled, which may be true in terms of the amount of time it took to clear the blockade, but based on the fact that there was intelligence that this blockade was potentially coming for several days, if not a week before it happened, and the importance of Windsor, was it preventable?
Was Windsor preventable? Yes. I think you'd have to ask Windsor Police that. I think they felt prepared to respond to the intelligence that they had before them. I think you would have to ask them what prevented them from being able to mitigate the blockade. It's a very tenuous situation. We have to allow the environment for lawful protest. It sounds easy. It sounds easy to those that may be listening to the police evidence to say there's a clear demarcation and delineation between lawful assembly and criminal activity, and it's not always that case. So although there may be rhetoric, there may be very good intelligence that some parties are planning on participating in what we would describe as an unlawful protest, we have a responsibility to facilitate lawful assembly under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
And the Bill of Rights.
So how do you find that demarcation? It's not the difference between saying on this side of the road is long distance and on that side it's not when we had old telephone networks. It is extremely difficult to decide in some cases at what point this is going to become a lawful assembly. And how do you prevent that in that moment of time? Sometimes you cannot prevent it. When presented with it, I think the important question is, how do you de-escalate it? And that's where the framework, the national framework that this commission has spent some considerable time hearing about, I think that's really where the focus needs to be. How do you leverage that framework that once you find yourself in that situation, you can de-escalate? And if you do have...
Okay, so if the line isn't clear between lawful and unlawful protests, how do you declare a protest unlawful?
Protests to the officers and to the community. So that is not a straightforward question, nor have I provided you with a straightforward answer. I apologize.
It's not admitting that he's running around the bush.
My final question. You told us this summer that there's a limited formal role for the OPP to kind of coordinate resources across Ontario. Do you think, looking back in hindsight, that a more active and early engagement by the OPP in bringing resources together could have prevented certain protests or shortened the protests that did occur?
I think that's an unfair question. I don't know that I could say earlier active engagement of the OPP. The information was there to the police services of jurisdiction.
I'd like to hear that too,
to
Ryan.
build the plans as they saw was appropriate. The intelligence was provided. We're there as a willing policing partner. And as in my previous very long-winded answer, I apologize, Commissioner. I don't know that it's always possible to prevent these things. Are there mitigation strategies that could be put into place and maybe should have been put into place? I will concede that, but I don't know that I can say that there would be a different outcome if the OPP were put in a different position.
Thank you, Commissioner Carrique. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Now let's see if the commissioner asks
Thank
questions.
you.
Oh wait, no, he gets to go last.
I'd like to call on the Government of Canada to go first, please.
Oh, fuck. Yes, of course. Here we go. Get ready for your blood to boil. Oh, he's combed. I see him. I know who it is. I can already tell. I guess they're saving the big shot for slowly. Who knows?
Good afternoon, Commissioner Carrique. My name is Brendan Van Nienhuis, and I'm one of the lawyers for the Government of Canada. I'll have some questions for you today.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'd like to start with an issue my friend was just asking you about after the lunch break, and that has to do with the issue of towing. Actually, before I start, I want to take him to that. I want to take you to a document he had taken you to, which is OPP 401580. This has to do with the messaging to the demonstrators.
Okay.
Could you look at the third paragraph? You see there that your advice to the Deputy Solicitor General is that the messaging to the demonstrators should start with the Emergency Measures in Civil Protection Act, right?
Yes.
And secondly, it should go to the FA. I take that as a typo for the EA. Is that fair?
I think that is very fair, yes.
And the EA would be the Emergencies Act, correct?
Yes.
Because it refers to the enforcement of the designated restricted zone, right?
Absolutely, yes.
And the prohibition of children.
Yes.
And those were measures that arose under the Emergencies Act.
Correct, yes.
And your point there is that you want to emphasize the Emergencies Act consequences and the EMCPA consequences ahead of emphasizing the criminal charges, right?
That is the way that I've articulated it, yes.
Because those messages will be more effective than the ordinary available charges under the criminal code in reducing the footprint of the protest site before the POU operation took place in earnest.
They may be more effective, depending on the situation, depending on the circumstances. They were definitely an effective tool for those three areas that I've highlighted. We have common law authorities to prevent entry into restricted zones. That is available to the police, but the messaging that went along with the Emergencies Act about those restricted zones, specifically being able to highlight prohibiting children from entering into those zones, which was a concern for the police, was an effective tool, I believe. Also, being able to message the other consequences, that is an effective tool that was available to us. Absolutely.
Thank you. Could we go now, please, to pb.nsc.
Messaging was an effective tool.
407378.
Using too much internet.
I want to take you back to the letter that you wrote on February the 22nd to the Deputy Solicitor General Di Tommaso. You recall being asked about this a moment ago?
Yes.
Yes, and I just want to go out, make sure that we read the whole of the letter. If we go down to the first paragraph, please. You say this is further to an original letter you'd sent him on February 15th, right?
That's correct. We had sent initial correspondence on February the 15th regarding a non-competitive procurement process while we were procuring the services of tow operators.
Yes, and you say at the time you thought that the best approach would be the provisions of the Ontario Public Service Procurement Directive and the emergency provisions underneath it, which allow for non-competitive procurement, correct?
Correct, yes.
And you say as matters unfolded operationally in real time, the OPP learned that the vendor community was highly reluctant to assist the police.
Yes.
And initial conversations with them revealed that they required unusually broad and high-risk indemnification from the province, right?
Correct, yes.
Secondly, a commitment not to reveal their name, correct?
In some cases, that was a concern by tow operators, yes.
Yes, and you were advised by the Solicitor General's legal that the OPP could not provide such an indemnity absent the approval of the Minister of Finance or the President of the Treasury Board Secretariat, correct?
I can't recall the specific advice, but that advice that we received was what generated this letter that was constructed for me.
And that's what you conveyed to the Deputy Solicitor General?
Can you point me to that paragraph, sorry?
This third bullet point, you say, as advised by the Legal Services Branch, the OPP could not provide an indemnity. Do you see that?
I do see that. Thank you, yes.
All right. And You could not promise confidentiality if you look at the fourth line there because of the obligations the OPP has under FIPA, correct?
Correct.
Next bullet, if the OPP were to enter into such agreements, a separate agreement would be needed to be negotiated each time you
trying
retain
so
a vendor,
hard.
and there simply would not be
He's
enough time
trying
for that
so
to be
hard,
achieved
but there's nothing
when
there.
services had to be in place by Feb 17, correct?
Nothing
That is
there.
correct.
Hello.
Next page.
He's trying. We're with Combe
Continue to
lawyer,
say,
but he's
on
trying
February
so hard,
15th,
and
we
he's
learned
missing.
that the government of Canada announced the
Sorry, who's this council?
order emergency.
It's
of
the Government of
Emergencies
Canada
Act,
Council.
correct?
You know, hair
Correct.
guy with the comb.
Okay.
And
Yeah. Oh, yeah, hair guy. Yeah, I can see
the
it now.
next paragraph that the emergency
He's calm.
measures
And
regulations
he's trying very hard.
include provisions whereby the minister or the commissioner of the RCMP or a person acting on their behalf can require a person to render essential goods and services, right?
That's right.
That includes towing services as noted there, right?
Correct.
And if you look at the next paragraph in the second sentence, you say additionally, the regulations were supported by legal as the appropriate way to address the need to have services available quickly, right?
Yes.
And that's because they included provision for, first of all, compensation, right?
Yes.
Secondly, compensation for any loss, injury, or damage suffered as a result of performing their duties.
That is correct. Yes.
And lastly, protection from personal liability, which would serve the function of an indemnity, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And then you enclose, you tell the Deputy Solicitor General, you're enclosing the letter and fee schedule that you provided to
Because it's the
all of
only argument they
identified
have,
towing
Anna,
vendors,
but it
correct?
doesn't work.
That is correct.
All right, if we can go to the
It's
next
literally
page,
all
please.
they have. They have
I'm sorry,
nothing
the
else
fourth
to
page.
hold on to. They're trying so hard with this. And he thinks he's got some
That's
eureka here.
my
He
friend
doesn't.
showed you that. That's designating you as a person who may exercise the authority of the commissioner for this purpose, right?
Correct. Yes. Signed by both myself and the commissioner of the RCMP.
Signed February 17th.
Correct.
Okay, next page. If you look at the second paragraph there, this is a letter that's signed by you. It says the OPP thanks you for your willingness to engage in discussions to date to determine a solution that will help us move forward in this emergent situation, right?
That's what it says. Yes.
And there had been discussions at least to help determine whether a solution could be found that would protect the towing companies appropriately.
There had been discussion with the towing companies, many of which had agreed to provide services. Some were concerned over indemnification, some were concerned over identity, and there was a concern that some of them may back out as we got closer to activating the operational plan. Yes.
Yes, and in view of that concern, what you say here is that pursuant to Section 7 of the regulations, the OPP is now requiring you to make available and render the essential goods and services needed for the removal, towing, and storage of these vehicles, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And if you look at the next paragraph, you confirm then this letter is written confirmation of verbal instructions from the OPP to provide these services from the date the regulations came into force on February 15th. And notice that you are required to continue to comply and provide them, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And so, yes, you said it's a bit of a semantic issue, but in fact, sir, the OPP did require towing companies to provide the services under the auspices of the EA, correct?
Yes, we had provided that written direction, and had they failed to provide those services, we would have been able to compel them to do so. Absolutely.
And you appreciate that under the emergency measures regulations, where this authority came from, that the power is to request them to provide the services, correct?
Yes.
And if they do not do so, then that creates an offense under Section 10 of the emergency measures regulations, correct?
I am aware of that. Yes.
So that power exists on.
Could we go now to, well, actually go to the next.
There's a weird
page.
background noise there, Dacey.
You see there's a note about compensation, right?
Correct. Yes.
And then if you go to the next page, there's a second letter that also goes to the towing companies that sets out the compensation levels, correct?
Yes. Yes, it does.
And it's got a schedule on the last page of the document, page 9. And that sets out the hourly rates for these services, right?
Yes, it does.
Ranging from 175 or so dollars an hour up to 750 for the really big 65-ton rotator trucks, right?
It appears that's the range. Yes, absolutely.
Could we go now to pb.can.00001628?
He's fishing, but there's nothing biting.
Sir, it's showing you what appears to be an invoice from the Government of Ontario, and the ministry lists OPP there among the notations. Do you see that?
I do see that, yes.
That's a form of an invoice that comes from or on behalf of the Ontario Provincial Police?
I'm assuming so. I have never seen this or another invoice like it, but it certainly appears to be yes.
You appreciate you had advised the Deputy Solicitor General that, of course, you'd be seeking recovery of compensation from the RCMP for the money you paid out under that schedule to towing companies, right?
Yes.
Okay. If you just go down the page to the amount, you see there that there's been a bill issued in the amount of 666,000 and change to the RCMP.
Yes, I do see that. Yes.
And sir, am I correct that that accounts for the amounts that were paid by the OPP to towing companies and then billed back to the RCMP?
It appears so, but I would not have that level of detail. That would have to be determined by our Business Management Bureau, but it certainly appears so by virtue of what you've presented to me. I have no reason to dispute that.
It indicates services received as of February 27th, and that accords with the general timeframes that we're speaking of. Yes?
Yes, it does. Yes.
Thank you.
Trying so hard to reach in an empty lake. There's nothing there. There's no point to be made with this line of
The
questioning.
taxpayer would ultimately pay
All right,
that
I'd like
bill.
now
The
to go
taxpayer.
to, your
I think they're
text
saying RCMP are billed, but the taxpayer
Deputy
ultimately.
Solicitor
Yeah,
General,
they don't think of
are
the money like
some
that. They don't understand it.
OPP 404580.
Larry the Cable Guy's tow truck comes in and makes $500,000. Let's get her done.
Get her done.
Begin at page 16.
We'll
First,
begin
sir, a general question. If we just go to the bottom of
we got a
this
30-minute
text,
cross.
you see there in the bottom right, it's got a time
I
and
think
date
that's where we're
stamp,
at
right?
here.
I do, yes.
And so this says 26th of January, 3:19:58 p.m. UTC plus 0.
That's what it says, yes.
And you understand that UTC is Coordinated Universal Time, and that refers to a time that is during
Ultimately,
standard
Greenwich Mean
hours,
Time.
which is
We're getting a
generally
time lesson
5
now.
hours.
Thank you for the explanation, yes.
Thank you for the explanation. Yes.
I will accept your explanation.
So 5 hours.
Anybody who flies would know that time.
Subtract 5 and you get the correct time. So you're looking here at 3:19 p.m. This is a text message actually sent at 10:19 a.m.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And
Thanks for the explainer.
You'll see in other texts that you talk about the time that it is that will assist in confirming that. But
Okay, thank you.
if we can just go with that, that'll help us orient what happens when.
Thank you.
So in this text message, I understand, and I'll represent to you that this is the first indication of you reporting, at least via text, about the incoming convoy to the deputy. Is that appear reasonable?
It appears reasonable, yes. Via text, yes.
Yes. And that's what we have to work with in the productions at least. So
Yes,
I'm not sure.
absolutely.
But you'll see that they're
that's what we
already
have
the
to work
largest
with.
convoy to date. You estimate as being approximately 830 vehicles.
Yes.
And then you note below that there's convoys anticipated from the east in Quebec, right?
Correct, yes.
And other southern-based convoys from southwestern Ontario.
Yes.
Niagara.
And if you just move down the page to
Niagara
the
Region
response
10-4.
from
Let's go.
Deputy Di Tommaso,
Let's
you'll
go,
see he
let's go,
thanks
let's
you,
go.
right?
Niagara 10-4.
That's dangerous,
Yes, I see
dangerous
that,
talk,
yes.
John.
And he would like an
What do you
early
mean?
morning report as he'll
I'm
be
cheering.
reporting into SOC.
Well,
You see
who
that?
else could it
I
be?
do see that, yes.
Is that the secretary to the
Yeah, I know.
cabinet?
No, they got a
Maybe
lot of
Secretary of
people down there.
Cabinet,
It's
yes.
good.
Rob,
I'm sure it is
Go to
10
the
the
next
Crazy
page.
Aussie, Mr. Freedom, Jacko.
Yeah, there's a lot of great people doing a lot of work down there.
This is now the 27th. If you go down to the second text on the page, and you're providing a further update on the progress of the convoy.
Yes.
Boom.
These crickets.
Yeah, literally. Who played those? Was that the
Go
commissioner?
to page 21.
The commission is
Just
piping in
there on
crickets
the
music.
bottom, just on the page
Crickets.
on the 28th, again, you're providing a further update. Sorry, that's 21. A further update on the 28th now, right?
So this is dated the 27th, sorry?
Oh, you know what? You've got me. You're right. There's that UTC issue. So you're saying the 27th, but this is actually 5 hours earlier. It's
Issue got me
9:40
again.
PM on the 27th.
Okay, thank you.
Does that make sense to you?
That does. It's helpful because I had put the date at the top. Otherwise, I would have fallen victim to the same timestamp. Thank you.
Easy to do. You look at the bottom entry in your report that there's a focus by OPS. If you just go to the bottom of that text, that OPS is focused on access and egress routes to hospitals and any risks associated to vaccine clinics, right?
Yes.
That's because there's a concern about the purpose of the convoy and the potential for disruption of vaccination sites, right?
Correct. Yes.
If we go to page 23. At the top of the page, you'll see you're reporting now on the 28th, and we know now that that's approximately 11 o'clock a.m. And you're indicating that there's convoys now commencing their travels to Ottawa from Huntsville, Owen Sound, Kingston, Innisfil, Hamilton, Sault Ste. Marie, Cochrane, Little Current, and Quebec, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And you're expecting crowds of demonstrators all along the various routes, and the leader of the opposition, in fact, you note there.
Yes.
And if you go to the bottom of the page, you're providing an estimate on this date, and if you could just scroll so we can see the timestamp. Thank you. So about 3:45 in the afternoon, 1,350 estimated vehicles at this point, right?
Yes.
And you're reporting on flatbed trucks with heavy equipment, utility vehicles, seating, portable toilets, and a boat with graffiti directed at the Prime Minister spray painted on it, right?
Yes.
Social
A
media
boat with
message
graffiti directed at
indicating
the
that
Prime Minister
demonstrators
on it.
intend to stay beyond the weekend.
Yes.
A boat
Some
with
extreme images
graffiti.
and comments encouraging
Directed
unlawful
towards the Prime
protests are being
Minister.
posted on social media.
Yes.
And you note that $7.1 million have been raised now on the GoFundMe.
Thank God.
Correct.
Thank
Correct.
God. And you stole it. You stole it. You stole
And
it.
I also note
Wasn't your
there
money
for
to
your
take.
attention, the belief that OPS will not be allowing any trucks carrying heavy equipment or other items of concern to travel into the city. I know that was a topic of discussion earlier.
I do. Thank you.
Thank you.
If we go to page 25,
You'll notice. He's like pointing it out.
the
He's
second
like,
text on
I
the page,
expected
please.
them to deal with this.
This is the 29 January update.
Yes.
You note here that yesterday on Arn Prior was this destination 65 kilometers west of Ottawa for over 600 convoy participants, correct?
Yes.
And Arn Prior became a site where a sort of an encampment ended up persisting. Is that fair?
That is fair. Yes.
And the OPP did not have full visibility into the content of the encampment in Arn Prior. Is that fair?
We would have to seek that clarification from those that were actually deployed to there to see, what type of visibility they had. I can't say.
Okay, you're not aware.
I'm not aware. Sorry.
Go to page 26. The text at the bottom of the page, please.
I'm not aware, sorry.
You see there now you're reporting to the Deputy Solicitor General that a farmer's field has been cleared on Route 200 in Embrun for parking. Do you see that?
Yes.
A site that could hold 400 trucks.
Yes.
And a shuttle had been arranged. I
Yes.
guess to shuttle
What's the
protesters
point
back
of
and
all
forth
this?
to
He's
the
like,
city.
a shuttle has
It
been
appears so,
arranged.
yes.
Do you
And
recognize
again,
the
the
magnitude
site in
of
Embrun,
this?
and maybe you
A
don't know,
shuttle
but
has been
the site in Embrun
arranged.
was one in which the OPP and other police services did not have visibility as to what was set up there and what was occurring at that site.
I certainly do not. Those that were operational during the time could answer that with more accuracy, sir.
Do you know where Embrun is? About, I think about 40 kilometers to the southeast of Ottawa, yes?
Generally. Yes.
Do you know where Ember is?
Commissioner, if I could just interject quickly, I've got a request from the translators that council slow down especially when reading. They're having a hard time keeping up.
I apologize.
Yeah, councillor, you're going way too
At
fast.
that. Can we go to page 28? The third last.
Mock
text on the
2
page.
with his hair on fire.
If you see,
He's trying.
there's an
He's trying.
indication
He's
there you're
reaching so
giving
far.
out, it would be 7:44, so 2:44 in the afternoon on the 29th, right?
Yes.
And that is that a private helicopter is flying over Ottawa with an anti-government sign.
Yeah, you remember that one?
That is correct.
Yeah,
Yes.
remember that
And
one?
Deputy Solicitor General Tomaso.
The private helicopter with the message on the bottom.
Do you have to know
I
what?
saw that on the news. How is it permitted to enter into restricted airspace?
Saw it on the news.
Yes.
Yes.
Was that a concern? Was that a concern to you as well?
Also about
Not at that particular time. I had not thought of that.
We're being
as a concern of
Your network is not good.
Okay,
The
fair enough.
connection is not good. Sorry about
At any
that.
rate, you thought it was a sufficient concern that it should be brought to the attention of the Deputy Solicitor General.
Yes, I did. It was all part of providing accurate situational
like,
awareness as to what was happening at the time. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
The shuttles, the private helicopters.
go over
with
the
bad
page.
messaging involved the
You got
Canadian
a 3
Armed
p.m.
Forces.
update.
Wait,
and
they
you're
fired all
indicating
their
to the
they fired all their
deputy
pilots.
that
They can't do anything. They're not operational.
some protesters have exhibited aggressive and threatening behavior towards uniformed police officers already on the 29th, correct?
That's correct.
If you go to page 30,
No incidents. Did you see that? Did you see that? No incidents. I've seen that.
the
bullet
top
point.
of the
All I
page
seen was no
update
incidents.
of the 29th at around, it would be 4:30 in the afternoon.
They scroll too
You've
fast.
indicated that protests have concluded. In other words, they've occurred, but they've
No
concluded in
incidents.
Bracebridge,
You know what that
Huntsville, and
said?
Thornbury,
Do you know what
correct?
that he
That is-
skipped it over? He skipped it over. Do you know what it said? I just looked it up. No incidents of violence has been reported. No incidents of violence has been reported. That's what they just skipped over. That's this guy going 100 miles an hour, the government lawyer. The text said right under that, some protesters, whatever, 2 points down said no incidents of violence have been reported.
Windows have been smashed in the Rideau Center.
No.
Yes. And
It
sorry,
literally
when you
said,
say,
it literally
did
said
you
no
say
incidents
your
of
people?
violence.
I said, I'm not sure which police, but police.
Yes, yes.
Experiencing
Okay,
police.
no, thank you. Yes.
It's not clear as to which police, whether they're Ontario Provincial Police or OPS in this case.
No, thank you for the clarity.
Thank you for the.
Go to page 31.
He's skipping so many of this.
The middle text on the page, 30th of January update. That's the Sunday, I believe, of the first weekend. Yes?
Yes, yes, it is.
And you note there that in Waterloo, 100 vehicles are expected at the Wilmot Recreational Center from a convoy traveling through Baden, New Hamburg, and finishing in Stratford, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
And the organizer there was concerned that with growing numbers, that other participants might not feel the same way about having a peaceful event, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Currently, no excessive crowd management issues. Windows at the Rideau Center have been smashed, could have been smashed by a lot
Can I
of
go to
people.
page 33?
And I actually want to speak about that because there's a bank on the corner of Rideau and Sussex that had been taken over, unfortunately, by people who are unhoused. And they had been taking shelter in there. I remember one night I was passing by the area handing out supplies, and I seen some individuals in there, and I attempted to open the door to give them some hand warmers, some waters and stuff. And then I realized that they were in there and that the place was locked. So somehow they had gone inside and had locked the door. And I went, and 3 or 4 days later, I was back in the area, and the whole storefront was the whole bank front was covered with plywood or something. So that's maybe what they're talking about.
Clinics because of the
He's skipping over all of the points where it says literally that there's no big issues. He's not mentioning them. Literally every text page he's showing is another point saying no incidents of violence reported, no excessive crowd management issues. He's skipping over all of that deliberately, literally on the same pages that he's making arguments from.
The bottom 2 texts on the page, please. Or the bottom 3, rather. This is initiated by Deputy De Tomaso. And he says, good morning, Commissioner Carrique. I take it as CC.
Yes, that is me. Yes.
Can you ensure that the issue of healthcare worker access and egress to hospitals and clinics is raised, correct?
Yes.
The Minister of Health that's the Ontario the Ontario Deputy Minister of Health raised the issue this morning with the Secretary of Cabinet.
Yes.
And he committed to the Secretary of Cabinet that we would make Ottawa Police Service aware of this issue, right?
That is correct. Yes.
You then respond and confirm you'll do that, and you say there's no change from the 7:37 a.m. update in the city, correct?
That is correct.
This is on Monday, the 31st, the day that everyone hoped the convoy would leave.
I'm not going to suggest that. Well, I would say, yeah, everyone hoped it would leave, but certainly was not expecting it to leave.
There you go.
And you see that Deputy Solicitor General Di Tommaso has his fingers crossed that will indeed occur, right?
There's not enough information there for me to assume that that's specifically what he's hoping for. It may have been that things do resolve, nobody gets injured. It could have been a number of things, but obviously he's wishing good luck and doesn't want to see any harm come to anyone.
Well, I think he's being more specific because he's responded to your message, which says we're experiencing traffic congestion outside of the city, which is hopefully associated to people leaving the area, right?
Yes.
So he's hoping for it too.
I would hope so, yes.
I hope that he's hoping that.
Go to page 39. In this update on the 31st, you now say that the OPS estimates 1,000 trucks remain within the city.
Thanks for that.
Yes.
Page 41. And if you just go to the timestamp, it says 1st of February, but we know now that is about 7:38 at night on the 31st.
Yes.
Okay, and it indicates in your last report in your bullet that OPS PLT is advising that all hotel rooms in Ottawa are booked for the next weekend due to additional convoys attending the area.
Let's go.
Right?
Yes.
So the hope was not really materializing.
No, it was not.
The
Page 43. You're giving a status update on the 2nd now, which is the the Wednesday, I think, of that week. Correct?
Yeah, it's February the 2nd, yes.
And now you're reporting that a group from Quebec, 10 to 20 protesters known as Farfada, they're formed at Sussex and Rideau.
10 to 20 people.
And that group became quite a concern to the OPP, right?
Yes.
To all the police services, not to say
10 to 20 people. Did I catch that right?
Yeah, quite a concern. The old smoke,
and that was a group that was noted in some of the later
Quebec
intelligence reports that we see with respect to the situation on the ground, correct?
It has been noted in various Hendon reports, yes.
I screen capped that thing of the no incidents of violence.
Okay, let's move forward to page 47.
Try again, government lawyer. You failed. No point there. Look at that. Look at how much are they skipping? What's in those text messages? Guys, we need to
You're
go
now
through
giving a
those, all
national
of these
picture.
text
This is
messages.
February I guess it's February the 3rd in the evening. It's timestamp 2:53 a.m.
Wait,
so
Fawn.
about
Wait, Dacey.
almost
We're
10
being
o'clock
accused
at
of
night.
being in Farfadas.
And
I wasn't.
now reporting to the deputy.
I wasn't in that group.
Truck blockades in
Do I
Ottawa
look
and
like a
now in
60-year-old
Alberta
smoker
have the
from
potential to
Quebec?
develop into a
No
national
offense.
civil disobedience movement that could extend to maritime transportation and potentially other major transportation sectors, right?
What are you doing?
Yes, I am.
And you confirm, as you said today, that the strategies relied upon by various levels of government and/or police to resolve matters in one province are likely to influence the actions of the protesters in other provinces.
That's great. That's
Yes.
fantastic.
Some events are likely to be well organized. Others may develop organically or spontaneously with
hilarious.
little warning.
That's hilarious. It's literally a group of like
Yes.
plus
And you're seeing that
55-year-old
in various locations in
chronic,
Ontario
like, chain
already, right?
smokers who are
That is
literally just
correct.
stand around and do nothing.
Go to page
That's all I've
48
seen of
to
them.
the
Whenever
top
I've seen
text
them
on the
at
page,
Rolling Thunder or whatever, they're on like the fence just
which is
smoking a
sent
bunch
by
of
you
a bunch of
at
cigarettes
approximately
like, constantly
at
and
9:40
doing
in the
nothing.
morning.
That's hilarious.
You list events planned for the weekend outside of Ottawa and Toronto at Iroquois Falls, North Bay, Cochrane, Sudbury, Hearst, and Echo Bay, right?
Let's go.
I do, yes.
And so you have to make provisions, or your officers in these detachments need to make provision
Let's
to be able to police these events as
government
well as what's
sucks.
going on in Ottawa and
That is
Toronto.
exactly what would be happening across the organization. Yes, not me personally, but absolutely our team would be making those provisions.
Let's go. Let's fucking go. Liberté, I'm in for Fadas now, apparently.
if we can go to OPP
Let's go.
404579.
Make a point.
These are your text messages with your deputy Cox.
Okay, thank you.
And it looks like you didn't text as frequently with Deputy Cox as with Deputy Attorney General, Deputy Solicitor General Di Tommaso. Fair?
No, very fair. So Deputy Cox oversaw the Provincial Operational Intelligence Bureau. So he was in receipt of all of the Hendon information. He was also in receipt of the situational reports that we were receiving at various intervals. Not even comparable. My communication with the Deputy Solicitor General is to keep him informed and provide an adequate level of situational awareness. Deputy Cox would have access to all of that same information. So a different relationship, but very fair to say not near as much communication.
Can we go to page 4? And he's reporting to you here on the 29th about the continuation of the daily Hendon report, right?
Yes.
And then
I never
down the
seen
page,
them.
you thank him, and then he texts
I
you
never
again
seen
on
them
the
at
5th
all.
of
So I mean, it's a
February.
joke.
You see that?
It's a joke. It's
I
a
do.
boogeyman. It
He said, I had an
really is
interesting call
irrelevant.
with
It means
Pat Morris
nothing.
this evening.
It's a joke.
He had a call with Mark Patterson, Intel Superintendent for OPS.
It is.
Indicated his chief had a vastly different view
Almost.
over the
Let's
nature
hope.
of the protest than he did. Pat and Mark share similar
there's
views on
really-
the protest.
there's really
I'll call
no
you to
point
provide
here.
more detail in the morning.
Nothing
You see
that
I do see
justifies
that,
an
yes.
emergency.
He's sending that to
There's
you about
nothing
quarter
here
to
at all.
11 at night.
Nothing
Yes.
here at all.
And you respond and thank him, and you say, we'll talk in the morning, right?
Correct, yes.
And it looks like from the text on the next page, you did speak sometime after 9 o'clock or after 9:30.
Yes.
Do you recall that conversation?
I do recall having that conversation with Deputy Commissioner Chuck Cox, yes.
And what do you recall?
The concerns that were relayed, which could be more accurately relayed by Superintendent Morris, but in general sense, the concerns were that the description to the extent of the protest and those who were involved and how it was being represented in the media was not consistent with the intelligence.
Could we go to,
Oh,
I believe it's OPP 404579.
Council, I believe that's the document we're currently on.
you didn't miss too much, Sarah. Just a bunch of government fishing. And
Oh, it's the same document. I've got the
a
wrong
hit and a
document.
miss. There's really nothing here. We're trying, but it's not working at all.
Shoot.
There's really nothing for them to try and make anything out of, because there's nothing to, it's
Just give me a moment. I've got to get the correct document number.
there really isn't anything here. Isn't that correct, Mr. CD? Mr. Chris Dacey?
Are you talking to me? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. It's better. It used to be like blah, 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 blah.
I am near a busy thoroughfare. I'm not encumbering it though.
403.
There will be no encumbrance.
Thank you for not encumbering. That's very respectful of you, sir.
And it'll be page
It's unreal.
7.
No fish, time's up. Good point, Mr. Kennedy. No fish, time's up.
This is a
Go fish.
email from
again.
Pat Morris to Chuck Cox, right? And that's Deputy Cox?
Yes, it is.
And you'll see here that Deputy Cox's twigs to him earlier that day on February the 2nd to send him an email as a follow-up to an earlier conversation so he can raise it with CCT. Do you see that?
I do see that, yeah.
Is CCT you?
Yes, I lead CCT, so that's abbreviation for Commissioner's Command Team, which I previously described who comprises of that. And I can re-explain that if it's helpful, sir.
And if you go down
And if it was CTC, it would be Commissioner Thomas Carrique.
So the next
So
page.
it lines up the acronyms.
It's the email.
Boom, freedom card. Freedom card. F Trudeau flag and Canadian flag.
Yes.
I can't see it.
And this has to do with requests for intelligence with respect to.
Did you share that? It's gone. It's gone.
Yes.
Where are
If
you?
you just go to the.
I'm in an undisclosed location in Ottawa.
Well, I think
This
I
is
know where you
February
are.
2nd. It's occurring in the context of the
Can you guess?
convoy, right?
Yes, it is.
I can.
Yeah.
He says there appears to be an incredibly.
Guess where it'll show up
appetite for
next.
Any and all information on
Why
entities
are
that
you
cause
on
discomfort
Garland?
to the status quo, right?
Hey, don't dox me, buddy.
And then the next
Don't
paragraph,
dox me.
I'm concerned
sorry,
that
but I
success
know
is
every
seen
part
as
of this.
satisfying intelligence requirements
Yeah.
and requests.
I was did yeah.
Right?
I know this part too.
That's what he said.
Did you post that
As opposed to
screen
satisfying the
grab yet,
correct
or
ones
share it
to
to
the
me?
correct
I
actors,
did. I posted it.
Yes.
Where is it posted?
He says, I have acted to prevent
Let me just share
/
it.
It's on my
slow
profile.
down these requests and
Okay,
or
Facebook?
responses to them, right?
Yeah.
On it.
Everywhere.
Yes.
I posted it everywhere.
And is that the topic that was raised with you by Deputy Cox?
So we talked about this as well. He certainly was concerned about individual requests coming in outside of the channels of Hendon and what those requests were, but also about the dis and misinformation that was out there as well.
Did he refer to you about slow walking effectively or preventing requests from being fulfilled?
Not in the sense that I think it's being
RCP Security
being
Service
portrayed
overzealousness that
here,
resulted in the creation of CSIS.
in relation to making sure that all requests are prioritized, they're ethical, they're in keeping with standard operating procedure. This is not about slow walking or not responding to requests that should not be happening. And Superintendent Morris, I think, goes on to cite his reasoning for that.
Yes, and he's suggesting that it's inappropriate for for this intelligence to be, gathered and passed along outside of channels that he characterizes as correct.
To be being reported in the media, and there had been some Hendon documents that had made their way into to hands to people that should not have been receipt of them. So he was concerned about protecting the integrity of the Hendon reports. Yes.
Can we go to OPP 403443?
Sounds like the commissioner stands with Patrick Morris. Thank you, Ryan. We do not want any internet violence in here. Very, very well put. Nobody wants internet violence or any other kind of violence under Section 2 of the CSIS Act or otherwise.
This is another email from Superintendent Morris dating to August of 2021. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
It appears to have been circulated to a number of different police services across the province in the Big 12.
It does, yes.
If you look at the second paragraph, here he's indicating that he's reflecting on the hate crime and hate bias motivated crime occurrence having spiked by approximately 37% in the previous year.
Yes.
And he says here that there has also understandably been a significant appetite for this information from government and the public, right?
Yes.
And that suggests, does it not, that that's an appropriate appetite to, in consequence of the significant spike in these type of crime occurrences?
Sorry, did you say inappropriate?
Appropriate.
Appropriate. Yeah, I don't see anything inappropriate about it.
Yes, he says, Hendon has these matters in our intelligence collection plan and has been capturing much of this information from all of our services. And he references the White Lives Matter movement, Patriots movement, anti-government activity, and extremist entities engaged in anarchism, environmental issues, etc. Right?
Yes, he does.
And the appetite for that information is therefore understandable in the view of Superintendent Morris of 2021.
That's what he's communicating, yes.
Can we go back to your text with the deputy at OPP 404580?
I can't wait for this
Go to page
cross to be
99.
over. It's painful. There's nothing to it. It's irrelevant. Thank you, Brian. Share. Everyone on YouTube, if you could consider dropping a like, even on, if you're on Facebook or YouTube and you can like the stream, that really helps out with the algorithm. So thank you so much. If you like the stream, like and share it. Liking it's good. Commenting.
In view of the time, Commissioner
you.
Carrique, I'm going to skip ahead to February the 12th in terms of your updates.
The only thing we got from this was that text saying that there was no incidents of violence reported.
At page
which is a gold
99,
mine. I'll give you that. Thank you, government lawyer.
You're asked at the top of the page by Deputy Solicitor General, he's referring to Windsor here, the Windsor clearance operation. Have we started as planned, or did the minister letter have an effect?
Yes.
Right. And that's the letter we saw earlier from Solicitor General Jones, correct?
Yes, it was, correct.
Which I think was Ontario. No need to go to it, but 50858 for the record. And you respond to him that your proceeding is planned, no effect, right?
Correct, yes.
The letter had no effect. The offer of negotiation had no effect on the determination of the Windsor protesters to stay.
That is correct, yes.
And neither did the injunction that had been ordered the previous day, correct?
That is correct.
And neither had the invocation of the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act by the province of Ontario, which had occurred the previous day as well, right?
It actually didn't come into effect, I believe, until the morning of the 12th, but no, it would not have had any effect at that point. It was later effective for us on Highway 402, but that's a different date and a different situation.
That's fair. But in this crowd, these three instruments did not seem to affect their determination.
And neither did the Emergencies Act, because it didn't get invoked. They solved it without it.
I know you'll have Superintendent Dana early before this commission in the future, and she can speak in more detail, but from a strategic level, no effect. You are correct.
If you go to the next entry on this page, it's we're at 1:15 p.m. roughly UTC, so that's about a 8:15 in the morning.
Yes.
And you're now reporting to him that the port of entry in Cornwall has been blocked by 50 to 70 vehicles.
That's right.
And there's conflicting reports about that, but it now adds Akwesasne to the mix, right?
That is correct.
And that was a significant concern for you, right?
Yes, it was.
Let's go to OPP 404584. These are your texts with, is it Superintendent McDonnell?
It could be. We'll see the text. Where are they? Sorry.
I'm just trying to get the rank right.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yes, it's Superintendent Mike McDonnell. Yes.
Thank you. And he texted you information much more frequently than, for example, your Deputy Cox.
Yes, he would have.
I'd like to go to page 57, please. And if you look at the 12:58 p.m., so about 8:58 in the or 7:58 in the morning, he says it's totally different dynamic, referring to Cornwall. The Mohawk community of Akwesasne gets a vote on this one. This is their lifeline. Reliance on healthcare top priority. All residents of Akwesasne, Ontario, Quebec, and New York rely on Ontario healthcare, right?
Yes.
And if you go down the page, the further report you get is, if you just go down to the very bottom here, it's being reported to you by your individual on the ground that this could cause the territory to react unfavorably towards the protesters. Yep.
Sorry, this is blocked out. Is this a text message to me from the superintendent?
That's correct.
So the redaction makes it hard for me to tell.
Go over the page.
Well, they
Gives
just
you some
said who it was
background
from,
about
and they unredacted it.
Connection between
So what's the point of the
Akwesasne,
redaction?
Kanesatake, and Kanawake.
Yes, he does.
They'll be quick to mobilize if the.
They did that yesterday with Tom Marazzo. They're like, there's a whole redacted section. They're like, we're referring to Tom Marazzo, aren't we?
And
They're
that's
like, yes.
reflecting the possibility,
so
as
what's the
he
point
saw
of
it, of violence inflaming
This is even
that
more
particular
effective because they're
convoy
literally
blockade
naming
in
the
Cornwall.
only thing that's censored.
Yes.
That's a very jurisdictionally complex place, is it not? Probably even more so than Ottawa.
It certainly is.
Go to the top of page 59. He's reporting to you that in his view, first there will be messages of support from Kanesatake and Kanawake, and then an ultimatum from the Warriors, right?
That's what he's communicating, yes.
And he's concerned, and you're concerned about the possibility of serious violence erupting from that scenario.
We are concerned about violence erupting from that scenario, yes.
Could we go to page 51 of these texts? Sorry, 52. Second text on the page. You see that he's reporting to you that on February the 11th here, about 7:40 in the morning, that Customs and Border Protection at the U.S. Embassy has been in contact with our CMP, probing Canada's law enforcement plans, right?
Yes, I do see that, yes.
Next text on the page. He's reporting that in Windsor, the auto workers' anger and intent to counter protest today is no doubt influencing the attitude, right?
Yes.
Openly expressing anger on mainstream and social.
Yes.
And if you look at the bottom text on the page, he reports to you that the U.S. call went well. Cut to the chase. They're watching the Thousand Islands Bridge, right?
Yes.
So they're very concerned as well about the situation in Akwesasne.
That is the information that the superintendent has provided, yes.
Okay. And of course, you relayed that to the deputy as well.
These situations all resolved
I can't
without
say
the
whether
Emergencies Act.
I did or not. I would have to.
So this is completely irrelevant to
reports,
anything.
But certainly
Like,
this
what point's
information was
trying
very
to be
helpful
made
to
here
me,
by this
and it
incoherent
informs a lot of the thinking that I've already
jabbling and
provided to
rambling.
the commission is
Seriously,
relation
it's
to
irrelevant.
potential threats to
It
national
was
security
all
and the
handled
need
without the
to
Emergencies Act.
coordinate all of our efforts. This is all in relation to that fateful day that
getting
we
30
talked
or at least
about
40 minutes.
being the 12th of February. All this activity is happening simultaneously. Windsor, Cornwall, Ottawa, Toronto, Fort Francis. It's happening right across the province.
If we go back one last time, I think to OPP 40.
He's almost out of time. This is torture. I understand.
114. This is back to your text with the deputy.
Watch, Slowly's going to come out tomorrow and be the only one to say that the Emergencies Act was necessary. He's going to say it. He's going to be like, we needed the Emergencies Act.
All right. At the second text here, you're reporting about the protesters. Apparently, this is the 13th, so Windsor has been
We can hope
cleared
so,
or
Steve.
sort of in the process of
That
being
he
cleared.
would be finished.
Yes, in the process of being cleared, we stood down operations there from a public order standpoint on the 14th.
And you're receiving information that protesters are talking about going to the tunnel instead of the bridge, yes?
That's correct,
And
yes.
that would have been a problem too.
That would
Would
have
have
been a
been,
problem.
could have been,
In the
should have
bottom of the
been,
page.
didn't. What happened? Not theoretically. What
You
ended up happening
refer here
is
to
what matters.
For further discussion, you say to the deputy, you say, best step for government. I would rather not see the Canadian Armed Forces playing a role off of government properties, but we could use special constables controlled by police for unarmed patrols and immediately long-term commitments to adequate policing resources to both prevent and respond to these events.
Yes.
you're actively considering whether or not the Canadian Armed Forces should be involved from the Ontario perspective?
No, I was not. That was a discussion that was taking place, and you can clearly see from my communication that that was not something that I was recommending.
What planet is this councillor on? He can't even
I thought you were
interpret things
suggesting that the
correctly.
CAF should not play a role off of government properties, but that you could use special constables controlled by police from the CAF for unarmed patrols.
No, absolutely not, sir. Not special constables from the Canadian Armed Forces. We employ special constables within our police services. And I was specifically talking about police-controlled assets.
This
At
government,
no point in time did I
councillor
ever
just
support,
misses
suggest,
so
or
much.
recommend the deployment of the Canadian Armed Forces.
They could do a traffic detail, all kinds of stuff like that.
Yeah, he's saying, look, the government lawyer doesn't even know what to do. He's
Page
like blown away.
121.
You see that? He's just blown away. Look at his mannerisms, everybody. Look at his face. That's defeat. That is defeat.
This, if you just go to the timestamp.
Oh, I thought
about 2:40 in the
He's
morning.
like, oh, you
so
weren't talking about calling in the army
9:40
to
at night
walk down
in
the
the
streets
actual
of
Ontario
Canada?
time on
Really?
February the
Are you
13th.
sure?
Okay, so the night before that the Emergencies Act was invoked.
When Brenda Lucky said that there was
Okay,
other
thank
options
you.
on the table. Thank you, government counselor.
And just a few highlights of what you're reporting. If you can go a bit further up on the page, you note under Ottawa, a 300-person counter-protest disrupted a convoy attempting to enter the city.
Yes.
The prospect of counter-protests increasingly occurring, whether in Cornwall, Akwesasne, or in Ottawa, was an increasing safety
I knew
concern,
that they would
was it not?
finally mention this.
Counter-protests were a concern throughout the duration. They
And
were.
The anger of the auto workers you described in Windsor from the blockade of the bridge, that
His
was a
inflection is
concern
changing.
about generating counter-protests that could become violent.
That was a counter-protest concern, yes.
In Niagara, you say 2 attempts by demonstrators to disrupt the Peace Bridge were prevented, right?
That's correct, yes.
At Fort Francis, OPP secured the bridge and border in anticipation of a demonstration that was attended by 230 protesters in 92 vehicles, right?
Yes.
And you identified 4 outlaw motorcycle gang members there.
Yes, we did.
And you have a national report that Peace Pacific Highway in BC was blocked by demonstrators, convoys in Vancouver, right?
Yes,
The
4
Coots
outlaw
border remained
motorcyclists
blocked
were there.
at that time.
that's correct.
The Emerson border in Manitoba remained blocked.
4 out of how
In
many
Brunswick,
people in
you had
Canada?
2 demonstrations with 2 arrests.
What?
We
Do the
did, but
math.
they did, yes.
Excuse me. We Canadians did.
Yes, thank you.
And in Prince Edward Island, we experienced a convoy attempt to block the Confederation Bridge that was fortunately disrupted.
That's correct, yes.
It has nothing to do with the OPP. Ask them to relevant authorities.
Now, you've told us that the OPP's Intelligence Bureau commenced reporting to its policing partners on January the 13th through Project Hendon, right?
That's correct, yes.
I guess
As
the government can
convoy
have an hour
crossed
with
over
this
the
witness, I think it's been well
Manitoba-Ontario
over 30
border
minutes.
and traveled across the province. And until it arrived in Ottawa on the 28th, OPP officers professionally fulfilled their duties without incident.
That's correct.
And you'd agree that in support of the Ottawa police service throughout the occupation, an increasing number of OPP officers were engaged.
Yes, I would agree.
Your members responded to many other convoys and demonstrations that consistently and repeatedly emerged in communities across Ontario.
Yes, I agree with that.
This was a provincial and national emergency that garnered international attention.
Yes.
And the OPP and more than 20 other police services from across the country worked collaboratively to address public order emergencies that were unmatched in recent history.
Yes, these are all statements that I have made.
There's
I believe
nothing.
you're
It's not going to be
reading
done
an
for a
actual
while,
statement
Melissa.
that I have delivered.
I'm trying to be careful not to do so in an
That's all we get
impermissible
from
way.
this. You're not reading my statement. He's like, you're not reading.
You're just reading my testimony,
The
sir.
illegal Ottawa occupation was accompanied by numerous other high-risk Freedom Convoy-related protests and blockades across Canada.
Yes. Yes, so I'm not sure whether you're asking me a question, asking me to confirm your reading of my previous statement.
Oh, he's
so
mad.
There's a little delay
he's
when you look
defeated.
up at me.
Well, I know nothing of previous statements, but I have you under oath, so I would like to ensure
Have
that
you
I
under
understand
oath.
your answer to these questions.
Okay.
Oh,
thank you.
combative.
You are asking me questions
have
as
you
to
under
whether I
oath.
agree with each of these statements?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Sufficiently trained public order officers.
He's more
were
professional than you are,
Canada
counsel.
and deployed in an integrated, strategic, and measured manner.
Cut your hair.
Correct, yes.
That resulted in the collapse of the occupation.
Correct.
It required unprecedented national collaboration to prevent injury, preserve life, and protect critical infrastructure.
Yes.
The Emergencies Act was an extremely valuable tool.
Yes.
Good point, Laurie.
The situation was identified as a threat to national security.
So we've talked about that, yes.
In fact,
Valuable
through the
tool
collection of
doesn't mean
intelligence
necessary.
right across the country, with the simultaneous events going on and the events in our nation's capital, you and other law enforcement agencies collectively identified a risk to national security.
Yes, that is my opinion, that they're collectively, based on everything that was going on around this country, that posed a risk to national security. Yes, that is my opinion.
He's just fishing for a soundbite. Yeah, he was just trying to save a soundbite out of it, right? Just rereading his own testimony. Absolutely nothing there.
He already said that he agreed with Patrick. The commissioner already said he agreed with Patrick Morris. It's too late.
That commissioner could answer the same question right now. Does a threat exist to national security right now in Canada, Commissioner? Yes, the answer would be yes.
We're going to get this on here.
I will call on Mr. Counsel for for former police chief Slowly.
Painful. Till we get to the democracy.
I'm Tom Curry.
Pleased to meet you, sir.
Nice to meet you, and thank you for your help with this, the work of the commission.
Thank you.
Chief Slowly, you have
We're just going to put that there, guys.
known him for a long time.
I have, yes, sir.
And if I understand, you've known him in the capacity of a police leader, correct?
Correct. So we were both deputy chiefs at the same time for neighboring police services when Chief Slowly was with Toronto Police Service and I was with York Regional Police.
And in that capacity, as I understand it, you had professional interactions dealing with matters of mutual interest. Sometimes you came to his jurisdiction to help the Toronto Police Service, and sometimes he was in York Region to help your police service.
Absolutely, yes.
And you know him to be a professional of the highest integrity.
Yes.
And a person who has devoted his professional life, as you have, to public service and the pursuit of improvements in policing.
Yes.
Among other things, as I understand it, you know him to have worked on improving the provision of policing in racialized communities.
Yes, correct.
And working to advocate for and improve diversity and inclusion within policing and the broader community.
Absolutely, yes.
I can't wait for the cross-examination.
As well as for the...
We have you under diversity and inclusion. Diversity and inclusion. I know. That was unreal. Well, I have you under oath. It became combative.
Investigation and incidents.
Oh, the cross-examination is going to be
hardcore
brilliant.
Work of police.
You just opened a can of worms there.
We were never
a pretty big can of worms.
Assigned together to a specific investigation, but our services were involved in what we would call joint force operations. Yes.
And you talked a little bit about the role of a chief or a commissioner, and the obligation to provide or to ensure that there is adequate and effective policing in the community.
Yes,
and
shared responsibility. Sorry, sir. With in the case of a municipal police chief, that is a shared responsibility between the chief and the board.
Right. And in yours, the Ministry of the Solicitor General
he's wearing his poppy too early.
Provides that oversight, and as the commissioner, I've got some additional responsibilities with regard to that a municipal police chief does not have.
Right. And you reviewed them with my friend, Mr. Brousseau.
They're all going to stop. They're all going to start virtue signaling poppy wearing.
When we speak about providing adequate and effective policing, or the role of a chief or commissioner, it is to provide all of the elements for the police service, resources, training, and to ensure all of those equipment, all the policies are in place. Is that right?
That is right, sir.
And of course, as you have explained today and gone through some of it with us, police chief, or the commissioner in your case, is also the face of the service to not just the community, but also to
thanks, Paul.
to
Paul
government.
taking pictures. Thank you for the,
Yes, that's fair.
I got the good ones.
In your case, to the Ministry of the Solicitor General, as we've described, providing situational updates and the like.
Yes, there's a lot less interaction between the commissioner of the OPP, and in this case, me, and the ministry or provincial government than there would be with a municipal police chief,
Right.
who has monthly meetings, committee meetings, and various intervals of reporting that are required, where mine is an annual report and interaction on an as-needed basis. So.
Right. I was going to say, and you've played both roles in your work previous to your appointment as commissioner. When you were a deputy in York Region, you would have had much more contact with your police services board than you do perhaps as a commissioner in respect to the Solicitor General.
That is correct. Yes.
And that as we have understood it, that doesn't mean that you take political or take direction from the political sphere, but nonetheless, in the case of a municipal police chief, that chief is employed by the police services board, right?
So 2 answers, if you don't mind. No, I do not take direction from any political entities. And 2, yes, the police chief is a direct employee of the Police Services Board. In fact, under the Police Services Act, there is only permissibility to have 2 identified positions employed directly by the board. That is the chief of the police and the deputy chief of police.
And you have attended Police Services Board meetings, and you probably observed as these convoy events, the protests were ongoing, the public statements and other issues raised by the Ottawa Police Services Board as they struggled with this problem.
Some of which, yes, I did view one online Police Service Board meeting. I believe it was February the 6th, but certainly had been privy to other comments that were circulating around via media and social media.
Right, and the Police Services Board, in trying to exercise its authority to ensure adequate and effective policing in the community, was applying tremendous pressure to the police service and to Chief Slowly. Do you agree? From your observation of that meeting, I've seen that one too.
From that meeting, I would agree with that. Right. That meeting, the questions that were being asked, the level of detail that was being requested, that would have been most appropriately conducted in an in-camera private session. The board has the ability to ask the chief information, but those particular questions, I felt, many of which should have been done in camera.
And you also observed, probably as this was unfolding, because it had some relevance to your role in respect of this resource request, you probably also observed the attendance by Chief Slowly at meetings of the Ottawa City Council. Or did you become aware of those?
I can't say I became specifically aware of those. I did not watch or participate in any of those meetings, but I would not be in any way, shape, or form surprised to learn that he was participating in those.
Fair. And similarly, you wouldn't be surprised to know that at the level of City Council, there was tremendous pressure on Chief Slowly in respect of the protests. That
he was going to call an occupation.
I would not be surprised at that at all. No.
And you know from what you saw at the Police Services Board, the board was demanding action effectively. When are you going to end this illegal occupation and the like? You observed that?
So I would hesitate to say that I specifically observed demanding action, but certainly observed the questions, and I've shared my opinion that I felt that should have been done in camera.
So back to the command structure, if I can, for a minute. Chiefs, you've described, have back to a municipal police service. Chief of police would have deputies, usually responsible for certain functions, organized as in this case, we've learned operations and intelligence separated between 2 deputies.
Yes, the command structure for the benefit of the commission is clearly defined in the Police Services Act as it relates to a municipal police service. There are specific ranks identified that the chief can choose to utilize. Chief, deputy chief, superintendent, inspector are the senior officer ranks, and then staff sergeants and sergeant.
Got it. And then below that, the executive command, the chief and deputies, the chain of command that you've described branches into the organization all the way down to constables with specialized services and the like. That's usually the organization.
That is usually the organizational structure, yes.
And as a police leader, you rely, and Chief Slowly would rely on those deputies and the chain of command, including subject matter experts, to provide and deliver police services.
I rely heavily upon my chain of command and police experts as a command team. We often like to refer to ourselves as. So, yes.
Got it. And they would, for example, be responsible for the development in a situation like this of plans, operational plans, in order to provide the kind of operation that we saw played out here.
Somebody other than the chief of police would be responsible for the development of that plan. Ultimately, the chief of police is responsible to ensure that there's a satisfactory plan in place that equates to adequate and effective, but a chief of police would never be writing that plan, no.
Right. And the only time, I think you mentioned this in your examination earlier this morning, that assuming that the police service has personnel with the experience and expertise to execute those directions, then a chief would rely on those people to deal with the matter. If those people lacked experience or required additional direction, then it would be appropriate for the chief to provide it. That be fair?
To provide it to the extent that they are qualified and capable of doing so, and or to request the assistance of another police service to provide that assistance.
Got it.
But they are responsible for ensuring that that level of expertise is present and available.
And if the level of expertise is not demonstrated in one or another role, the chief or a deputy chief could substitute personnel, for example, an incident commander or an event commander, as appropriate.
Yes, as appropriate, yes.
Okay. Now, a couple of things, if I can, first of all, just to go back to the time that these events unfolded, and you've talked to us and others have about the Hendon reports, and the Hendon reports have really provided, and quoting something that Chief Slowly has said, they've really filled a void in intelligence, and the OPP has, through the Intelligence Bureau, taken on the responsibility to provide intelligence that was not being provided otherwise to policing communities. Do you agree with that?
I would agree that we satisfied a need for intelligence, as Superintendent Morris had articulated in relation to Shut Down Canada movement, the Patriot movement, a need for intelligence that we saw existed in this province, and for collaboration and intelligence sharing across the country.
And I think Superintendent Morris described, not going to get the right words probably, but he told the commissioner, this isn't a silver bullet. The Hendon report provides intelligence, but it is for others to receive it and interpret it and take action as appropriate. Is that fair?
That is fair, yes.
And in respect of the Hendon reports that were produced in advance of the Freedom Convoy, as you know from your experience with your own service and observing what happened elsewhere across the province, different people took different things from the Hendon reports. Fair?
I would say the information was used differently. In some cases, it was not used. In other cases, it was not even known.
Right. In the case of Ottawa, were you aware that some members of your service had seen and understood what the Ottawa Police Service had planned for the demonstration starting on the weekend of beginning, I suppose, January 27th?
I was aware, specifically Superintendent Craig Abrams was engaged with the Ottawa Police Service and did have a level of awareness over the planning that was taking place.
Right.
Yes.
And knew more than you would be expected to know, obviously, about that matter, correct?
Correct.
He's the OPP's, as an East Region commander, he was deployed here to Ottawa in order to monitor that situation, provide whatever support was required. Fair?
Not to monitor the situation, but to lend the assistance that was required.
Right. And he was responsible for picking up the convoys that traveled through the East Region and ensuring that they were, and he described it, that OPP assets were around the convoy to make sure that their passages were safe. Is that fair?
He was part of an overall operational plan that was overseen by a major critical incident commander, Inspector Varga, and then there were various incident commanders along the way. Fair to say that Superintendent Abrams was the strategic superintendent that was overseeing the operations in East Region that had responsibility for the convoy as it traveled on the King's highways.
Right. And no consideration came to you from anyone in Ontario within your service that the
those used to be called the
should
Queen's
somehow
Highways, now
be
called the King's
stopped
Highways.
outside of the either at the Manitoba border or the Quebec border, or outside of the city of Ottawa. Is that fair?
That would not be fair. That was considered, that was discussed, but there were no provisions in law to stop that convoy anytime while en route to Ottawa. There was no way to determine that any of those participants were going to be engaged in any unlawful activity. We have a right to ensure a lawful assembly, respect the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and had there been any criminal interaction or infractions along the way, I'm confident my officers would have dealt with that.
Got it. So, and in respect of what might have been described in the Hendon report as the absence of an exit strategy or that kind of language, that would not have provided a basis for the OPP to deny the protesters the right to access the municipality. Fair?
We would not have had sufficient authorities to deny them the right to access the municipality. I think as you get closer to locations of concern, there are ample authorities in common law,
the
as
Ottawa
well as in
Police,
the Highway
the
Traffic Act,
OPP
to
would have dealt with
prevent
criminality if
access
they
to
dealt with
certain
it,
areas.
and there was
Got
no
it.
criminality, and they had a
same
right
was
to
true,
be,
obviously,
and
in
they had a right to
Windsor.
be there.
Based on what was
They simply had a right to be there.
The OPP did not ever come to the conclusion that
Lucy,
it
I'm
should
sad to say, I think he's
block
got 30.
access to the Ambassador Bridge, for example, prior to that blockade taking place.
Ambassador Bridge is actually in the jurisdiction of Windsor Police and not in OPP jurisdiction, but certainly not prior to that, and a different situation as well, not hundreds of trucks traveling at one point in time together. That was a slightly different situation, but to directly respond to your question, sir, we did not have the authorities to stop any of that movement well on the King's highways or within our jurisdiction.
Right. Even after the Ottawa protest was underway and had started by that time, I suppose, to become labeled as an occupation.
That's right. There's nothing saying that even though the Ottawa protest is on way, that does not mean that somebody wishing to engage in lawful protest should be stopped from doing so. So it's determining that demarcation point that I talked about earlier. When does it become unlawful? When does it become necessary for the police to exercise their authorities, which I believe they manage very judiciously?
A couple of quick things. I'm not going to pull up the document, but are you aware that a situation report dated January 27th from the OPP described the Ottawa Police Service as having developed a robust plan that would allow for the capacity to accommodate 3,000 commercial vehicles?
I am aware of that, and it was my understanding that Ottawa Police did have a plan to deal with the enormous amount of vehicles that were arriving.
And did you know that Superintendent Abrams knew that they were going to be allowed to go downtown?
That I did not know. No, sir.
And once the One quick thing, if I could, just in terms of the timing. Is it fair to say that some folks in the OPP felt that this would likely be over by the end of the weekend?
I can't say what folks within the OPP would have opined on. I would hesitate to say that.
I was just trying to take a shortcut, but let me help you with it. Mr. Registrar, do you mind showing us, please, OPP 4582? And when you get there, it's page 13. These are just
thank you for your
additional messages. This one from, I think, Deputy Commissioner Harkins. Should be the 27th of January, and yeah, there it's the middle blue one. Yeah, just stop there. So, and I'm not leaving aside the time of day, 27th. Do you see it says just FYI, I was to be off on a vacation. It says V day, must be vacation day tomorrow.
Yes.
But with this protest, I can't too much on the go. So I switched it to Monday.
Very sad that he couldn't get his protest.
And he was subbing out a day off on Friday for a day off on Monday.
Yes.
Do you see that? In the expectation, do you agree that whilst there would be business to do on Friday, it would probably not be interfering with his vacation on Monday?
I would not agree with that. No.
Okay.
Deputy Commissioner Harkins is indicated here. He's going to work remotely from the house in Aurelia. He had a construction project on the go where he would have had to be at another location, I believe, on the Monday. He was also not directly supervising this particular operation. As we talked about the rank structure and the distance between a command officer and operations, Deputy Commissioner Harkins is responsible for almost 6,000 people in field operations spread over 5 regions. He has other responsibilities other than this. This at this point was being managed by East Region with oversight from the Emergency Operations Center through the Major Critical Incident Commander. So long-winded way of saying, I don't find that this indicates in any way, shape, or form that he thought it would be concluded on Monday.
And who knows whether he got his vacation day Monday, might not have.
I don't know. I can't say. I somehow suspect he didn't. And
Right.
even if he tried to, I'm pretty sure I would have interfered with it.
Yeah, got it. Okay. It's because very quickly, the Ottawa Police Service was overwhelmed with this protest. Fair?
Very quickly, they were overwhelmed with this protest.
And they were never going to have had the
So-
resources themselves to
So
manage.
the talking points that the government of Canada made there, that was all pre-planned. All the media had already been tipped off that that was going to happen and that we're going to try to get that soundbite. But wait for the cross that comes up here.
They definitely required assistance.
And the resource issue was identified very early on as something that was going to be required. Is that true?
You know, I would generally, I would say yes. I think Ottawa Police can more specifically identify when that was identified, but I was aware that Ottawa Police had made provisions with other police services as well for additional resources. So OPP was not the only police service in Ottawa that first weekend and throughout. And that's where it became even more valuable to coordinate all of those resources.
And in so far as you learned, they knew they needed by the time it was said and done, I think you told us they needed around the 1,800 that Chief Slowly had identified.
Actually, in excess of 2,000. I think it's closer to 2,200. Please don't hold me to that number, but an approximate number.
And when Chief Slowly first raised the need for resources, and I think you told us you had early contact with him and consistent contact with him through the piece. Is that fair?
Yes, that would be fair.
And when he asked for those resources, the resources was it flagged with the service that those resources would have to be organized to come along to Ottawa to help out?
So not 1,700 police officers and 100 civilian members. The OPP could not facilitate that. Right. It was absolutely flagged with the service to provide the resources that we could, that were required for identified tasks. And you see the numbers build throughout the duration of the convoy that exemplify that.
Right. And the resources that were required that were set out, and my friends asked you about the table that set out specific roles and responsibilities and so on, would have allowed your I assume that got to the right people in the sense of the resource center, yes, so that they could know that those resources will be required at some point soon. Is that fair?
They started to work on amassing the availability of resources. That is fair.
And at the same time that a plan is being made, resources can be mobilized. Is that true?
Can be coordinated, and the mobilization would depend on the phase of the plan and the timing of the plan. But certainly, you ought to be starting to coordinate the availability of those resources.
And you had Chief Superintendent Party on the scene by, I think, the 8th of February.
Correct. So I received the request on the 7th of February. We assigned Chief Party the assignment that day, that evening, actually. He met with us first thing on the 8th, and then he made his way to Ottawa immediately.
And Chief Slowly had, you reviewed with us an email, I think that Chief Slowly sent to you in the first few days. I can't recall, I won't pull it up in the time that we have, but recall that he had identified some frontline officers required, and he had identified, I think, as well, some command structure that he required. Is that true?
Yes, that is true. So we had a conversation on January the 31st, and then on February the 1st, he gave me a heads up via text that a request for resources would be coming, and then I believe that formal request came on February the 2nd. Right. And it was actioned immediately. Right. And some of those resources were already on ground in Ottawa.
Right. Now, in the case of Windsor, I understand from and I won't take the time to pull the document up, but just for your reference, Commissioner, and for my friends, the witness statement of Superintendent Early, which is WTS 22, identifies that she had, oh, well, maybe I better show you just so that we have it. Please, WTS 22. And when you get there, if you could go to page 6, please. This goes to the question of when Superintendent Early got resources in relation to when her plan was finalized.
Yes.
Essentially 2 tracks there. Is that fair?
I'm not sure I understand the statement there, sir, in terms of 2 tracks.
Well, resources are being mobilized while the plan is being drawn.
Yes, as was in Ottawa. If you look at the number of resources that we had on any given day, on average 135, building up to over 400 resources on any given day.
This is really boring and
before
circular.
The plan had been
Just keep going
finalized.
back. No, I think this is 30 minutes or an hour or something.
And when we speak about a plan, we're talking really about a public order plan.
It's much more than that. The public order component is one piece of an overall operational plan.
Is it the piece that requires the most resources?
It is typically the piece that requires the most resources. I believe the initial assessment when the integrated planning team arrived to provide assistance in Ottawa was that they would require 800 public order member units, and that would require initiating requests from outside of Ontario, from other provinces to assist us.
Got it. Okay, just look please at the February, sorry, that is page 6. And there it is. See the paragraph, second paragraph at the February 10th planning meeting. Superintendent Early selected a February 12th end of day deadline. She would have received and approved Inspector Unan's public order plan, and all required resources would have arrived. So the 10th at the 10th planning meeting, very different operation Windsor, much easier than Ottawa, correct?
Different, not as complex. I hesitate to use the term easier because of
Fair.
the connectivity to all of the other activities happening nationally across the country.
I'll take complexity.
Thank you, sir.
A much less complex. Thank you. So at the planning meeting on the 10th, and I think that may have been when Superintendent Early arrived, she had already by then initiated the resource request. Is that true?
It appears as though she has, and she has also identified specific date in which the plan would be operationalized. So there would need to be significant amount of detail in terms of how many resources we required on what date and for what anticipated duration.
Right.
And I believe they were estimating a 2 to 4 day duration on this event.
Some of those resources came from Ottawa.
My understanding is there were 2 public order sections of the Royal
I
Canadian
can't do that,
Mounted
Diane.
Police.
I have to stay here
that
in case
did
something crazy comes up.
reposition from Ottawa to Windsor. I do not believe that there was a single OPP officer that was moved from Ottawa to Windsor. And in fact, our numbers increased by almost 200, I believe, between the 12th and the 14th in Ottawa.
Right.
We also had to rely upon public order units from other jurisdictions, London, for example. So this is where the public order hub that we activated on February the 8th formalized. They were able to analyze and determine what public order units were required when to mitigate what threats within what time period.
Understood. It was RCMP assets that moved from Ottawa to Windsor.
That is my understanding, yes.
Mine too. Could we go to page 9, please? Second paragraph. This is just to see, just a little bit up, please. Thank you. Do you see it says Superintendent Early discussed the relationship between requesting resources and planning? When she took command February 9th, I was wrong. It's the 9th, not the 10th. Windsor Police Service did not know the specific numbers and types of officers it required, and that the on-the-ground situation on February 9th dictated bringing in additional frontline and traffic officers to ensure public and officer safety. OPP accordingly sent as many officers as possible.
As we did in Ottawa. So you will recall from Superintendent Abrams' message, we initially deployed frontline officers to assist with traffic management and traffic points. That started with 18 officers, that built to 30, and then when it built to 60, it went beyond the capacity of East Region, and we started moving resources from around the province, and that was done in the absence of an overarching operational plan to bring an end to the demonstration. So very similar situations.
Yeah. In those, I'm going to move, I've only got a few more minutes. I'm going to just move really quick if I can to the plan, the operational plan, and this question about whether Chief Slowly had impeded the finalization of the plan. You had some dealings with him throughout, you've told us.
Yes.
And with Commissioner Lucky. If I could show you, please, OPP 4580. And Mr. Registrar, when you get there, could you go to page 109, please? Just while that's coming up, Commissioner, there were, as you were receiving information from a lot of different people, right? Some of it turned out not to be reliable. That be fair?
In terms of relationships within the Ottawa Police Service, or just in general?
Yes. Well, I could say in general, but take your example. There were a lot of rumors circulating around that turned out not to be true about Chief Slowly's attitude towards this issue or that issue.
Well, we've heard a lot of testimony. We've heard a lot of testimony that his attitude maybe wasn't so very good
to get things corrected. Is that true?
Where I felt appropriate, I was not also going to be bothering the chief with rumors that I did not think were relevant or were impeding or hindering the operational progress, compromising officer or community safety.
Right. One of the problems that you observed, you agree with me about this, that in a number of areas, owing probably to the unique nature of this event, Chief Slowly's ability to deliver a solution here was impeded by rumors and and unreliable information. Can I give you an example?
Yes, please.
The 1,500, the miscommunication about 1,500 OPP officers on the ground caused, I think you told us, it caused an unfortunate, caused
Can we have somebody else
issues
go?
for Chief Slowly, because
Can
he
we have-
then
can
had
we
to
hear from
answer
another
to
narrative?
people as to why he wasn't making effective use of
6
1,500
hours and 20
OPP
minutes, this is
officers.
too much
Yes.
for one
And
narrative.
that turned out to be an unfortunate situation.
Yes.
Equally, the idea that on the 5th of February, the government of Canada, in whatever that means, because the note isn't so obvious, I suppose, had lost confidence in Chief Slowly by February the 5th, made it more challenging for him to succeed. Is that fair?
It was definitely challenging.
And he had a lot of one of the things that you talked to us about was Superintendent Abrams' comment that Chief Slowly's estimate of the number of resources that he needed had been the result of simply a random doubling of the actual number he needed. That turned out not to be correct.
That turned out not to be correct. Whether the statement was made or not, I have to accept Superintendent Craig Abrams at his word, and Chief Slowly can confirm or deny that. But we certainly determined that the number was not far off what was required.
And I won't trouble you with what the record is about that, but
Yes.
suffice it to say, it might have operated in the minds of others. I appreciate it didn't operate in your mind. You disregarded it, but others might have imagined that there was something unreliable about the number. Is that fair?
That is fair.
And it would be unfortunate if they had.
Yes.
Real quick, you see this this is February the 12th. This is a text message from you to the deputy, just updating him. And if we take Mr. Van Nieuwenhuis's calculation, we back that off. That's about 4:58 on the 12th. Do you see that?
Yes.
Chief Slowly has accepted the plan. Hope to have it signed tonight.
Correct. Yes.
And you had that directly, I suppose, from Chief Slowly. Is that fair?
No, that would have either been through Deputy Commissioner Harkins or through Chief Superintendent Carson Party.
Okay.
So at this point, Chief Party is the primary contact with Chief Slowly there to support him.
Okay. So that at least from the afternoon, late afternoon of the 12th, so far as the OPP was concerned, the plan was approved by Chief Slowly, or at least there wasn't any further requirement for him to do anything about it.
Correct.
Now, can I ask you, please, to look at OPS 14454, just to get your help with a couple of other things.
Just gonna keep going. Very sad.
We're out of time, as you know.
Thank God.
So,
Thank you.
Thank you. And your time. What point did you
Oh,
make
thank
then?
goodness. Thank goodness.
That was torturous.
Yeah, that was long. Don't expect anything quick from someone named Slowly.
I have taken us to the wrong document, Mr. Oh, no, I have not. I guess
We're out of time. Anyway.
Page 164.
Same one. The national the National Post published an article about Brian making fun of him, calling him a side street. I knew who they were talking about when I read it.
And
about Dirksen?
Yes. It's
no way.
It's in the leader. This is the Regina news protest from Russell.
I haven't seen it yet.
It's from Russell Vandersky talking about Brian being a side show. They have no comments on this article.
There it is. Thank you. Just scroll down if you don't mind.
Not a single comment.
Just up a little bit, please.
I'll send it to you.
Chief is Chief Slowly.
Sorry, sir. Whose notes are these?
These are scribe notes from a meeting that you had with Carson Party and Chief Slowly, Commissioner Lucky, I think, and a number of other people.
On what date? Sorry. It
12th,
started.
of 12th,
Okay,
12th in
thank
the
you.
afternoon.
Thank you.
But I think essentially it is the plan approval discussion. So I'm
Could maybe
I'm going
speed it
to-
up, considering we're out of time, Council. Slowly. Council for
Thank
Mr.
you,
Slowly.
Commissioner.
Thank you
He
very
acts
much.
like he owns the place. I can't wait for the cross-examination for the contradictions raised today.
Thank you. I think next, well, we can take the morning break.
The morning break? Holy, these
now
people
or
are on
a bit
another planet.
later. I think there's a sense we should.
We can take the
it now.
morning break at 4 p.m.
So we'll take a 15-minute break.
They're on another planet, man.
They're running on UTC.
Yeah, let me explain to you what UTC is.
Yeah. Universal Coordinated Time. UTC is Universal Coordinated Time.
Let me
Used in,
explain to you what it is.
it's also known as Zulu or Greenwich Mean Time.
I can't believe, I'm so thankful. I just want somebody to come on who has another.
Phoebe, would you care to comment?
Something actual. Oh, everybody in the chat go, oh. How are we supposed to argue with that? I cannot hear you, Daisy.
There's too much going on for Phoebe to look.
There's too much going on.
She's keeping an eye on things, though. See? There we go.
She's very fascinated. I know where you are. I know where you are instantly by just seeing the.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. We're coming by a well-known, actually. We are just about to pass by a famous location.
I know exactly where you are. You're on Coventry.
Here we go. Yes, Coventry Road.
I knew you were there just by the buildings. I am sorry, you're on the Vanier Park. You're on the Vanier Parkway. That's Coventry.
Yes. The dog's in the way. Dog out of the way.
I thought you were going the other way.
Yeah, no, we're going, and then we just passed RCMP on our left.
Yes, that was back there. Watch out, there's a car coming very close.
Yeah. You are live as we pass by the famous Coventry Road. That's BB the Freedom Doggo.
Well, it's the other way. You're going northbound right now on the Vanier Parkway.
Yeah, stop doxing me.
Sorry, I'm just too expert. I have too much Ottawa expertise.
Yeah. All right, there you go.
I know the city like the back of my hand. I know it all.
So we should get some cross-examination here for a couple hours, maybe?
Oh, fuck. Don't remind me.
Well, it could be better than this. It was dry. Some of that was pretty dry.
It was, but the government of Canada, because basically the government of Canada, what I missed it, but what they did is he quoted his exact statement that he made to Parliament, and that's what he did. And then the commissioner said, "Are you telling me a statement almost exactly as I had said it?" And he said, "Yes." And he's like, "Are you asking me as a question or if I agree with it?" He's like, "You are under oath." That's when he said that. And then
I have you under oath, so I'm going to have you repeat it, basically.
And then exactly. And
are you asking me or telling me? That's basically what it was.
Like,
it
was the government. Like, he was so flustered. Did you see him?
Oh, yeah.
He was
he lost flustered. It after that.
His head was down. His hands were in his face. He was sighing. He was all over the place. Ambulance. He lost his mind. And he was so he went for the Hail Mary, right? He went for the Hail Mary.
Yeah, and then he tried to get his soundbite at the end there, but too little, too late, my friend.
And guess what? Like I said, the MSM articles were fired off. They were ready to go. There was at least 3 that I could find since that he said
away.
That. So they were up.
Yeah,
they were up already.
So that was the whole point, to try to get the salvage soundbite, ignore everything else, ignore all the relevant facts, talk in circles for hours, politic, and then put one out of place soundbite.
The government of Canada's case is so bad. They are just and the media.
They haven't made any case whatsoever.
Exactly, and they're so desperate for anything that validates the terrible stance they took against everything, and there's nothing, and they're desperate for it. They need it so bad.
Yeah, and we've heard on multiple ways that there was plans in place. The unified command, so that would be OPS, OPP, and RCMP had an actionable plan that they had in place. They had the authority to go ahead with the plan, and they were going to go ahead with the plan regardless of whether or not the Emergency Act was invoked. We've also heard lots of talk about tow trucks. So there were 34 tow trucks that were either already in Ottawa or on their way to Ottawa. Many of them already had decals on them to cover up who owned them or whatnot. They had police stickers on them, and those vehicles were going to be used. They didn't require the Emergencies Act to get those vehicles, and they had powers under both city and provincial emergency measures. So there's all kinds of things.
So they're saying there was a national security threat. He said there was a national security threat, but he also said that he agrees with his Provincial Operations Intelligence Bureau, who he called the foremost subject matter expert on intelligence in Ontario policing, Director of POIB, Patrick Morris.
I think it's important to make the point that just because a national security threat exists doesn't mean that you need an Emergencies Act. Like, I mean, if you were to ask intelligence experts right now, is there a national security threat that exists in Canada? I would imagine there is of some sort,
but
right? But that doesn't mean we need an Emergency Act, and that's not the question at hand. It didn't say that these people he didn't say any individuals were particular threats. He didn't name any groups that were threats. He didn't say that the convoy was a threat.
Well, there were 4 outlaw bikers in Kappa's case.
Oh, 4. Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean,
remember when the government said that?
Well, you can make how many outlaw bikers are in Ontario right now? Like, or bikers in any city in Ontario right now? More than 4, probably, in most. So we can make that statement about a lot of places and it be true.
So he's saying that. So he did give the government their soundbite, but trust me, this is going to come up in cross, because he also testified today under oath to the same commission under the same oath that he agrees with his subject matter expert Pat Morris, and Patrick Morris said that there is no credible or materialized threat to anyone or anything or any place or at all.
Yes, person, place, or thing.
Yep. So with him, he's giving extremely contradictory statements here, even if he's giving them lightly. So this is definitely going to be a focus of the cross. Yeah,
and I mean there was that contradictory testimony is an issue for numerous people here now. And
he's been summoned to Parliament for it.
Yeah, and there's also been times where we could see that was it the council, the commission council yesterday that was getting she was getting very, very frustrated with the way that the answers were coming across for certain people. So
yes, the commission that was a commissioner councillor was having enough of that OPS's superintendent's attitude and wanted facts. But now we come back to a new day and we have this other commission councillor who seems to be back to towing the government narrative line. Like he's leaning towards the government's narrative.
Well, he's trying his best, but I mean, if that's the best he could do, he's in big trouble, and so is the government. So is the federal government.
So Carrique says he agrees there was no blah, blah, blah. In totality, there were national security threats, blah, 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 blah. Already said he agrees with Morris. Morris testified no credible materialized threat. You're turning on MacArthur by the appearance of it.
Stop doxing me. I have to turn off my camera.
I know the city like the back of my hand. Like literally, I know the city better than most of the councillors. I know the city better than most people.
Okay, I'm turning off my camera.
But I've spent a lot of time in Ottawa. It is my birthplace.
Oh, this place is fantastic.
The place of my birth. Oh, you're going to buy Louis Pizza. You're talking about Louis, aren't you?
Stop talking, John.
Louis does make great pizza, and I'm not associated with them at all, so don't go after them. They're great people.
Actually, during early on in COVID, you could get like pizza boxes or whatever. So you go get dough and you get sauce and cheese and stuff, and you could go and make your own pizzas. And that was kind of an adventure you could have while the world was locked down.
That was
you had to line up outside for them, but
that was an adventure you could have. Well, you know what? It was some respite, I guess.
Yeah, well, it was better than not having it, right? But it's silly that was the only fun that was possible back then.
Somebody said your dog's beautiful. Boom.
Hold it down for a sec, John. I got to do some things.
Oh, yeah, for a sec. You've been gone most of the time, but you know, it's okay. It's okay.
You can be gone tomorrow.
I am. I'm going to be gone on any day I need to be gone, which is sad. But tomorrow's like one of the main days. It's like when it's like the time I missed Top coming to Ottawa. Oh, did you hear Top got 4 more charges for prejudice to to the order of good discipline or something? Same counts. 4 more. 4 more counts of the same charge. James Top got them. I think Dacey's gone. Oh well. How do I remove you from this? There. Do that. And do that. Okay, good. Perfect. So, yeah, Dacey was telling me about that. It's sad. So, no, I'm telling Dacey about it. James Top has been charged with 4 new counts of the same charge. He had 2 previous for conduct. It's a really long charge name. It's like bad action, bad conduct to the order of good discipline or something. I don't know. it's prejudice to the behavior of something or other. And you typically, the punishment for that is a $500 fine. Maximum punishment is dismissal from Her Majesty's or His Majesty's service. Let's see if that's not going to happen. The 4 new counts allege because he was wearing his, he was formerly a member of the PPCLI, Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry, which is one of, and he had done tours of Afghanistan with them as PPCLI, currently a member of the reserves, I forget with who, but he was wearing, when he set off on his march back in, I believe, February or March, I think it was February, and he was in BC, he was wearing his uniform from the PPCLI. So they're charging him for wearing his PPCLI uniform. That's what those charges are for. It's unreal. It's unreal. It's unreal how far they're going to go, how petty they are, how like vindictive they are. This is the government literally hunting the people who disagree with them, and the people nonetheless who put their lives on the line. Like, how many tours does James have? He's, you know, he did some serious service over there. He did combat service, right? It wasn't a support role. He was in combat. So, and people have come after me before for saying that for other people, but it's true. It's like so he wore his PPCLI uniform. You're going to kick him out of the military and remove his pension and everything else because of that? You're going to have to come up with a damn good case for doing that. I mean, because the last people who got that same charge and were convicted of it, they got like a $500 fine, which is the typical disciplinary route for that. So he's got 6 counts of the same charge, if I recall correctly. And so he's already opted to go to court-martial, so he's going to court-martial for it. Yeah, they charged him just after his march. Well, the news broke just after his march ended. So that brings him to 6 counts of whatever it is. Oh, garbage.
I ran out of data again. I'll be back soon.
Hear that James Top got 4 new charges?
I did see that earlier. Hold on, no, I just got to buy some more data here, and I'll be back in a minute.
So he's facing 6 counts. That's correct. So I was correct on the number of charges. He's facing 6 counts of conduct. So the charge is 6 count of conduct to the prejudice of good order and discipline. And the charges relate to him wearing his uniform from the PPCLI, which I assume would mean like the vision badge or the different insignias and such on his uniform. That he was not by good conduct. And it seems like his commanding officer just hates him, because I believe these charges are all being laid by his commanding officer. Like, I don't believe this is a military judicial process. I believe it's his commanding officer and his reserve unit laying these charges against him. I believe that's how it works, if I'm incorrect about that. Do you concur with that, Dacey? Is that how it's working?
I'm not sure who's actually laying the charges, but I did read about the 4 new charges. And I guess it's important to note, so it's brought up sometimes that like he's going to court-martial. So that court-martial is by his decision. He wanted to court-martial.
The other option would have been to go to his commanding officer, which I believe, and let the commanding officer decide unilaterally.
So the reason that the court-martial is wanted, from my understanding, is that this way he's allowed to present evidence. He's allowed to do all kinds of things that will end up on the record. So in that case, it'll be I guess a way to get this story and the proper evidence.
Hello, Montreal
brought
Road.
Forward. Yes.
So sorry, you got to turn your camera off. You can't hide Ottawa from me, baby. You can't hide it from me, baby. I know where. I'm on the move. I'm on the move after evil coffee. We should be almost done with break soon. Yeah. So James Top, man. 6
maybe you can put up our plugs here if you can real quick before the break is over, as I just incurred another expensive data cost.
Yeah, so Dacey is like literally eating data. If you could like consider sending a coffee, buymeacoffee.com/Patriot Smoothie, or you can e-transfer us to directly to Dacey, which we share, which is daceymedia@gmail.com. Thank you so much for your considered support.
Thank you. And we will be here regardless. I might just get a little choppy if my data gets capped. I'll be back in a few minutes, John.
Good luck. Good luck. The house. So
I don't need luck, my friend. Don't need luck.
The house.
Top house, everyone.
The house. Okay, well, I'm going to take a quick breather. See you soon.
I'll keep an eye on things. I just won't be on camera.
So you're going to hear evidence eventually from some of the protesters when they eventually testify that some of the ones that were arrested upon their release, they were essentially kidnapped by OPS officers, driven out of town in the middle of February winter by OPS officers, and left in various rural areas and parking lots outside of town with no shelter or resources. Are you aware of that?
No, because I don't know the specifics of what they're speaking about. We did have remote arrest processing sites, not in rural Ottawa, in the south end of Ottawa, in a residential mixed commercial area where they were protest and then released to be able to find transportation to wherever they needed to go.
Right. So one of the areas, there was several, as I understand. One of them was a municipal parking lot where the trucks were being towed to.
That's correct. That's
Right.
in the south end.
Right. And that parking lot doesn't have a building you drop them off at. It doesn't have a phone. It doesn't have any of that, does it?
So I don't know what the logistics at the building were. Released to be able to find transportation to wherever they needed to go.
One of them was a municipal parking lot where the trucks were being towed to.
That's correct. That's
Right.
in the south end.
Right. And that parking lot doesn't have a building you drop them off at. It doesn't have a phone. It doesn't have any of that, does it?
So I don't know what the logistics at the building were.
Bullshit.
Okay, we're going back. I hopped on the bicycle for a second there. I like to ride my bicycle.
Bicycle, bicycle.
This is unreal. I'm missing slowly, just like I missed James Topp's arrival. That was the saddest day of my life. All you guys all together.
Yeah, it's really too bad you missed that. That was incredible.
All you guys together.
That was one of the most incredible moments of my life, honestly.
Thanks for saying that. And I didn't
Well, it was
forget-
unreal. I marched backwards for like miles at the end too. Like I watched his eyes as they came around the corner. He's watching up and he focused in, man. I was right there, like right on the corner at the front, man. It was unreal. And then when he put his hand on the tomb, I was literally feet away. I almost fell over. I was over a couple.
You almost fell over. That's great.
Oh, dude, I was kneeling and I still almost fell over.
The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Okay, just before we continue, I just want to, for the record, I should have noted it when the matter came up in questioning from Mr. Curry, he made reference to the witness statement of Superintendent Early.
Nope.
And for the
Met
record,
John,
that
post-conference.
statement will not be marked as an exhibit until Superintendent Early comes to testify. So just so the media and public don't look for it on the website, our practice is if we're calling the witness, it normally will not be made public until the witness adopts. So with that,
There's the email address for
decision,
those asking.
I think I'm now calling on the Ottawa Police Service. Okay, so there's been a trade, fine.
We have a substitution.
None of
And
those
are there
are-
future considerations? Okay, so
Future-
just
future
so I'm clear,
considerations, what a guy.
You're giving up your time to the city?
No, I'll clarify.
Okay.
We've agreed to swap. I just have a couple clarifications that I anticipate being quite brief, and I will cede the remainder of my time, should there be any, which I hope there is, to my friend, counsel for the Ottawa Police Service.
Okay.
So it's Alyssa Tompkins, for the record, counsel for the City of Ottawa. As I said, Commissioner, just a couple of little precisions, not much from us today. So just in terms of the number of resources on the ground, I'm just going to take you to the witness summary for Superintendent Abrams. This one is in evidence. So it's WTS 6013.
I don't remember. I don't recall. Really?
And it'll be page 9.
That's a real song. I gotta look
Clerk.
that up real quick.
We're gonna get nailed for the copyright strike. We're not careful.
Yeah, stop.
So if we
Yeah,
could
with our
just slow
terrible
down a
off
bit.
key, off note, off everything, you know.
And Commissioner,
Well,
if
Sue,
you
I think that
see in
Dacey's
the
in some
paragraph
wild
starting
public
with
place,
after
to be
the
honest with
February
you.
9th meeting,
If I have to be
when we
honest.
get to, I think it's a very long sentence. So the second
Yes, it's called
sentence on
Vanya.
February 14th,
Wild public
OPP
place.
support to OPS had increased from 60 officers per day to 150 per day. On February 15th, Superintendent Abrams was informed that 400 additional OPP members would arrive by February 17th. So just in terms of the resources on the ground, do you have any basis to contradict Superintendent Abrams here?
Not to contradict, but I have been made available to me specific numbers of resources and various charts, which are not necessarily consistent with that. And if it's permissible to the commissioner, I'd be more than happy to share those through future evidence.
Okay, I don't think much turns on it. We just wanted to track that. Are those charts, were they provided to your counsel?
I don't think it matters, but I want to know.
Okay, well, I'll assume that your counsel is going to deal with this issue. We just want to know what the numbers are, like I said, whose evidence to prefer. So we'll leave that to your counsel to clarify and explain whether or not these numbers are accurate. So one more small precision.
Yes.
In terms of the letter from the mayor and Chair Deans, I don't think I need to bring it up. You recall which letter we're talking about, the one to the Solicitor General.
Yes, I do.
We just wanted to clarify. So when a copy of that letter was forwarded to you, is that the first time you had received the request from Chief Slowly?
I believe so. So we had spoken. I knew there was a request coming, but that was the only formal request that I had received in relation to the 1800. Chief Slowly had made previous requests of me informally and formally, and I think entered as an exhibit into these proceedings have been the
I'm listening to this
communication
Peter
from February
Gabriel
the
song.
2nd.
Okay, but in terms of the sort of larger ask, you did not receive a letter from Chief Slowly that reflected the same ask
Black
as
Tesla,
is
2
in
points.
the
Nope.
letter that the mayor and Chair
Boy.
Dean sent to the Solicitor General.
No, I did not receive 2 copies of the same letter or what would resemble a similar request.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you so much, Commissioner.
Thank you.
That's
Okay,
Ottawa Police.
to the Ottawa
Comes next.
Police Service?
Good afternoon, Commissioner. My name is David Michikowski. I
Good
appear
afternoon.
for the Ottawa Police Service. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Not too badly, thanks. I want to talk about the Hendon reports, and I understand from your evidence that you're very familiar with those reports.
Yes, I hesitate to say I'm very familiar. Sounds like a leading question, Councillor.
That's what we aim for.
Yes.
The amount of information that the OPP obtained about the convoy and its plans for Ottawa, I take it was something that evolved with time. Is that fair?
Yes, it evolved with time. It was a constant process of collecting the information, analyzing it, and disseminating it, which is all part of the intelligence process.
And so if we looked at, we know that the first reference to the convoy coming was on January 13th. But at that point, there was little known about it. In fact, even the dates of arrival in Ottawa were not yet known. Is that right?
I would like to refer to the intelligence report to say specifically what was in there, but that was the first formal communication through Hendon about the convoy.
Okay. And so as time passed, I think more information became known, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And so on January 20th, I understand there was still more information, but at that point, there were no numbers with respect to the number of demonstrators or vehicles. Is that right?
I can't say that there were no numbers with respect to demonstrators or vehicles. I wouldn't categorize them as demonstrators at that point in time. Numbers would have been in relation to the number of vehicles in the convoy. So if that information was available, it would have been contained in there.
And so I can call it up, although I think
Certainly.
It's already in the record, but if you'd like to see the January 20th one, I can.
I have no reason to dispute it. I just can't say for certainty without having it in front of me.
Okay. And as the convoy grew closer to Ottawa, there was more information obtained, and the type of information and the reliability of the information also changed, correct?
I wouldn't say that it changed as much as it evolved. And I believe on the January 20th Hendon report, there was information about it being a long-term, no exit plan.
Oh, did you hear about this?
Unresolvable requests were being made. So there was a substantial amount of information in that report.
That's something.
And so there's a
fact that they're gonna
constant
support him no matter
evolution,
what.
correct?
Correct, yes.
It's unreal.
And so when I looked at the Hendon reports on January 22nd and 23rd, for instance, the information that I see there will be more current than the information I see on the 13th or the 20th, correct?
That is correct. It would be more current, but you cannot dismiss the information you've received previously. One Hendon report does not replace a previous report.
Right, but sometimes there's contradictory information. Something is in one Hendon report that is not in another, or there's different information because
Contradictory
there's social
information
media
is
that's
something
being
that we know a lot
monitored
about.
in those reports, correct?
There can be new information in those reports, yes.
And so I see, sir, that on January 23rd
Yeah, Gabe,
is
I
actually
looked it up and
the
I did
first
listen to
time
it. I was
that,
like, wow, that's funky.
We learn in the Hendon reports of an arrival
I don't
date in
remember.
Ottawa of the 28th, which is the Friday.
I don't recall.
Do you recollect that?
That's the dance of the commission.
I can't say that I recollect that without having the Hendon report in front of me. As you've identified, they're coming out on a daily basis. So I hesitate to say specifically what was in what report to that level of detail.
Yeah, I
but
know that.
happy
We
to
don't play
review it
it.
if you'd like to show it to me, sir.
Okay, well, it is in the record, so I don't
Your
want
dancing's
to,
fine though, John.
waste
On
time
what?
by
Okay.
taking you
You may
to
continue
it.
dancing.
But
I may
what
continue.
I understand
I'll be.
is that the very first time we see an indication of
We gotta
numbers
do the
in the
hammer dance.
convoy
Got to get my
is
friend
on
Budditch busting
January
on here
21st.
to do the dancing and just to
I'm
sit on
sorry.
a box
and
and
those
do
are
a
very
dance.
preliminary numbers.
Sit right up there and go.
And so if you can accept that you do
Yeah, we need Budditch
recall
busting
that
in
there
here.
was a delay.
Oh, when Trudeau comes on, we should
until
ask him to do the
numbers
day and just
of
stand up there
vehicles in the
dancing the whole
convoy
day.
became known. Is that correct?
Or
I
get a
would
loop
not
of 'em
agree
doing
to categorizing that as a delay. Once that information was known, that information would have been disseminated.
Sure, I'm not suggesting, I apologize, I'm not suggesting that there's any fault. I'm just saying you get more information as you get closer in time and the information evolves, right?
That is correct, yes.
And so I see that on when numbers do appear, and there's some more numbers in the Hendon report on January 26, I see there's always a caveat that you can't be certain about the numbers. That's something that's unknown at this point and can constantly change, correct?
That would be subject to constant change, and at various points throughout the travels of the convoy as they went through OPP jurisdictions, there were other products produced over and above Hendon reports. There were situational reports that would have been shared at a command level, made available to East Region, and therefore at the point of integrating in any form or fashion, I would hope would have been made available to Ottawa Police as well. So I just wouldn't want to leave you with the impression that Hendon was the only source of information or interoperability.
And so what I see when I looked at the January 26th Hendon report is I see something called intelligence gaps. And an intelligence gap means you don't have information about the subject matter. It's listed in under intelligence gap, correct?
That is correct. And I believe Superintendent Pat Morris did a nice job of explaining what an intelligence gap is. It's where information is being sought to create a clearer picture.
And so what I see on the January 26th Hendon report is there is an intelligence gap as to plans for departing. And so what that means is there is no information about whether they're staying or whether they're leaving or when they're staying until, correct?
I guess they're going to have a 30-minute as well?
I would hesitate to say that that is correct. I believe there was information contained previously in the Hendon reports that there was no date that they would be leaving and that there was a commitment to staying long-term. The specific dates, no, were not identified, but there was evidence or there was information that was available to indicate this would be more than a weekend.
Well, I think you've just agreed with me that an intelligence gap means you don't have information about it. So I'm happy to turn up the January 26th one just so that you can see where I'm taking that from, okay?
Absolutely, and I think it would be helpful to reference any previous Hendon reports that may have indicated what they knew at that time.
Okay, I wonder if we could, just because we—
He's like, I'll bring it up if you want. He's like, sure, and bring up all this other stuff.
400811.
Oh man, I just wish they would stop and get some time. Hey, is that the mural of...
I was waiting how long to see. Yeah, I was going to ask you how long it took you about 40, not even 30 seconds to identify the mural that's not even visible. There it is. George P. Vanier.
And so
he walked with a cane and he was a badass.
Towards,
there we go. No ableism here.
He's the hero of the World War, man.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Perfect, thank you.
He was a
and so you'll
respected
see
military.
intelligence gaps.
There's a lot of cool stuff around here, actually.
That's what Vanier's named after. It's named after George Vanier. That's George with an S. Georges Vanier's
plans for departing Ottawa.
Correct.
Okay, so that tells us we don't know when they are
General Vanier
departing Ottawa. We don't
Governor
know
General
whether
as well?
It's Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
That's exactly where
1959 to 1967.
And in fact, it's actually, we don't see the color
of the
Governor
General
version.
Yes.
There are certain things that are shown as priority intelligence gaps, which means
actually, Donna, he was caught up in political pressure with the GOC earlier. He gave them a soundbite,
so
but
you
we're
would
going to hear some
agree
cross
with
about
me
it.
that the last bullet, the gap as to the plan for departing Ottawa, what you don't have information about, is not a priority, correct?
I can't say that that is not a priority. No, I would not agree with that.
Okay, so we don't unfortunately have but my understanding is the bold print is what is in red. And so I'm simply suggesting that the print, the last bullet, which is not bolded, was not shown as a priority intelligence gap.
If that is the case, I will take your word for it.
Okay.
I'll take your word for it. Christ.
And I take it from this Hendon report there's no indication that some are staying or some are leaving or some may be staying for a period of time and some may be staying for longer. We don't find that in this Hendon report, do we?
Well, I would have to reference the report. You're asking me to comment on the content of a report that I can't see the content of, so I hesitate to do that, sir.
Okay. Let me move on. There was an email, if we could turn it up, please. It's OPP 401007.
How much time does he get? 30 minutes?
I don't know. He has also the time yielded by the city of Ottawa.
So an hour, I guess?
Yeah, possibly an hour, yeah. I wonder too, like he's bringing up stuff that's not in the report.
And
are we going to
so
start bringing up
that's
all
an
the things that
email
aren't in the
on,
reports now
the
too? Because we'll be here a
28th.
while.
Yes.
If you just want to scroll down to the bottom, from Deputy Commissioner Cox. Deputy Commissioner Cox reports to you, is that correct?
That is correct, he does.
And so Deputy Commissioner Cox says on the 28th, which is on the Friday, that there's been great collaboration among our Intelligence Bureau units, as well as with our policing partners along the route to Ottawa. And the established integration and cooperation between the RCMP, Ottawa Police, Sûreté du Québec, Parliamentary Protection Services, and the OPP, along with the planning undertaken by the OPS, have positioned us well to maintain safety and security throughout the weekend, correct?
That's what he has cited, yes, sir.
Right, and then if you scroll up, Superintendent Morris is the one who's in charge of intelligence at the OPP, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And so I believe that what Superintendent Morris does is he concurs with that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
So as a point of context, I think it's important to note that Deputy Commissioner Chuck Cox is solely overseeing the POIB initiative in this, the Provincial Operational Intelligence Bureau,
Carrique
and he would be
clarifies some of
referencing
his
to
earlier
the integration and
contravening
information sharing taking place
contradictory
across
statements.
intelligence units, and he would not be inferring to any of the other operational entities that he would not have any insight
I got to get
into.
up so early tomorrow.
And as I understand it, the OPP had individuals
I gotta make
embedded
the summary
at
video.
the NCRCC in the days leading up to the arrival of the convoy.
That's correct, sir, yes.
The days are too
And
long.
would
They
have been
go on
working
and
side
on.
by side with the Ottawa Police, the RCMP.
The OPP's lawyer is going to get it.
etc.
The OPP's counsel
I'm
is
not
going to
sure
get
how
time.
they were situated in there, but
sure
they
of
were
it.
certainly there to ensure that the deployment of our resources were done in accordance with our operational
His job is
objectives
to
and
make the
lend
Ottawa
whatever
police look
support
better.
was necessary.
And to make it
And
look like the
your,
OPP is responsible for giving them insufficient
officers,
intelligence
would have also
to
been
warn them about. I went over
integrated
all of
into
this in my
the,
summaries.
JIG, the Joint
The
Intelligence
big
Group.
pictures.
You would have to
We'll
ask
cut through
that
the
of
crap and we
Superintendent Pat
get to
Morris
what
as to
actually
specifically where the
So watch
officers
those
were
summary
positioned.
videos
I'd
because we really
hesitate
cut
to
through
mislead
the
you with not knowing that
hours
for
of
certain.
crap
Okay.
to get to what actually was said and the meaning.
You would assume
What is it-
that
where are they
the
actually doing?
individuals at the NCRCC would be, who are working together, would be sharing information with each other.
I would assume if they're working together, they're sharing information. But if you're citing specifically intelligence reports, these are going directly into the Ottawa Police Service, directly into identified members of Ottawa Police, directly into the intelligence unit within Ottawa Police. It would not be the responsibility of an OPP officer sitting in the National Capital Region Command Center who has other responsibilities outside of intelligence to ensure that Ottawa Police is in receipt of this intelligence and has actioned it.
My understanding, sir, and I take it you won't disagree with me because you simply don't know, is that the information was then fed up into the JIG.
I will take your advice on that. If you have that information, I can't disagree with that.
And I take it that the OPP recognizes the right to peaceful protest.
Absolutely, sir, yes.
And although there's a recognition as well that peaceful protest can result in severe inconvenience for residents of a city and a neighborhood.
It can, yes.
And significant traffic disruption.
peaceful protests can result in significant traffic disruption, yes.
And Superintendent Cox noted, and I won't take you to the document.
Sorry, sir, if I can, Superintendent Cox or Deputy Commissioner Cox or Superintendent Morris. I just want to make sure I'm orientating myself to the right individual.
Sure. I gather in the document that I think Mr. Curry took you to, we saw that the OPP was of late receiving requests for intelligence and open source information on societal actors, and many of those are social movements that diverge from the mainstream. And there was some concern expressed about requests for information that did not relate to intelligence operations. Do you recall that?
I do recall that, yes.
And the concern was potential targets who may not be engaging in criminal actions, but oppose government policy and engage in protest.
Yes.
And so we have to distinguish. There are those individuals who are not engaged in criminal activities, but support peaceful protests. The OPP would support their right to exercise their right to protest.
If involved, we would certainly facilitate the lawful right to protest.
And certainly the information that was available prior to the arrival of the convoy was that by and large, it was expected to be peaceful, correct?
There were comments about potential weapons. There were reference to civil war, but there was nothing that empowered anyone to take enforcement action prior to the convoy arriving in Ottawa.
Right, there was a need to address those sort of fringe elements, and in fact, that was planned for. There was a POU plan. The OPP was available to assist in case there was going to be a January 6th type event.
We did have public order assets on ground. And the extent of a public order plan, I'm not certain, but we did have public order assets on ground, as did other municipal police services in the aid to Ottawa, yes.
And we therefore expected that the rest of the protesters were going to be, for the most part, peaceful.
Can't say that we would expect that the rest of the protesters. I'm not sure if you're referring to those that we had concerns about as a possible fringe movement.
No, I'm talking about we had plans for the fringe movements and for lone actors.
Okay.
But for the most part, the intelligence that was coming was that the majority, it was expected to, were professing to be espousing peaceful objectives.
Certainly the contact that was had between PLT and those that they perceived to be protest organizers were indicating that it would be peaceful.
Sure. And because it was expected to be peaceful, you wouldn't stop them from coming. Is that fair?
We would not stop anyone that we didn't have lawful authority to, meaning that we would have to have reasonable and probable grounds that they were about to or had committed a criminal offense.
They hadn't committed a criminal offense coming across Ontario. Period. End of discussion. They hadn't.
The right to freely travel about our country and from province to province is a charter enshrined right.
To all OPP members.
We're talking about farfadas to the group of 50-year-old
of the chain smokers. Operational deployments. You referred to the need in Ottawa for unprecedented resource deployments, and you described Ottawa as an ever-evolving major event. And I take it you would agree with that characterization?
Oh, yes, I would.
Can I ask that we turn up, please, OPP
for the love of God, please do something more productive than this.
401550. And so if we can just scroll down, please, to page 2 of 4. And if we can continue to scroll down, please. Thank you. Or just go up a bit. just a little bit further up. Thanks very much. And so
Thank you very much.
sorry, if we just want to go a little bit higher, I apologize. Chief Slowly asked certain questions. This was with respect to one of the weekends that was coming up in Ottawa. Do you
I guess
recall
he
that?
had 30 minutes.
Yes, I do.
And so one of the
And
questions
let me
that was
guess,
being
Brendan Miller is going to
asked,
have like 5 minutes.
of the deputy commissioner was, there were 5 questions, correct? And question 2 was, what will be the exact number of trucks on Saturday? And 3 was the number of protesters in each location currently. Do you recall those questions being asked?
I do, yes.
And so if we could then just scroll down a little bit to where it says row 2. Thank you. And so what we see in row 2, in terms of the number of trucks to arrive on Saturday, this just cannot be known, correct? Because
Correct.
it's impossible to have that kind of advance information.
To exactly know how many trucks would be arriving, it would be impossible, yes.
And with respect to number 4, the question about the number of people that Chief Slowly was asking about, the answer is the number of people to attend at any of these locations tomorrow is not the subject of confirmed intelligence. It's a matter of inductive logic and extrapolation based upon precedent and social media organization, and also weather conditions and actions taken elsewhere. You see that?
I do see that, yes.
And we see, if we scroll up to that email, go up, please. You will continue, please. You'll see that was then forwarded to you from Deputy Cox, and he's asking you, here's how we, like, seeking your guidance on how we send this to Chief Slowly, correct?
Yes, it appears so, yes.
And then if we just go up to the very top of the email, you'll see if you're in agreement as indicated, please. And then if you keep going. Yeah, and so you'll see, sorry, at the bottom, he's asking you if you want to send that along, and you indicate at the top to go ahead and send it, correct?
To go ahead and send it, yes.
And so it's a matter of logic and extrapolation based upon precedent and social media and weather, predicting that information.
And
correct?
weather.
That is
And the
what
weather.
Superintendent Pat Morris has cited, yes.
And prior to this demonstration, Ottawa had a considerable experience with demonstrations and special events,
Yes,
and obviously had a lot of precedent to draw upon.
yes.
And you would agree with me that this demonstration was unprecedented.
In many ways it was, yes.
And so in future, Ottawa would be able to rely upon this demonstration as a precedent for what it does in the future, correct?
Yes.
Thanks. You can take that down, please. I understand that things were, there was a lot
Banners
going
away.
on the ground in Ottawa. And we've heard that there was an incident where I think there were 18 OPP officers, and there was a concern that they had been there and some of them had not been deployed. Do you remember that?
I remember concerns over OPP officers being there, available for duty, and had not been deployed, both from a frontline perspective, but also the provincial liaison team. I do recall that.
And so there is an OPS situational report, and I don't need to take you to it, but that talks about a situation on February 14th where OPP officers by mistake let vehicles into the red zone, but fortunately they were caught and turned back by the RCMP and the OPS. And those kinds of mistakes can sometimes happen in chaotic situations like was happening in Ottawa.
Yes, they can, yes.
Okay. I understand that Toronto dealt with a convoy that was expected on, I believe, 2 weekends in February, correct? The 5th and the weekend of the 12th?
And the 12th,
It's all
which was
blame
the
shifting.
same date as the email you just reviewed with me, yes.
Right. And when we looked at some notes, I saw that Chief is it Chief Raymer?
Raymer.
Raymer.
Toronto Police Chief James Raymer, yes.
And he referred to the first weekend, and I'll just turn up the document. It's OPP 401132. And it's on page 9. Oh, I'm sorry, I've given you.
I'm moving all of this stuff
I'm
around.
sorry, it's. Sorry, I've lost the reference, but maybe you can.
Of course, you've lost the plot too.
1132 was actually the time in the notes. But in any event, Chief Raymer referred to the first weekend, and what he said was, and I quote, using Ottawa, they locked down the city. Had Ottawa not happened, TPS, Toronto Police Service, tactics would not have been accepted. Do you recall that?
I can't say I recall that word for word, but I certainly had conversation with Chief Raymer, and I know that he would tell you that he benefited from the experience in Ottawa to be able to respond in Toronto. He would also share with you that they have a predetermined lockdown plan for certain areas of Toronto, which is exercised on a regular basis and built in coordination with the city.
And I understand that the OPP, with respect to at least the second weekend, I'm not certain about the first weekend in Toronto, provided some assistance in locking down Toronto and preventing the vehicles from coming to the Queen's Park area. Is that correct?
We did, yes.
Such a reach.
And in that case, I believe in Toronto, the vehicles for the most part were not large trucks, correct?
That is correct. For the most part, they were not, and they were not in the numbers that Ottawa had dealt with either.
Right. And so we've heard that you assisted Toronto in taking some preemptive steps to prevent the Ottawa situation, correct?
Correct, yes.
And so we also heard that in Ottawa, before the convoy arrived, that the OPP assisted in getting the vehicles safely into the city, correct?
We have heard that, yes.
Okay. And we heard that on the weekend of February 5th, when Chief Slowly talked about closing all 417 exits because there were more convoys coming, he was told that the OPP would not permanently close all exits unless there was an immediate public safety risk, which there wasn't, correct?
Very true.
Can't say that there wasn't an immediate public safety risk. I am aware that there was some resistance to closing the 417 exits. That was brought to my attention, and I thought, in my opinion, that that was a reasonable and lawful request, and that we would facilitate it.
And you're out of time, so if you could try and wrap up, please.
Wow, you're out of time, but keep going.
You indicated that you had some, you were going to have an uncomfortable discussion on February 15th with Chief Slowly. Is that correct?
I don't recall describing it as an uncomfortable conversation. It was a professional conversation that I felt needed to happen, and one that I was confident that I could have with Chief Slowly.
Right, but you obviously had concerns at that point, and I'll just, if I just may ask a couple of questions just to finish this up. You had some concerns about the state of the operational plan and what was going on at OPS at the time, correct?
About the challenges that were being reported with operationalizing and activating the plan, yes.
And so if I may just refer you to the last document, which is OPS 404578. if you can keep going. Sorry, I'm not going to. I'll try to do this faster.
Okay.
Would you agree with me that what Chief Bell took over then on immediately after Chief Slowly resigned?
That he took over immediately after Chief
Yes.
Slowly resigned? Yes, I would agree with that.
And I believe 2 days later, you didn't need to have that conversation with him.
With Chief Slowly? No, I did not.
The conversation you're going to have with Chief Slowly, you didn't need to have with Interim Chief Bell.
No, we did have a conversation with interim Chief Bell, very
Interim
similar
Chief Bell.
conversation to determine that there were no obstacles in moving forward with the plan. We clarified command and control lines of communication, and we moved forward. So it would have been a very similar conversation with Chief Slowly. Right. I just can't indicate at this point what the outcome would be. I would be,
Sure.
Not in a position to do that.
Sure. And just to finish it off, what you said to him a couple of days later was it was an outstanding job and you thanked him. And a couple of days later, you told him he knocked the ball out of the park and things seem to be going very well. Is that fair?
That is fair, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Commissioner.
Well, they let him so much extra time there to just say nothing.
Okay, next I'd like to call on the convoy organizers.
I wonder if they're going to send out Miller or not. Is it Miller time? Is it Miller time, chat? Is it? I don't know. Or is it? Oh, look at the government of Canada. Oh, yeah, it is Miller. You see the government? You see the government? They're nervous. You see that right there? Look at that, everybody. That's a nervous kneeling. What is he going to say?
Good afternoon,
He's going to argue with us.
Good afternoon.
Miller, let's go.
My name's
Let's
Brendan
go. Miller
Miller.
time in the chat.
Counsel to
Miller
3D
time in the
Corp,
chat.
Which is an entity that's representing the protesters and truckers that were in Ottawa in January and February of 2022. First, thank you for your service, and it's nice to meet you.
Thank you.
So to begin, I understand, I'm just going to go through some of your background. I understand you have a master's in leadership from Royal Roads University with a focus on justice and public safety. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you also have a certificate in terrorism studies from St. Andrews University in Scotland, right?
That is correct, yes.
And you've been in policing since 1990.
Yes, I have been.
So 32 years of experience and,
yes.
And an education in that area to boot, right? So you testified that you heard the evidence of Superintendent Morris.
Here we go.
Portions
Correction.
of, yes.
Right. And you said that he's, in your chief, the foremost authority in the province of Ontario regarding intelligence. Is that right?
That is my opinion, yes.
And I take it you agree with his testimonies and the opinions he gave. I take it that's correct.
I have not listened to his testimony in totality, but I would have no reason not to agree with anything that he would provide as evidence.
Right. And I'm sure you might have heard the answers he gave to the questions I put to him with respect to threats under Section 2 of the CSIS Act. Do you remember hearing that?
I can't say that specifically I remember that interaction.
Right. Well, he testified that essentially, in summary, that there was no intelligence of a credible threat under Section 2 of the CSIS Act. Would you agree with that?
There was no intelligence of.
There was no credible.
There was no credible intelligence of a threat.
Yes.
That I would agree with that.
Right.
Yes.
I would agree with that.
And so it's fair to say that based on all OPP intelligence and the intelligence provided by the RCMP and federal intelligence agencies to the OPP, to your knowledge, there was no credible threat to the security of Canada as defined in Section 2 of the CSIS Act.
That would be my understanding, yes, as determined by Superintendent Pat Morris in consultation with CSIS and the RCMP.
Thank you. And
you just contradicted yourself for a third time today.
To invoke the Emergencies Act, that sort of threat is supposed to be required.
So I do not have intimate knowledge of the threshold that's required for invoking the Emergencies Act. That's not something that I have any responsibility for.
Thank you. And in my next question, when I say federal civil service or federal civil servant, I just want you to understand that I mean anyone from deputy minister down who is a non-elected, non-political actor working for the government of Canada. Is that understood?
That's understood, yes.
Now, in your interactions with the members of the Federal Civil Service prior to 11:59 p.m. on February 13th, 2022, isn't it true that no civil servant ever said to you that there was a credible threat of the nature of that defined in Section 2 of the CSIS Act?
That is correct.
And they never
This is
said to you
big.
that they had reasonable grounds to believe that such a threat existed, did they?
Nobody ever said that to me.
Thank you. So I want to talk
Oh,
with you
Miller
about,
time. Everybody, Miller time in the chat.
everyone's given
Miller time,
various
let's go.
catchphrases to what was
Everyone put a
happening in
Miller time in the
Ottawa,
chat. Let's
but
get some Miller
no
times
one's
going.
really
Come on,
gone
come on, come on.
through what is a protest or, essentially a lawful demonstration, et cetera. And you seem to have an understanding of that. So I'm going to walk through that with you if that's okay.
Certainly.
Can you agree
Look
that
at his face.
in
He's just
general
defeated.
protest law and sort of criminal offenses that you essentially have three types? You have your lawful protest protected under Section 2B and 2, all Section 2 really of the Charter.
Yes.
Yeah. And then you have unlawful assembly.
Yes.
And then you have riot.
Yes.
So
Where's
those are
Miller,
really
Miller?
the
I gotta meet
three
you. I gotta meet you.
sort of
Keep that
categories
going.
of these assemblies. Is that fair? Demonstrations.
That's fair.
All right. So I just want to start with lawful protest. You
Miller
touched on that. And lawful protest, as you said, is protected by the Charter, and that's primarily Section 2. And can you agree that that is the freedom of religion, freedom of speech, and freedom of association, they collectively essentially protect people's right to assemble and protest?
Yes.
Right. And people are entitled to gather in groups in public spaces and protest government action as long as they don't essentially move into an unlawful assembly, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Right. And they can get together in large numbers, go outside Parliament, and protest.
I can't say to what extent they can go outside Parliament. There's the Trespass to Property Act that has to be taken into consideration as well. And I'm not familiar enough with what is permitted on those grounds to say yes or no.
Right, but
so you're not permitted to say what is legal or not.
Okay.
You're not. You're the commissioner of the OPP, and you can't say what is legal or not.
Under Section 63 of the Criminal Code to arrest and charge people for the offense of unlawful assembly, right?
Yes.
And you don't need any form of special order for that. That can just be carried out by a police officer.
That is correct.
Right. And I take it that you're aware that an unlawful assembly is where 3 or more people with a common purpose assemble in such a manner and conduct themselves to cause persons in the neighborhood of the assembly.
Slowly when you're reading.
Yes.
Please.
Sorry, I'm now fast, Brendan. I thought I was slow, Brendan, after hearing my friend, but I'll try to get onto that. So it's when they assemble in such a manner that conduct themselves to cause persons in the neighborhood of the assembly to fear on reasonable grounds that they will disturb the peace tumultuously or needlessly cause or provoke other persons to disturb the peace tumultuously. You're aware of that?
I'm aware of that. That sounds very familiar with what is in the criminal code. I hesitate to agree word for word without having it in front of me, but it sounds very reasonable. Thank you.
And I take it you're aware that to disturb the peace tumultuously requires there to be more than a boisterous or noisy, disorderly conduct. It has to be something a little more.
Yes.
Right. And you know that causing an actual disturbance of the peace tumultuously actually isn't required to even arrest people for unlawful assembly. It just has to be that there's a reasonable fear that it's going to happen. That's what really differentiates it from a riot, right?
I would agree with that.
Right. And that an unlawful assembly, a lawful assembly can at times, of course, become an unlawful assembly when it becomes unruly and gets into the riot category, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so I understand, and you probably understand, that a riot, in order to get into a riot under the law, it requires actual or threatened force or violence in addition to, the public disorder, right?
Yes.
And even without this, if you don't even get to that threshold, you're aware, and we've heard about the Riot Act and the Criminal Code, that a mayor, a sheriff, or a justice of the peace, or a justice of the Ontario Court of Justice can come out and read the Riot Act and invoke it and demand people disperse.
I'm familiar that that is contained in the criminal code. I don't have intimate knowledge of that, though.
Right. And then, of course, outside of all of this, you have injunctions. And any individual or the city can run off and make an application for an injunction before a court of competent jurisdiction. And if they meet the test, the court can grant an injunction. And then once that injunction is granted, if it's not followed, the police then have jurisdiction under Section 127 of the Criminal Code to charge individuals with violating a court order.
That is correct, yes.
All right. So those are the general things that exist outside of the Emergencies Act, right? They're there always.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. So I now want to talk to you about Ottawa in particular, now that we've gone over that. Now, regarding the truckers and the protesters in Ottawa, I understand they rolled in here and did so at the direction of police officers once they arrived. Not, of course, they weren't invited. But when they arrived here on January 27th and 28th, is it your understanding that they parked where they were told to originally, and everything was essentially coordinated originally about where they were going to go?
So I don't know that I can comment with accuracy on that, because as you will recall from my previous testimony, I was under the understanding that there would be designated parking, which would not facilitate any form of protest out in front of the Parliament buildings.
Okay.
So that would best be posed to Ottawa Police, who were in charge of the operation at the time.
And we can agree then that, parking on streets and highways in a way that would usually violate the law, right, where they're essentially blocking everything, that could be considered an unlawful assembly.
That could be, yes. And there are authorities to deal with that.
Right. And I take it, though, you're familiar with the doctrine of officially induced error, where the government official tells you to do something that may be illegal, but because they tell you to do it, you don't believe it to be. You're familiar with that from your studies.
Sorry, can you repeat that? Sorry.
The doctrine of officially induced error, where a government official tells you to do something that may in fact not be legal, but you do it because the government official tells you to, and therefore you believe that it is legal because they told you to do it. Are you familiar with that doctrine?
That's very complex law that is beyond my education and comprehension. I'm sorry.
Okay, you're the commissioner of the OPP, make 400 grand a year.
You do know that after
That's how much he makes.
these vehicles arrived in the
thereabouts.
city, that there was construction equipment, as well as eventually, I believe the following day, cement barriers put up so that no one could come in, but no one could also go out. You're aware of that, the vehicles.
I was aware that there were cement barriers in place, but I was not on the ground to observe where they were or what impact they would have had.
Right, but you can agree with me that if there's barriers on both sides of a road where individuals have parked their trucks, the truck can't drive through the barrier, it can't drive over it, it can't really drive around it. Is that fair?
That sounds reasonable, yes.
Right. If I could bring up document ssm.nsc.can.0000209_rel.0001. It's the incident response group minutes from February 10th, 2022.
This is good. This is Miller time.
Highway 417.
Yeah, it's Miller time already.
Thank you, robot Dacey's robotic voice maid for service.
Okay, and could we just scroll down to page 5 there, please? And zoom in on the first paragraph. The big one there, scroll down, please. Perfect. Okay, so I just want to take you to the 5th line there, and I'm just going to read it out to you. And this is Commissioner Lucky's sort of summary to them on February 10th. And she says, the RCMP Commissioner added that the engagement continues with the Ontario Provincial Police and the Ottawa Police Service. The RCMP has provided all resources requested by OPS. OPP resources have also been provided, and there is good consideration, good cooperation between the OPP and RCMP. There are indications that some of the protesters would like to leave but are unable to do so given physical barriers. An integrated planning cell is developing a plan of action, and the preference remains to continue moving forward with negotiations, with enforcement actions to start early next week if negotiations remain unsuccessful. A surge and contain strategy will be employed for the upcoming weekend. Does that summary as of February 10th, 2022, is that summary accurate of where things were at with OPP and your understanding of everything?
I would say that is accurate. Save and except surge and contain are not terms that are generally used within the OPP. And as it relates to your previous question around physical barriers, those could be barriers put in place by police, could be put in place by protesters. I know there was some concerns that people did want to leave, but they were boxed in by other vehicles.
Right.
And they did not feel as though they could leave of their own accord without the assistance of the police.
So now he's talking about parties.
And so I'm going to there's 2 aspects in there I want to discuss with you. The first is enforcement. So on February 10th, 2022, in those minutes, it says and this is of course before the Emergencies Act was invoked, it says that enforcement was going to start on Monday, February 14th, 2022 if negotiations did not work, right? That was going to happen anyway.
Yes, that was going to happen anyways. They were on a timeline focused on de-escalation and negotiation with the anticipated approval of the plan. There was the intent to move forward, yes.
And as you already said, that could have all been done without the invocations of the Emergencies Act, much like Commissioner Lucky of the RCMP said in that email that you agreed with earlier.
Yes.
Right.
Oh.
And
Oh.
now I want to talk to you about the issue with the barriers, and we'll sort of address that. Now, that summary there, you said is there's physical barriers preventing people from leaving, whether it be put there by the city or whether it be other trucks. That's a fact. People couldn't go and take their trucks and leave.
That was a fact, yes.
All right. So once the concrete barriers went up and people were stuck, they're stuck there. They can't move their trucks. They can physically walk away, but they'd have to leave it there and go away. Fair?
I will take your explanation on that as fair.
Now, prior to these barriers being put up and prior to not being able to leave, you're not going to hear me argue otherwise, those trucks are an unlawful assembly. But once a government entity like the City of Ottawa and everything is all stuck and they can't move, can you agree that those individuals and those trucks that were stuck there, and I know this is not a question of law, but is it something that you would charge them with, in your opinion, when they can't actually leave? Are they assembled, intentionally? Are they someone there that they would have grounds to lay a charge where these individuals who the only reason they're unlawfully assembled is that these trucks are stuck, but it's not their fault? So would you agree that once the barriers went up and once these individuals' vehicles were stuck, that there was no unlawful assembly?
I don't think I could agree that there was no lawful assembly. And it's what came first and what came second. Were people trapped and couldn't get out because the barriers were up? Or were they trapped and couldn't get out because other trucks and heavy equipment were blocking them in? But I think what's fundamental to your question is the discretion as to whether there are reasonable and probable grounds to lay a charge rests with the police officers who would investigate that unlawful assembly.
Right. And I can tell you already in evidence is the charges that were laid. And would you be interested to know that there's not a single charge of unlawful assembly that was laid in this case in all of Ottawa during the protest?
Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah. So
not a single
time, so if you can wrap up.
Not a
You're out
single
of time.
charge.
You're out of time. Wrap up.
The issue with Inspector Bedoin, if I could just scroll down to page 7 of the document on the screen.
That's all right. Yeah, I was
page
saying
7, and the top of for the bottom of page 7. Nope, sorry, apology. Bottom of page 6, top of page 7. Okay. So here, this document is, again, the same one from before, but this is the actual plan that Inspector Baudouin had approved and you approved with the PLTs. It was actually put to cabinet. Did you know that?
So a point of clarification, I did not approve a plan.
Okay.
I did authorize Inspector Baudin to have conversation with Deputy Minister Stewart. I did not approve a plan, nor did I approve anything that went to cabinet.
Right. But is it fair to say, of course, no one knew it went to cabinet, and I understand that. But is it fair to say that the plan that Baudouin drafted, you supported that plan as an action plan?
I did not see that plan, but I have all the confidence in the world. Inspector Baudouin, he is an absolute national expert as it relates to provincial liaison teams, negotiation, and de-escalation. So I would have no reason to question his advice that he provided.
And were you aware that Commissioner Lucky also supported that plan?
I was aware that Commissioner Lucky had insight into the discussions that had taken place between the inspector and the deputy minister.
Right. And the deputy minister, of course, he had input into the plan. It was his final approved plan that he put before cabinet, of course, right?
I can't comment. I didn't see a plan. This is the first I'm seeing any documentation in relation to it.
Can you agree with me that when it comes to law enforcement in this province, and with the federal apparatus, that the three most senior individuals in law enforcement would be yourself, Commissioner Lucky, and the Deputy Minister, Rob Stewart, with respect to individuals in the civil service. Is that fair?
I'm not a federal civil servant.
I mean,
I wouldn't indicate that the deputy minister is part of law enforcement, and policing is not a hierarchy. I am not above a municipal police chief and a rank structure, so I would not agree with that.
Right, but in the provincial apparatus, you are the most senior law enforcement individual in the province. Is that fair?
Within the Ontario Provincial Police, I am the highest ranking police officer.
Right, and then Commissioner Lucky is that for the RCMP?
For the RCMP.
And the Deputy Minister, of course, is the highest civil servant in public safety that sort of oversees and looks at for the political branch and manages those sort of areas. Is that fair?
That's a question best posed to the Deputy Minister, I think.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on a bad run for overstaying. Windsor Police Service is next.
Windsor Police Service, okay.
Windsor Police Service.
Yeah, they're going to be representative actually.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Commissioner Carrique. My name's Tom McRae. I'm here for the Windsor Police Service. Can you hear me?
I can. Good afternoon. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. I only have a couple of questions, I think. First, my friend, Mr. Curry, representing former Chief Soley, took you to Superintendent Early's witness statement prepared in this proceeding. Prior to today, had you seen that statement?
It would have been available to me. I would have reviewed that as a cursory review, yes.
Thank you. I think your evidence was this morning that the Windsor Police Service was the service of jurisdiction in the area of the Ambassador Bridge. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And the Ambassador Bridge, if I recall your evidence correctly, is a very important international border crossing within Canada. Correct?
Yes, I would agree with that, yes.
Your evidence, as I recall, you said it both this morning and to Mr. Curry, was that on February 8th, the OPP established what I think you referred to as a POU hub. Is that correct?
Public Order Hub, we formally established that. It had been operating since February the 4th at an operational level amongst superintendents, and we coordinated it at a chief level and made it official on February the 8th, yes.
Thank you. And the purpose of the Public Order Hub was to ensure the fair distribution of public order units to areas of importance throughout the province. Is that fair?
I don't know that I would categorize it as the fair distribution. This wasn't a case of being fair or equitable. It was ensuring that the right resources were in the right place at the right time to mitigate the threats that were before us.
Thank you. As the police service of jurisdiction at the Ambassador Bridge, is it correct that the Windsor Police Service and or the City of Windsor would have to assume certain costs regarding the disposition of things like public order unit officers attending in Windsor, such as their food and lodging?
So sorry, sir, are you asking me if they would be responsible for the financial cost of deploying OPP officers?
No, the other units that were sent through the POU hub.
So I can't speak to whether there are any charges from other municipal police services to Windsor Police. I can assure you that there has been no cost back sought from the OPP from any other police service throughout the Freedom Convoy. Those costs have been borne by the Ontario Provincial Police.
All right. Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. If I could next call on the City of Windsor.
Okay.
Good evening, Commissioner Carrique. My name is Jennifer King, and I am legal counsel to the City of Windsor.
Good evening.
Good evening. Commissioner Carrique, are you familiar with the City of Windsor and the location of the Ambassador Bridge?
Generally, I've never policed in the City of Windsor. I have visited the City of Windsor, but I am not intimately familiar with the locations.
So I will ask the clerk to pull up a map to orient you and those who may not be familiar with the city. WIN 402248. And when it comes up, Commissioner, you'll see that it's oriented so that the Ambassador Bridge is marked at the top or north of the map. I don't see it yet on my screen.
No, it's not here yet either.
We'll give it a moment. So if you can read the markings, the Ambassador Bridge is marked at the top north side of the map.
Yes.
Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And at the bottom of the screen, which is south, you'll see EC Row Expressway. Do you see that?
I thank you for the assistance of the cursor. Without my glasses, that's helpful. I see that. Thank you.
And although it's not marked here, the road from EC Row Expressway to the Ambassador Bridge is Huron Church Road. Are you aware that this is a local municipal road, not a highway?
I would not be aware of that based on looking at the map and my lack of specific jurisdictional awareness. No.
All right. Well, I assume that you don't disagree if I tell you that this is a local municipal road and not a highway.
I would not disagree with that. No.
Thank you. And you'll see that perhaps you won't see it, but you'll see marked there's the College Avenue, which is marked just south of the bridge. Just north of that is the entrance to the Border Plaza. So since you aren't familiar with Windsor, you may not know that the area of the bridge itself and Huron Church Road is surrounded by residential areas on both sides, educational institutions and businesses. Are you aware of that?
I am aware of that. Yes.
Okay. And the University of Windsor is right beside the bridge.
Okay. Thank you.
That's the way
So,
he
and
said
you are
that.
aware
Okay,
that the
thank you.
Ambassador Bridge is a privately owned international border crossing that spans the Detroit River between Windsor and Detroit?
I know that it goes over the river. I did not know that it was privately owned.
Well, that's a big fact.
Okay. And you will agree with me that this is critical infrastructure to
already knew
both
that it was.
Canada and the province of Ontario?
I agree with that. Yes.
You'll see that the bridge enters, as we've just discussed, it enters Windsor connecting to this municipal road here on Church Road. And you'll see that there's no direct
There's a
provincial
food
highway
basics there.
connection between the bridge and Highway 401. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. Highway 401 is under the jurisdiction and control of the Ministry of Transportation and is patrolled by the Ontario Provincial Police, correct?
Correct.
So traffic between the provincial highway moves through local roads for several kilometers to get to this international border crossing.
Sorry.
Right?
Sorry. Can you repeat that?
Traffic between the provincial highway 401 moves through local roads for several kilometers to get to the international border crossing, right?
Yes.
And you'll agree with me that the blockade of the Ambassador Bridge in February 2022 had a significant and substantial impact on provincial and national economic security?
Yes.
And we know that the Windsor Police, and you can
city.
take the map down. Thank you very much, Clerk. We know that the Windsor Police with OPP and RCMP cleared the Ambassador Bridge blockade on February 13th.
Before the invocation of the
Correct.
Emergencies
There were
Act.
other municipal police service that lent some assistance as well, but theoretically, yes.
Thank you. The Ambassador Bridge was reopened for traffic just after midnight on February 14th, right?
On February the 14th, yes.
But this was not the end of police operations in Windsor, was it?
No, it was not.
So police resources, including OPP police officers, remained deployed in the area to prevent further blockages of Huron Church Road.
Correct.
Well,
I
we have to
believe
reset the
until
Facebook
on
stream in
or
the next
about
5 minutes.
February the 28th.
Okay, and this was to ensure the flow of traffic from Highway 401 to the Ambassador Bridge, right?
We have to restart the stream.
In part, it was
soon.
to
8
ensure the
minutes.
flow of traffic.
One thing
it
you
was
can
to
do,
ensure that
viewers,
there were no
is
further
you can go
unlawful
onto YouTube
demonstrations that resulted in the bridge being blocked again.
Okay, so the purpose of it was to prevent another blockade of the bridge
That is correct, yes.
and to protect the millions of dollars of trade crossing this international bridge every day.
Well, I wouldn't say they were specifically assigned there to protect the millions of dollars worth of trade, but as I've shared previously, I think that is an important part of overall security in this country is economic security.
Thank you. The OPP and WPS put a traffic plan in place on February 13th. Were you aware of that?
Yes, I was aware there was a traffic plan in place that formed an appendix to an overall operational plan, yes.
And so let's go to OPP 6011, which is the traffic plan. And if you could take us to page 3 when we get there. I'm not sure if the clerk got that number. If you need me to repeat it, it's OPP 6011. And page 3, please. Thank you. And you'll see here, if you can read it, Commissioner Carrique, that here we see execution planning. And the first paragraph states, all east-west traffic from College Avenue and EC Row will be blocked by Jersey barriers running the entire length of Huron Church Road. Do you see that?
I do see that, yes.
And so the result of this plan was that Huron Church Road was only open for US-bound traffic, and all east-west intersections were closed to local traffic.
Hey, Brad, good to see you.
Okay.
So just a quick reminder while they go over the, the geography of the city of Windsor, as lovely as it is. By the way, on Huron Church Road, there's a beautiful Food Basics that you can go and get some groceries at. I think it's across the street from a Harvey's or something. In any case, if you the stream is going to have to reset in about 5 minutes. So if you want, you can go onto YouTube and type in Patriot Smoothie, all one word, Patriot Smoothie, and go hop on the stream on YouTube, and you'll have no interruptions. We will be restarting the Facebook stream in a couple of minutes because Facebook has an 8-hour time limit. Thank you.
Superintendent early,
Yes.
if we need to get into those details. So you might not be aware of the exact number, but would it not surprise you if I told you that it took over 1,600 concrete barriers to implement the traffic plan?
I would not be surprised at that.
And these barriers had to be sourced quickly.
Yes, they did.
And the traffic plan required support from the city of Windsor, including by sourcing and moving vehicles and Jersey barriers.
Superintendent Early would be the best to speak to the interoperability there, but it would obviously have required the support of the city. And as I understand it, there was great cooperation.
Yes, and it would not surprise you, Commissioner, that the police operations and implementation of this traffic plan was expensive.
That would not surprise me.
And it cost around $1 million for the Jersey barriers alone.
Okay.
Okay, and as
That's
a result
true.
of the blockade,
The tunnel was open.
and then the police traffic plan, would you agree with me
Yep, it
that
hurt the
access
community
to
'cause they
businesses
couldn't
along
cross
Huron
Huron
Church
Road.
Road would be limited, and commercial traffic would have been reduced as a result?
That does not seem unreasonable. However, I think it requires some context to say as a result of the actions of the police are responding to unlawful protests to make the area safe and maintain a reasonable flow of traffic and community safety. So I don't think it's fair to categorize it as a result of the police actions.
Well, the operations to preserve or maintain access to the bridge had an impact on businesses and residents in Windsor.
Okay.
You'd agree?
I can't dispute that.
Okay. So would you agree with me that Windsor municipal taxpayers should not be asked to shoulder the cost of securing this international gateway alone?
This is not the point of this commission.
I would not agree with you on that. That's not something that as the commissioner of the OPP, I have any responsibility for. And I think there's other people that should be providing that advice to you.
I just have a few questions to hopefully assist in clarifying the circumstances that led to the OPP's deployment to Windsor. Commissioner Carrique, this morning you discussed a number of the individuals within the OPP who reported to you during the protests. And one of them was Superintendent McDonald, who coordinated public order unit hubs during the protests, right?
Superintendent Mike McDonnell.
Mike McDonnell, okay. And he reported to you daily?
He reports to me daily on a regular basis. This was some additional responsibility that he undertook. The hubs did not report directly to me. They reported through the appropriate major incident and critical incident commanders and our emergency operations centers. I was not providing direction as to where those public order units would be, when, and what amounts for what length of time.
Thank you for that clarification. It was Superintendent Mike McDonnell that who coordinated the public order units then during the protests?
Superintendent Mike McDonnell was the representative of the Ontario Provincial Police that coordinated that in cooperation with the other leads or representatives of the public order units across the province.
Okay, if I could please show you WTS 6026. This is Superintendent McDonald's witness summary.
Superintendent McDonnell?
McDonnell.
Not McDonald, thank you.
McDonnell, not McDonald.
This is a lawyer for the city of Windsor,
Commissioner, just
Ontario.
Commissioner Council, just a reminder that council require leave to cross-examine on a witness statement. Ms. King made us aware of this, but just for the record, leave is required. And
yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to add that Superintendent McDonnell is a witness whose statement the commission intends to enter into evidence. He is not a witness who will be called to give evidence or that the commission intends to call to give evidence as sort of relevant background for the question of leave.
Thank you to Commission Counsel. Commissioner Carrique, did you have an opportunity to review Superintendent's witness summary?
No, I have not.
Okay. Commissioner, I am seeking leave to refer Commissioner Carrique to this witness summary. He's advised that the superintendent has reported to him daily, and as Commission Counsel has advised, they've identified the summary as one that they intend to admit in lieu of oral testimony.
Okay, well, perhaps we could put it up. You could ask the question, but this probably should have come earlier in your examination because you're already over time. So,
Commissioner's not running a very tight ship today.
See what the question is, and then I'll and see what the witness can say, and I'll rule on.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. If you could scroll to page 4, please.
We're up to 300 subscribers on YouTube. Thank you to our YouTube family that is growing very fast. We love you, YouTube family.
To the second paragraph from the bottom of the page.
Oh.
And you'll see here, Commissioner.
That's impressive growth.
That on February the 4th, Superintendent McDonnell started working with the Windsor Police Service after receiving a call from then Superintendent Jason Crowley of the WPS. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that, and I was aware of that.
Okay. And you'll agree that Superintendent Crowley advised Superintendent McDonnell of the possibility of traffic slowdowns to and potential blockade of the Ambassador Bridge?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could scroll to page 5, please, under police response in Windsor. The second paragraph, Superintendent McDonnell indicates that on the evening of February the 6th, then Superintendent Crowley requested help, and the OPP immediately sent about 35 cars with accompanying personnel to come up with a traffic plan. Do you see that?
I do see that, yes.
And were you aware of that at the time?
Starting our stream really fast.
I very likely would have been aware of that at the time, and the hesitation that you're observing is in relation to documents that were put forward before me earlier today, where I had to orientate myself as to where those requests might have come into the organization. So this was not a formal request that came into my office, but a good example of how those connections are made at an operational level and that assistance is provided. This is not something that the superintendent would have had to seek my authorization on. He is completely empowered to make that type of decision.
Okay, so we can take that
Okay,
witness summary
you're now
down. And
well over time, so you're going to have to wrap up. And
I have two. I have
Okay.
2 more questions, Commissioner.
No.
If I may.
Make them that document.
I
can be
refuse to wrap up.
as an exhibit, so that it's available to the public.
Thank you, Commissioner. So I just wanted to confirm that Superintendent Early was assigned as of February 9th, correct?
I believe that was the date.
And so you'll confirm that by the time you became aware of the Windsor Chief of Police's formal request for resources, WPS had already requested resources directly from the OPP, including POU assistance, correct?
It would appear so from the evidence that has been provided here, but there was no formal request made of me. And when I inquired whether anything else was needed, I was advised that it was not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next I'd like to call on the
Mr. Commissioner, Paul Champ for the Ottawa Coalition. I'm sure inadvertently, but I think we were missed in the series of questioners.
Yes, you were. If you want to go ahead now, that's fine.
Commissioner, my name is Paul Champ. I'm the lawyer for the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses. I just have some questions for you following on your testimony. Thank you so much for coming to Ottawa to answer these questions for us.
Thank you, Paul.
The first question I have for you concerns the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police National Framework for Policing Police Preparedness for Demonstrations.
Yes.
There is nothing in that framework, Commissioner, about a threshold for seeking and obtaining resources or assistance from policing partners. You'd agree with me?
I would agree with you. I'm not familiar with anything in there that would define that. No.
Yeah, but with a threshold or a criteria for that, it would make it easier for a chief to cede command to another police service or a unified command, I gather. Would that help that decision making?
I don't know that the framework would be the right place for that. We'd have to go through the framework in its totality, I think, for me to give you an honest opinion.
Well, I would just flag this, Commissioner. I've looked through that framework a number of times, and it looks like it's a very good document, very good guidance on managing a regular demonstration, but there's nothing really in there about how to deal with a demonstration that's much bigger or much larger or more difficult for the police service of jurisdiction to manage. There's nothing about how you get policing partners to come help you.
No, there would be nothing in that document. That's not what that document was intended for.
But wouldn't you agree with me that if you have a framework for police services to look to for being prepared for demonstrations, if it happens to be a very large demonstration, it would be helpful to have guidance or criteria in there for how or in what ways a police service should reach out for assistance from policing partners?
That varies from province to province, and I don't know that police leaders need direction on that. And here in Ontario, it's very clearly defined in the Police Services Act how to request assistance. It's also clearly defined in what's called adequacy standards, where regulations state that police services must have agreements for certain abilities and services if they're not able to provide them on their own.
Well, okay, we can stick with Ontario. So Section 9 of the Police Services Act, it doesn't have criteria for when a chief should reach out, or a police service board should reach out, or the Ontario Civilian Police Commission should reach out, correct? There's no criteria.
No, but there's a framework and how it is done. So I may not be interpreting your question correctly in terms of a threshold. How would you propose that threshold is defined?
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say, Commissioner, is I understand that how this event unfolded in Ottawa, many people have testified here today, being critical of Chief Slowly, that the Ottawa Police didn't have an effective plan for a prolonged period. They should have given in to a unified command earlier in the demonstration. But really, it was up to the subjective or ad hoc decision of Chief Slowly, absent you going to the Ontario Civilian Police Commission, but essentially it was up to him to decide if he wanted to cede command.
So why aren't you suing him then?
Police command.
Well, they're going to be suing.
You would agree with that? It was up to him?
Yeah, I don't know that I would categorize his decision as ad hoc. These decisions are based on the experience of the chief, the advice of their subject matter experts. If there was a way to quantify a threshold for an integrated or unified command, that would obviously be of assistance.
Well, or some criteria.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be difficult with you. I just think you're convoluting it for me to be able to provide you with a very direct.
You're convoluting it for me.
There's the framework that deals.
You're convoluting it for me to provide you with
teams and lawful assemblies.
With a very specific
There's
thing.
adequacy standards that deal with how we deploy our public order units, what their qualifications are, what their training needs to be, requirements for a police service to maintain certain capacities.
You are no longer the champ.
Responsibilities in the Police Services Act. So there's a number of components to this.
It's all right, I guess.
Commissioner, what I'm
Oh,
trying
he's
to
not
say
painful
is
to
that
he's not
by-
painful
well,
to
what we do
listen to
know,
like a
you've
lot
already
of
given
them.
us testimony that by February the
Struck right out
15th,
here.
you were
Some of them
ready
are
to
just-
have a conversation with Chief Slowly to suggest to him that it's time for him to cede responsibility
He's not
to a
boring to
unified
watch, I'll give
police
him that.
command, correct? You were going to have that conversation with him?
To have a conversation with him to determine whether the obstacles that had been communicated to us were seen by him in the same light, and to determine whether it was that time,
Right.
whether we should be assuming command of that, whether that was something he was seeking our assistance with. And based on that conversation, I would then have to make a decision as to whether it was something that I felt should be elevated, or it was something that could be managed by Ottawa Police with our assistance.
Yeah, that's right. You gave us testimony that to elevate it, you would have spoken to the Deputy Solicitor General to perhaps raise it to the Solicitor General's level, to then go over to the Ontario Civilian Police Commission to possibly make a direction under Section 9 of the Police Services Act to have the OPP take over. That's what you're talking about, correct?
Correct, yes.
So
Well,
that was on your
he knows his
mind
stuff.
when you were thinking about having that conversation with Chief Slowly.
He's not.
That could be the inevitable outcome, yes.
Yeah, by the 15th, it was 2.5 weeks on. That was a consideration that you had. You were losing confidence that whether the Ottawa Police Service on its own could make the decisions to manage the situation, correct?
It was a conversation that needed to take place based on the description of what was happening with the activation of the plan.
And you spoke to Commissioner Lucky from the RCMP that day, and she also shared the view that you had, that you were losing confidence in the Ottawa Police Service and its chief to manage the situation, correct?
So you'll have to ask Commissioner Lucky her opinion in terms of losing confidence. I hesitate to say that we were losing confidence in the chief of police. We were certainly concerned about the ability to move the plan forward, and it required our assistance, and it may have required us to take command and control.
You were aware by February 15th, it had been 18 days of the streets in downtown Ottawa blockaded, people being unable to access groceries in some cases, people with disabilities, difficulty getting out of their homes. There was horns blaring day and night. There was open fires. There was propane tanks and jerry cans. There was 300 to 400 commercial vehicles idling 24 hours a day. You're aware of all those conditions, Commissioner?
I am, yes.
And that would have been very difficult every single day for the people and businesses in downtown Ottawa?
That would have been very difficult.
And no doubt that's a situation that, in your view, could have or should have been ended earlier. Is that right?
That's going to be something, I think, for this commission and others to determine. Perhaps it could have been ended earlier with more engagement through PLT. I would suggest that that was likely the evidence of Inspector Baudouin yesterday. I have not observed his evidence, but earlier engagement and more robust engagement of PLT, it is possible that the protest
Police
could have been
liaison
ended
teams,
earlier.
meaning
Possible, yes.
Yeah, and you've given us that testimony earlier.
Yes.
Yeah, and if there had been a proper operational plan prepared earlier, that also perhaps could have led to the protest being ended earlier, correct?
It could have, yes.
And
But just because an operational plan, just to put in a context, sorry, just because an operational plan is prepared and ready to go, that does not mean that we immediately move to enforcement. We're bound by the Ontario use of force model, and de-escalation is always going to be the first and foremost priority. But it is important to have the plan and the assets ready to go. Should the decision be made by the critical incident commander that in deploying the public order unit is the appropriate and responsible next step.
But Commissioner, we've heard evidence in this commission from a number of different witnesses that policing resources from the OPP and others were delayed because there were concerns that the Ottawa Police did not have a proper operational plan for the deployment of those resources. Would you agree with that? There was a delay in the OPP sending resources because you didn't have confidence that the Ottawa Police had a plan.
No, I would not agree with that there was a delay because we did not have confidence in the plan. We were providing resources for tasks and job descriptions that were required. We needed to define
This
the
is like the most
resources that
intense
were required,
drama
and to do that, we required a plan.
in the West.
Right. So until you had a plan, you yourself couldn't identify the resources, and you weren't prepared to have OPP resources go until you've seen a plan where you felt those resources would be properly deployed. Correct?
So we had a plan, yes.
That's right. So there was a delay until we had a proper
adversarial here.
Yes, not an intentional delay to say we're not sending resources. I think it's really important to put it in context because there has been some concern and some reference to not enough resources being there for functions that were required to be performed. And I just want to be clear that that was not the case.
The council is Commissioner. The people in Ottawa knew what the context was at that time when there was that delay. Because it was February the 7th that the mayor and the chair of the Ottawa Police Services Board asked for 1,800 officers, and a significant number of OPP officers didn't arrive in Ottawa until about approximately February 17th. Is that right?
That is not right. I would describe a significant number of OPP officers being there prior to that. I would describe over 400 OPP officers being in Ottawa prior to that as a significant number. When we only have just over 1,000 on any given day deployed across this province policing our communities, more than 400 in the city of Ottawa is significant.
Right. Well, and while we're on that, it's my understanding from your interview summary that there was approximately 400 OPP officers deployed to Windsor to deal with the Ambassador Bridge blockades, correct?
That was officers in total. That was not specific to the OPP.
I apologize. I didn't bring your interview summary up. That was my understanding. It said it was 400 OPP, I thought. Now, isn't it fair to say that the OPP could not have sent the numbers of officers that were ultimately sent to Ottawa to bring the protest to an end at the same time as dealing with the Ambassador Bridge crisis in Windsor?
That is fair, yes.
So you couldn't manage both of those events at the time. You simply didn't have you didn't have the numbers.
We did not have the numbers to deploy public order units simultaneously in both locations. That is correct.
All right, just one last point, if I could, Commissioner. On the letter that went from the mayor and the chair of the Ottawa Police Services Board in February 7th,
this is the most wild period in
Canadian
officers, history.
You've testified you didn't think that public request was helpful, correct?
It was not helpful operationally.
Yeah, because then there could be a perception publicly that the OPS didn't have the resources to manage the situation.
Making OPS vulnerable as well as other jurisdictions across the province.
Right. But don't you think it was already obvious to everyone on the city streets of Ottawa, whether it's the residents or the protesters themselves, that the Ottawa Police did not have the resources to manage what was happening?
That was likely very obvious to a number of people, but getting into specific number of officers that is required is not best practice. You will note that we never discussed the number of officers that we're deploying publicly in relation to an operational plan.
Well, but Commissioner, is it not the case that one day before the mayor and the chair sent that letter, it was the Solicitor General of Ontario that announced on February the 6th that they'd already sent 1,500 officers, right? That was publicly stated one day before, right?
I don't know if it was one day before, but it was publicly stated before, and that was not the Ontario Provincial Police that released that number.
Right, because that wasn't helpful either.
That was not helpful.
They were politicizing things.
Who was politicizing it?
Well, the Solicitor General.
You'll have to talk to the Solicitor General about why that was released. And,
trying to get the OPP to throw the Solicitor General under the bus.
Okay,
he tried.
Question about the Solicitor General. We're going to move on to the next, which is...
on that question, we'll move on.
Now it is the CCF.
Now it's the CCF. Let's go. CCF. Wait. Yes. Yes. Constitutional Center for Freedom. Wait, is that the
Commissioner? Good afternoon. It's been a long day, and so I'm going to try to make my questions very brief.
Thank you.
I'd
Can
like
you start by introducing yourself, please?
My name is Sujit Chaudhary. I am counsel for the CCF.
Who's the CCF?
And so I'd first like to begin by confirming some testimony you provided.
Canadian Constitutional. There we go.
Let's go. Let's
go.
Monsieur Brosseau. And I believe you said the following: if the request came under the Police Services Act to take over policing in Ottawa,
I'm glad that we have so many good lawyers in our team.
Absolutely willing to move forward and fulfill
in the general
our
side
responsibilities.
of
Did
freedom.
you say that, or words to that effect?
Words to that effect. We would have had to assess the request and our capabilities, but the willingness would have been there.
So I'd like to ask you some questions about the
It's
legal
not his client,
mechanics
Virginia. He's a
whereby
party
that
to
would have
this
occurred.
commission. It's not his
And
client.
so if I could ask the clerk to please turn up Commissioner Carrique's witness interview summary, which is WTS 6039.
When they pause like that, I wonder if the stream freezes, because sometimes I'll jump
And
on
if you
and
could go
they'll
to
be like,
page 3, please.
and they'll be like, what's happening here?
And I'd like to, if you could just scroll up a little bit more, that's great. So Commissioner Carrique, I'd like to take you to the paragraph that begins, there are a limited number of ways.
Yes.
And so would you agree that in that paragraph you state that there are 3 ways in which the OPP could have taken over policing in Ottawa? One is by the Ontario Civilian Police Commission to direct it to do so. The second is on the request of the Crown Attorney, and the third is on a request from the Police Services Board of the Chief of Police.
Yeah, so really there's the 4, because you could get a request from the board, or you could get a request from the Chief of Police. And as it relates to the Crown Attorney, that is normally specific to a very specific investigation or incident.
Good. So I'd like to focus on the first of those mechanisms, if we may. So could we please call up CCF, and I think it's 6011. And I'd like to go to page 15. This is the Police Services Act, sir, which I'm sure you're familiar with.
Yes.
Yes, I know the act. I'm not a junior police officer. I've seen it before.
So if we could go to page 15, please. So this is section 9 that we've spent a bit of time on today. What I'd like to take you to is subsection 2. And would you agree that subsection 2 says that if the commission were to find that the OPS was not providing adequate and effective police services, it would have first communicated this finding to the OPS board and directed the OPS board to take necessary measures?
Yes.
And then after that, subsection 3 provides if the board does not comply with the direction, the commission may request that the commissioner have the OPP give assistance.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And the word assistance isn't defined in this statute. Would you agree?
I would agree. I don't know anywhere where assistance is defined.
Well, that's an interesting question. But in this statute, it's not. But you are interpreting assistance to include a takeover. Is that right?
It could. So normally OCPC would provide direction in circumstances like
this guy's as sharp
over
as
the
they come.
administration of a police service.
This
So
guy's
they
a
can
sharp,
appoint a
sharp,
temporary
sharp,
chief.
sharp edge.
They can ask the OPP to provide policing services. They can appoint an administrator.
But
there's various
trying to
forms
decipher
that
where
this
they're
can,
going with
that
things
this
can be
take
very
place.
difficult.
But it could include a takeover.
I wouldn't call it a takeover. It's providing the
It's a
policing
takeover.
services in the municipality.
It's a takeover. You literally
Doesn't mean
take
that
over.
the police service becomes defunct, but we would be relied upon to provide the services that the commission felt were not.
Yeah,
being
definitionally, like we will take over.
Because it's a bit, it's a bit of a.
I wouldn't call it a
mysterious body.
takeover,
Could
but
we go to
technically what we'd
page,
be doing is taking over.
Could we go, please,
We're in charge
to
now.
section
This is look at
22?
me. I'm the police now. Let's go. Oh, I don't know why this banner's still up, guys. Sorry about that.
So, Commissioner, on
Let's
this
go,
page
let's go,
and the
let's
next
go.
page, we have a list of the commission's responsibilities.
Sharp as hell.
I'm assuming you're familiar with this provision?
Always best to be.
Generally, that's not something that I deal with
There's
on
a
a
few good
day-to-day
lawyers
basis.
on the other side, and it's a shame.
So
I wish
I'm
they would
not
walk over,
intimately familiar with it, but
It's not gonna
somewhat.
happen that way.
And just for the sake of time, I was wondering if we could please call up CCF 6041.
I don't know. We'll see what happens.
And so, Commissioner, this is a printout or a PDF from the pardon me, can you just go up? Regarding the Ontario Civilian Police Commission that's on the Public Appointment Secretariat website. And if you could scroll down, please. There, if you could stop there, just ask you to read to yourself how it describes the function of the agency.
Request for reduction, abolition, creation, or amalgamation of police services.
Continue to the next page, please. You can stop at the end of this top paragraph.
Yes, thank you.
So would you agree with the following, that the commission's mandate is mainly to conduct investigations and inquiries into the conduct of chiefs of police, police officers, and members of the police service boards, and to hear appeals on police discipline?
That is a general description of their responsibilities. Yes, they're twofold. There's the adjudication piece, and then there's the investigative piece. There's the two mandates.
And would you agree that the commission's mandate is very different than that of a municipal police board?
Of a municipal police board?
Such as the OPS board. So the OPS board.
He's trying to figure out where he's going with this.
For
that's why.
and
That's what's happening. Like they're always trying to figure out, like,
directing the chief of
okay, I can
police.
answer that.
But the commission doesn't have that role in respect to
that's
you,
the
does
game
it?
here, right?
No, it does not.
That's the game. Here.
And the OPS board establishes objectives, priorities, and policies of the OPS.
Always the OPP.
But the commission doesn't have that role in respect of the OPP.
I can get you who his name is. He already said his name.
No, it does not. And the commission is not exclusive to the OPP. Their responsibilities are overarching over all police services in the province.
So it's not a police-wide. It's not a province-wide police board.
I don't know if I said that right.
It's not a police board, but they have province-wide authorities. There's essentially three independent oversights. There's the OIPRD, the Office of Independent Review Directorate. There's the Special Investigations
I'm not
Unit,
good with
and then there is the Ontario Civilian Police Commission that are defined in the Act.
And so it's correct that you wouldn't have had reason to brief the commission on a daily basis
about
the Ottawa protests, would you?
I have no interaction with the commission on a daily basis or at predetermined intervals.
Okay, well then let me ask you this question. So as a practical matter, under section 9.2 and 9.3, for the commission to exercise its power to provide direction to the OPS board and then request you to take over or assume responsibility for
whatever you want to call it.
If you don't
whatever
interact
you want
with
to call
the commission, and if it's not a police board, how does it make that decision? Would you have to recommend to it that it take that decision, or would the deputy solicitor
You can call a spade whatever you want, but it's still a spade.
Recommend to the commission.
Yeah, I'm not going to take it over, but you're going to assume responsibility.
That would be
this wasn't a surprise. It was an unexpected occurrence, or whatever they call it.
Ways that you have highlighted. So police service.
Yeah, it wasn't a surprise.
Can also ask
the fortress is everywhere.
Unanticipated occurrence.
Insurrection in the Ottawa police.
No, I did not. And I don't make recommendations directly to the commission.
Thank you. Commissioner, can I ask the commissioner a couple of questions about Ontario's emergency legislation, or are we out of time?
You're not out of time as of yet, but you're working on it.
Okay. So could we quickly turn to CCF 6038, please?
CCF 6038. What a pro.
And so, Commissioner, I take it you're familiar with the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act?
Yes, somewhat.
Could we go to pages?
The Commissioner of the Ontario Provincial Police. Shouldn't you be familiar with this a little bit?
And so I'd like to
especially given
direct
the subject matter we're discussing.
At the bottom of page 6 here of section 7.02.
Like these people, he makes just a little bit, 400 grand a year, just shy of that, 300 and high 300s.
So this is
that's his role. That's his salary plus
powers that are vested in the provincial cabinet.
And bonuses.
In the event of a state of emergency. So we please go down to the bottom of this page, if you could stop there. Would you agree that under a provincial state of emergency, the provincial cabinet can make an order regulating or prohibiting travel or movement to, from, or within any specified area in Ontario?
Sorry, can you point me to where that's articulated?
That's Roman 2 under subsection 4, the very last line on that page.
That's what that reads.
Thank you. Could we go to the next page,
Holy
please,
shit,
and
this
stop
guy's
there?
an
Could you
ace.
please look at Roman 4?
The government of Canada, or of Ontario.
The provincial government, pardon me, Roman, excuse me. Roman, pardon me, point 3, would you agree that the provincial cabinet could evacuate individuals and remove personal property from any specified area in the province under a state of emergency?
I would agree with you that that's what's written here.
Yes, and so do you agree that pursuant to this statute, the provincial
Yes.
cabinet could have created a red zone
Toggles.
around Parliament Hill?
That's a fairly technical question in law, as I would have had to seek legal advice on any such order. The EMCPA that we dealt with identifying critical infrastructure, which was legislation that was enacted on February the 12th, that did provide very specific locations or descriptions of locations where activities were prohibited, and then gave us the tools to deal with those activities.
And would you agree that under these provisions, the
This is
Premier,
big.
pardon me, the cabinet could have restricted the movement of heavy trucks into downtown Ottawa?
So that's a legal question that, as a police officer, I'm not qualified to answer.
Those conclude my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank you. Next
good
is
work,
the JCCF.
Oh,
Has
the
the power
Justice Center for
to do all
Constitutional
these
Freedom.
things.
It's on for the J.
Boom.
There you are. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, she did. Melissa,
Yes,
message,
good evening,
rescue
Commissioner
me.
Carrique. My name is Alan Hodder.
Oh,
and I am
Call
a
of
lawyer
Duty!
for
Call of Duty
Yes!
no scope coming in
For
for
who?
his kill
Sorry,
streak.
the signal cut out. I apologize.
Where is
pardon me,
Brad?
for the Democracy.
Call of
here.
Duty in the house.
Brad, where are you? Brad, is that you?
Commissioner, as regards
He's
the
on a kill streak,
Ambassador Bridge blockade,
Brad, are you here?
I understand
Brad's
that
not
the
here.
Windsor Police
Oh, what?
Service were the police of jurisdiction, but the OPP
Brad's
took
missing
the
the Call of
lead in
Duty man.
coordinating enforcement.
Correct. In cooperation with Windsor Police, yes.
Right, and you told us that part of the reason for that was public trust, but wasn't another reason that the Windsor Police Service
Oh,
were
he's
not
fixed his background now.
experienced
You
with
notice that?
large
He's-
protests?
I can't speak to the
Yeah, I was just
extent
gonna
of
say, I
Windsor
wish I
Police
could do
Service's
that to my background. You
experience,
couldn't dox me.
but they certainly would not have the experience of a large city like
yes, I could.
Toronto or Ottawa.
Right.
And this protest at the Ambassador Bridge, it was
We'll
obviously
see. We'll try
a
next
large
time.
protest.
Figure out my location. with
There's a
blur
virtual yes.
background.
It was
There's
a large
virtual.
protest.
It's built into the.
I can't specifically
desktop-
state the numbers, but I
desktop
would
one.
define it as a larger protest in terms of impact. There were a number of motor vehicles.
Do I look like I'm at a
There were a
desktop?
number of people, and it took over 400
There's only two
police
private
resources
desktops.
to
It's
deal
a brick
with that
wall in a
protest.
fancy room.
Just want to ask you some questions about how the OPP and their partners managed to clear that process.
What happened here?
That protest.
Is the
And so I
video's gone? Eh?
understand from your today
Hold
that
on.
the injunction,
I got
while
it.
it was
I got the video
helpful,
still.
it wasn't
I think I messed
effective
up.
in isolation.
Correct.
What was really effective was the operational plan of February the 12th. Is that right?
Yes, it was the operational plan of February 12th that enabled the police actions to successfully disperse the blockade. Yes.
And they were able to successfully disperse the blockade at the bridge on February the 12th. Does that sound right to you?
Between February the 12th and into to February the 13th. It was a two-day operation.
Pre-Emergency Act.
So can we pull up OTT 40689?
Sorry, Council, could you repeat that document ID?
Yes, OTT 406819.0001. Oh, I apologize. It's OPP 401554.
We only have 5 minutes here, Call of Duty. Let's get moving. Let's go. Let's go.
So if you see this document, it's an email from Commissioner Lucky to you. From you to Lucky.
Yes.
And you say here on February the 12th that the OPP, the RCMP, the London Police, and POUs cleared the blockade at the Ambassador Bridge. So I'm just talking about at the Ambassador Bridge, not in the city.
Yeah, so there was a large piece of geography that the officers had to contend with. So the specific blockage at the bridge was cleared on that date, and they still had more protesters that had to be cleared out of the general area to ensure that that was secured.
And that happened on the 13th.
The second portion of the operational plan happened on the 13th, yes.
Yes, thank you. And then in the early morning of the 14th, the Ambassador Bridge opened to traffic. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, and obviously that was before the invocation of the Emergencies Act.
Yes, it was.
The next day, on February the 15th, the bridge was fully operational.
I believe so. I believe so, but that's best to come from the local police service of jurisdiction or Superintendent Dana Early, but that's my understanding, yes.
Thank you. We'll confirm that with Dana Early. Earlier today, my friend from the City of Windsor brought you to a document. It was a traffic plan, and it was OPP 6011. Did you have a chance to review that plan before coming here today?
No, I did not. The first I have seen the plan is when it was presented to me here today.
So I'm going to suggest to you that if you did look at that plan, you would see that the powers which are listed in that plan to control traffic deal with federal legislation such as the criminal code and provincial legislation, but they don't make any reference to the Emergencies Act. And it's for the obvious point that the plan was created on February the 13th, 2022.
That would be correct. There would be no ability to reference legislation that did not exist.
I understand that there were police officers in Windsor for quite a while after the bridge was cleared, but they wouldn't be required to be there to control traffic.
Their specific duties, I would suggest, should be provided by Superintendent Early or specifically the Windsor Police. I'm not familiar with what they had them doing day to day. I'm sorry.
That's fine, thank you. Earlier today, you told us a little bit about the economic impacts of the blockade at the Ambassador Bridge. And I think you said it was $700 million per day?
That was my understanding, yes, of two-way trade.
That's not your specialty, that's just something that you were told.
That's just something that I'm aware of, yes. Certainly not my specialty, not anything that I have verified or confirmed, but certainly my understanding.
Understood.
That would make
you
it hearsay.
Tell us then whether that financial impact was mitigated by traffic being diverted to the Detroit-Windsor Tunnel or to the Blue Water Bridge.
That's not something that I could comment on, no, sorry.
Earlier today, when you were telling us about the Blue Water Bridge, you said that the blockade wasn't actually at the Blue Water Bridge, but it was some 30 to 40 kilometers away.
That is correct, yes.
Do I understand correctly that the OPP were able to clear that blockade by February the 14th?
I don't recall the exact date, but we were able to clear it in and around that date, yes, in very close proximity to clearing the Ambassador Bridge.
Okay, and in any event, when you cleared that blockade, what was very useful was the PLT teams and the risks caused to the protesters by the EMPCA.
EMCPA, yes, correct.
Thank you. One last question just about Cornwall, because that came up in your evidence today too. And you said that there was a point of entry in Cornwall, which was blocked on February the 12th, and that there were significant concerns there. Among other things, you said it was jurisdictionally complex. You said there were concerns of violence. I was wondering, can you tell us, was there a lot of farm equipment at that protest?
I believe there was farm equipment at that protest, yes.
And when you talked about the Blue Water Bridge protest, I know it wasn't at the Blue Water Bridge, but I'm referring it to in that way, the 402 protest. The provincial emergency powers were effective because that was farm equipment. Was it also effective at Cornwall?
I can't say that it was effective because it was farm equipment. but it was an effective tool that we relied upon. I can't say in the case of Cornwall what effectively enabled them to de-escalate that situation. That was a momentary blockade, a momentary demonstration that did not last for any prolonged period of time.
In fact, I think it cleared by the same day, by February the 12th.
It did, correct.
So the provincial emergency measures legislation was effective, is the takeaway there.
Next, I'd like to call on the National Police Federation.
They used powers under the provincial emergencies legislation.
Federation.
Hi.
And it was effective.
Just a couple of very quick questions for you. This morning, in response to some questions from Commission Counsel, you referred to having heard concerns about the underutilization of RCMP resources. Some folks may be sitting around waiting for assignments.
Yes.
Are you able to tell us a little bit more detail about what you remember hearing?
Not specifically. I believe there may have been reference to up to 250 RCMP resources that were available that were not being utilized. But that's just going by memory, and that's evidence best shared with you by the RCMP. I was aware of the concern, but not something that I was intimately involved with.
Okay. And do you remember approximately when those concerns were conveyed to you?
No, I don't remember. It would have been very early on, so I would say within the first week of February. And it wasn't so much that they were conveyed to me as much as I became known of it. So you would have to verify that information. I don't have firsthand direct information of that.
Okay, absolutely. So moving on to another area. I understand the Ontario Provincial Police is responsible for the security of Queen's Park.
We have responsibilities, some responsibilities for Queen's Park, but there's also LPS, Legislative Protective Services, that has responsibilities for the protection of individuals within Queen's Park. We have responsibility for the physical security aspects of it.
Right. Okay. And at a high level, are you familiar with the Parliamentary Protective Service and they're being responsible for the physical security of Parliament Hill?
I was about to say a similar thing.
Somewhat. I don't have intimate details as to who has what mandate and responsibilities. I know that they exist and that we work in collaboration with them, but I can't provide any direct insight into mandates or responsibilities.
That's fair. I saw in your witness statement that you identified one of the key issues for this inquiry to examine as the ability and responsibility to lock down the parliamentary precinct.
Yes.
Are you able to elaborate for us a little bit about why you identify that as a key issue?
Well, I think if we look back at the events that have transpired and we look forward, part of our responsibility is to mitigate something like this happening again in the future. This is the parliament for our country. It's extremely important, critical infrastructure, and there ought to be a predetermined plan that can be exercised to shut that area down if there is a threat, relying on hard security features and interoperability between the various security agencies that have roles and responsibilities.
Thank you very much. I have no more questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd call on the province of Saskatchewan.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. It's Mitch McAdam from the Government of Saskatchewan. The matters that I was going to ask this witness about have already been covered by others, so I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, call on the province of Alberta.
Good afternoon. It's Mandy England. Good afternoon. It's Mandy England for the Government of Alberta. We similarly have no questions this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Ooh, Alberta and Saskatchewan are both yielding. That only means good things.
I'd like to call on the OPP.
Oh, the OPP. They're going to have a lot of questions. Oh, here we go. This is going to be the longest one.
Let's see.
Yes.
Good evening, Commissioner. Christopher Diana for the OPP.
Good evening.
We heard some evidence earlier, and you were taken to a series of text messages with Deputy Minister DiTommaso. You remember speaking about those text messages?
Yes, I do.
And I believe your evidence was that your role in this was to provide him with, I think your words were situational awareness. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And there were, if I remember, there were a lot of text messages in that exchange. Is that unusual that there would be that many text messages?
This whole event and series of events were unusual, so it would be extremely unusual that there would be that amount of communication required back and forth between myself and the Deputy Solicitor General.
And all the communication that you had with Deputy DiTommaso, the text messages, the phone calls, did the deputy ever try to direct you to do anything?
Absolutely not, no.
Did the deputy ever suggest that you ought to be pursuing a certain course of action?
No.
Did anyone from the government of Ontario try to pressure you in any way?
Absolutely not.
Were you ever asked by the deputy if were you asked by the deputy at any point if there were any tools that the OPP could use in helping you resolve this issue?
I was certainly asked by the ministry, which is under the supervision and direction of the deputy, whether there were any tools that would be of assistance. And I believe the first meeting where those conversations commenced was on February the 10th.
Sorry, I just got a new chair and I was trying
suggestions
Man, is it comfortable?
Emergency Measures and Civil Protection Act that resulted in the ability to seize permits, seize vehicles, and there were charges related to not following the direction of a police officer.
Right. So when you were asked for your views on
the OPP,
tools
this is the
you could
OPP.
use,
So this
and
is the
what do you
OPP
recall
Commissioner and this is the
asking for? I mean, I
OPP
think you mentioned
Councillor.
a couple things.
So
What would you
obviously
remember,
he's looking to cover
asking
some
for,
bases
essentially?
here.
Asking for the ability
And that's
if
expected,
somebody
okay?
was
Like if the truth is the
engaged
truth.
in unlawful activity that was posing a risk to critical infrastructure, and in this case, border crossings and other ports of entry, that officers have the ability to put an end to that by being able to seize the vehicle, seize a permit for the vehicle, what's called a CVOR, which is in relation to a commercial motor vehicle, and be able to seize a driver's license and impose fines.
Were you provided with the tools that you requested?
We were provided with the tools we requested, yes.
And were those tools useful to the OPP?
I believe that they were useful to the OPP, and not so much in that there were ample charges laid, but as a deterrent, being able to, as has been previously indicated, rely upon the framework to discourage or disrupt any would-be illegal activity or anything that is currently ongoing.
Right. And I recall you mentioned Highway 402. Was that a context where those tools were used?
I believe that those tools were effective in the Highway 402 blockage, yes.
Switching gears to talk about the Federal Emergencies Act, did you know that the federal government was going to declare or going to invoke the Emergencies Act?
I did not know.
Oh, okay.
When did you find out?
At the time that it was invoked, it was made known publicly, and I think in and around that time as well, Commissioner Lucky and I very likely would have connected on that, but I received no official notification that it was going to be or that it had been invoked.
Wow.
Were you consulted by anyone within the federal government or on behalf of the federal government as to whether any of those tools would be useful to the OPP?
No, I was not.
Did RCMP Commissioner Lucky ever raise the issue with you as to whether those tools would be useful?
No, we didn't have a discussion around specific tools that would be included in the Emergencies Act. We may have had discussions in and around, what is required for policing in general, but never in the context of the Emergencies Act.
Ooh.
I did make her aware of what the advice I had provided in relation to the EMCPA, but no discussion specifically to the Emergencies Act or the contemplation thereof.
Obviously, a big part of what we're doing here is kind of looking at what happened, but the other part is looking forward. My question for you in that respect is, would it be useful if the federal government, in such a context down the road, perhaps through the RCMP Commissioner, consulted with the OPP Commissioner about whether such tools would be useful?
I think that would be appropriate and useful, yes.
Mm-hmm. Or whether the tools would be necessary?
Yeah, certainly if it relates to activities that are ongoing in the province of Ontario or could be going on in the province of Ontario, I think it would be nice to have the opportunity and to provide any insight or guidance that may be applicable.
Now, obviously, you have a number of different types of relationships. You report
Never
up
asked
to
him
the
if it was
deputy
necessary,
minister,
though.
You have discussions with the RCMP commissioner.
Let's
How
see.
do you think such consultation could take place?
I think it could go either and both ways. If the commissioner of the RCMP is the one that is providing that advice to the federal government, then that's an appropriate conversation to have between commissioners. If the federal government is asking for inputs from a provincial ministry, then that request should flow through the deputy minister to me if he deems or she deems appropriate that I provide such advice.
Right now, switching over to intelligence and Hendon reports.
Yes.
Not going to ask about the necessity.
There was a little bit of discussion and evidence about the origin of Hendon. But my question is, considering Hendon looks almost at a national picture and OPP is a provincial police service, how is it that the OPP ended up taking this on?
We were dealing with a number of events and activities in 2001, and it was extremely important to us at the time that our decision-making considered impacts that may be felt nationally to decisions that we would make locally. And we required additional intelligence to be able to make those informed decisions. Hence, Hendon was born through the cooperation of our partners, which include the RCMP.
But the RCMP did not have a similar program?
There was not a similar product that I was in receipt of, no. Not as it specifically related to the activities that were of interest to us.
We heard evidence yesterday from Superintendent Bernier of the Ottawa Police Service, who, when he saw, upon seeing the Hendon reports, remarked upon how comprehensive they were. In your role as commissioner, did you receive any feedback on the quality of Hendon reports?
Regularly and often, yes, lots of positive feedback on the quality of the Hendon reports, the timing of the Hendon reports, the briefings that were provided to the intelligence bureaus by the Provincial Operational Intelligence Bureau, and also very positive feedback on the briefings that Superintendent Pat Morris provided to the affected chiefs of police.
I do want to go into another area, which I think there may be some confusion, and I want you to try to clarify this so that everybody understands your perspective on it. My friend from the commission took you through your thoughts on whether this was a national security threat. You talked about the word potential, what that means. On cross-examination, the two Brendans each asked you to look at different aspects of this. You know, one asked you about definition under the Emergencies Act. One asked you whether there was a risk or a threat to national security. And I guess my question is, just to avoid any confusion, at any point did you become concerned that the situation in Ottawa and elsewhere gave rise to a national security threat?
Yes.
And what was your basis for that conclusion?
For the contents contained in the Hendon report, specifically on February the 7th, that caused concern for the combination of events and activities that were taking place, that as was articulated in that report, it posed a possible threat to national security.
Right. And you also referenced the description by
Not
I believe,
actual.
Public Safety Canada and various criteria. Is your assessment based on the Public Safety Canada criteria?
And I wouldn't call it criteria as much as I would reference in various materials.
Don't build it, base it on the law, because then it has to be
security is
proven.
much more complex and broad than the threat to the security of Canada that's confined in the Emergencies Act. National security has a number of components. It's the extent to which that poses a threat should determine how that is mitigated and how that is dealt with.
All right, and there is a document which I don't believe has been referred to in the evidence that I think I'd like to ask you about, and that's a Hendon report dated February 19th. It's document ID OPP 1634.
Oh.
this is the one that refers to foreign influences, I believe, Councillor?
It does indeed, yes. And so obviously you've reviewed this heading report consistent with your evidence, correct?
Yes, I certainly can't provide you much more detail than that without examining it further, but I know that there were concerns raised in this report as well in relation to national security or the security of Canada.
So let's go to page 6. And scroll down. All right, you see under assessment, you can scroll down a bit. Okay, that's good. If you could just take a moment just to read the first paragraph to yourself, and I want to ask about that.
They will employ any lessons learned in Ottawa to any future
I've read the
project.
first paragraph. Thank you.
Right, now what's your, and in the context of this, of course, on February 19th is during the operation in Ottawa, but what's your understanding of what that paragraph is trying to convey?
I think it's I think it's fairly clear, and at the risk of just reading it back, it is conveying that it is almost certain that the freedom movement blockades and protests represent a long-term threat to public safety and security domestically.
And that certainly is a cause of concern for the OPP.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, can you go to page 7, please? And if you could again read that last paragraph to yourself.
Thank you.
So when you look at this paragraph and you look at the previous one that I read, kind of what's the time horizon in this kind of assessment?
Sorry, what do you mean by the time horizon?
In terms of
Come on, you guys practice
potential
this. Get it out.
threat or risk to Canada. Is there a time frame identified in those paragraphs?
I don't see a time frame specifically identified in those paragraphs. It would range from at that moment in time and looking forward.
All right, that's fine.
Any time from now till
You
eternity.
can put up.
Are they talking about the fact that Donald Trump made a
address the
2-minute video
concern
saying that he
raised by
supported
my
the
friend
truckers?
counsel to the city of
Is
Ottawa?
that what they're
in terms
trying
of
to
the
say?
numbers that are
Controversial
at your
U.S.
disposal?
figure?
If we can put up the OPP's institutional
That's what it is.
report,
That's what they're talking
that's
about.
OPP.
So now it's blame Trump.
Probably a bunch of zeros and 1,
That's good. That's what I'm getting from that.
probably 7.
January 6th.
All right, so you're familiar with this document, I expect?
I am familiar with this document, yes.
All right, can we go to page 36, please?
You already
Right,
said that.
scroll down. Okay, that's good there.
He's just trying to hammer
so
through all these
do you
things,
see
but of
that
course
chart?
now he's doing this in the
Yes,
in the
that's
twilight.
representing the number of frontline officers, which would be separate and apart from the number of public order officers that were in Ottawa and other specialties that were there.
Right.
So that's one component of the deployment that was there.
So to your knowledge or understanding, are those numbers accurate when it comes to the number of frontline officers?
To my knowledge and understanding, yes.
All right, and you'll see on the top of the chart, it says OPP frontline officers provided to Ottawa Police Service, and then a footnote 50. If we can scroll down to the footnote. That footnote tells us that these numbers only refer to frontline officers. It does not refer to the large number of OPP members and OPP POU, OPP logistics support team members, OPP PLT, POI members, OPP auxiliary and special constables, and aviation services members. Do you see that?
I do see that, and I see reference to a number of 463 over a 24-hour period.
Right, and you have, again, no reason to be concerned about the accuracy of those numbers?
No, I do not.
Thank you, Commissioner. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Those aren't questions.
That was one heck of an alphabet soup. We're going to use all the acronyms we can in one final close. OPP, PLT.
Yeah, but the thing he's trying to bring up the threat report about now. Who's this? The commissioner? It's the commissioner.
Ended reports.
Russo,
So he's trying to bring up the threat report of it.
Commissioner Carrique, just two
We'll touch
very
on it
brief
after.
points and one slightly longer point. The first is if I could get your witness summary up, which is WTS 6039.
Here with this
Go to
WTF,
page,
blah, blah, blah.
5 in the middle of that page. This is just to
This is
clarify,
Commission Counsel.
in response to a question from my friend, Mr. Champ, about the number of
Certainly it does,
officers
Sue. All the
deployed to
threats come from the
Windsor.
CBC.
So if you see
All their
there,
info
at
comes
the
from the
last
CBC.
sentence
Trump
of that
supporting
paragraph,
protest
in total, the OPP
makes
deployed
1 minute
410
reference
members
at
to assist
rally. Threat
WPS.
to national security.
The minimum number
It's a
of
joke.
members deployed in a 24-hour period was 38, and the
Hold on, I gotta
maximum
go
was
back. I've organized
263.
our banners, Daisy,
And
in
it
a bunch
actually
of
cites,
folders.
in footnotes.
Did you
I
see
saw that. Yeah, I did
So
see
now
that.
it's really easy to find everything that you need.
Is that
Yeah, much better.
what is in your summary accurate in terms of the number of officers deployed to Windsor?
Yes, and this is ranging from the time they arrived on ground to the end of February, or February 28th.
Okay, and so
I'm just going to put this on
it's
screen.
not 410 at any one time. The maximum, as we see, is 263. Is that correct?
That's correct.
There's such an argument about who's who where.
In total, OPP deployed.
A second document that I want to put to you is OPS
WTS, what to say?
40
WTS document, WTS, what to say?
Really? Don't start the rumor mill. Daisy, you know better than to start rumors, yes? I hope.
I do now.
Good.
In fact,
Good
that's
man.
right, Mr. Clerk, as you're doing that, I think it might be OPP 401547. A mistake the parties make often on their witness lists. This is, when the clerk pulls it up, it's an email from
Still
Chief
live.
Slowly.
Can you believe that we're
you and
still
to
live,
Commissioner
Daisy?
Lucky the
It's
evening
almost
of,
it's almost a joke.
February 13th. And
How
I asked
many
you,
hours of this have we
you were
sit
cross-examined
here
sort of
for?
about the
For free.
More clarification.
calls that you had.
Oh my goodness.
Two calls
It's
that you had
insane,
with,
the amount of
with
cost
Commissioner
and-
Lucky on the 15th.
I hope
Recall
somebody's
that?
getting some
Yes.
value out of this.
And I think one of your
Somewhere,
concerns
somebody is
was
benefiting from two idiots sitting
delay
here for hours a
sort of
day
moving
yelling at the
forward.
computer screen. But you know what?
Is
I feel
that-
like
is
this
that
is
fair?
what I need to
Yeah,
be
so
doing.
there were reports of obstacles
too.
that were preventing the planning team from moving forward. We had this email exchange on the 13th of February. It was consistent with the communication on the 12th of February that the chief was in support of the plan. However, by the time we got into the 14th of February and the morning of the 15th, we were receiving reports that there were obstacles preventing the plan from moving forward. And some of those obstacles were perceived that the chief had to approve the plan, which was inconsistent with the communication we had
There were
previously had,
obstacles.
which was part of the need to speak to
I.e.
Chief
peaceful
Slowly and
protesters
myself
are in the way.
to determine what
Get
was
out of the
actually
way,
going
peaceful
on.
protesters.
Okay.
We have
So
no,
I just
we have no
wanted
place
to
for you here. in
clarify,
Ontario.
you received this.
The
you were
obstacles
still
are
hearing after
men,
the
women,
13th
and children,
that
the elderly
Chief
and
Slowly
veterans.
there was
Exactly.
an impediment, and that Chief Slowly might be part of that impediment,
Maybe, yes.
which was inconsistent with
You're
what you
welcome,
had
Mr.
received
Swish.
from Chief Slowly the evening of
Mr.
February 13th.
Squish.
Correct. That was inconsistent with the email that I had received from Chief Slowly on the 13th.
Spaghetti squish.
And the last issue
Cucumber
I want to
squish.
address is are the issue of the tow trucks, because I think it's important that we all understand sort of the order and the sequence of events. So if I could take you to
I know this tow truck stuff quite a few times.
401585, which is a document
What a dead horse, eh?
that I took you to this morning. This is the email.
Don't say horses without a
from,
trigger warning, please.
Deputy Commissioner
Trigger warning.
DeMarco, which
The use
ends up
equines may be
being
mentioned in the
forwarded
next
to you.
couple of proceedings.
If we go down to
Proceeding?
Deputy
Preceding.
Commissioner
Proceeding?
DeMarco's
Preceding.
initial email
Proceeding?
at the bottom.
Proceeding.
Proceeding. You've been on too long today, John.
It's proceeding. It is
which
correct.
dated,
Proceeding. But
February
I'm
13th
preceding
at
that by
2:29
saying
p.m.
that
So
this, like,
Deputy
we've
Commissioner
established the towing
DeMarco
trucks were not
reports to the
compelled,
group,
and they argued about semantics that they were compelled because they
companies
used the
who would
powers
provide
to
service,
tell them that they would be.
7 companies
Basically,
with
the argument was
34
they were
total
compelled
heavy
because
tow
somebody
units.
used
Is
the
that
argument to say that they would be
consistent with
compelled,
what you
and that's what the act
understand to
allowed
be
them
the
to do,
case as
was
of that
basically
time?
to tell people that
Yes,
they would
I
be
can't
compelled. So
specifically
therefore,
recall
they
the
did
numbers,
compel
but
them.
it's consistent with
It's not.
with
Yeah,
what I
that's some
do
pretty
recall.
there.
If we
Yeah,
scroll
that's
down
really
to
digging
just
in
at the
detail.
bottom of that email,
You're on the
actually,
street where all the lights were knocked down after the derecho, aren't you?
the last paragraph, as you suggested,
I will be
it may
soon.
be very helpful to
It
have
looks
the
like it. It
Unity
looks like the
Emerge
pattern.
order ready for community members to assist with land
Still
slash facilities
personalization of that.
if required. Do you know what
I'm sorry for
the
doxing you
Deputy
all the
Commissioner
time,
is referring
Casey.
to here?
So that may have been in
say
relation
anything about my
to
robot, please.
where they were going to stage the tow trucks, how they were going to maneuver the tow trucks, and where they
We've
were
got a
going to
deal.
remove
We've got a
the
deal.
seized vehicles to.
Would you like to
What's
form
the
an
date of this
alliance?
email? Sorry.
It's February 13th.
Come on, guys, come
February
on.
the 13th.
Finish up. 6:30.
So there was
Time to go home.
there was a lot of times that the EMCPA was being referenced, and there were other times that the EA was being referenced. At this point in time, there is no Emergencies Act.
Correct. This is this is a reference to the EMCPA, if anything.
Yes.
And it's, as I think you just pointed out, it's a reference to the staging areas for tow trucks or for trucks that are towed, not to a concern on behalf of the towing companies themselves. Is that fair?
No, I don't perceive that is a concern on behalf of the towing companies themselves, although there were concerns from the towing companies about indemnity.
Okay. And then we've the emergency man. So the act is invoked on February 14th. The emergency measures regulations are published on the 15th, and I take it you're aware those required either a written request to render services or a verbal request followed up in writing as soon as possible.
That is correct, and it was a bit of a scramble to get orientated with the provisions in that legislation. Not having any advance notice that it was coming, there was no ability to provision in our planning for the utilization of those tools. We required legal assistance to determine what was possible, and then to be able to look at how we might be able to use those tools.
Okay. And I
Tolls were
won't
lined up
take
before.
you to
We
it in
already
the
know
interest
that.
of time, but your February 17th letter, which we saw this morning and this afternoon, you've actually written in there, this is the one that goes to all identified towing companies. It says, this letter is written confirmation of verbal instructions from the OPP acting on behalf of the RCMP to provide these services from the date of the regulations coming into force, which was the 15th. And notice that you are required to continue to comply and provide these services.
Yes.
So your letter, just so we understand, your letter was that sort of after the fact written confirmation of a verbal direction to provide towing services.
Yes. We had officers dealing with the tow providers
Took a while to
directly
get there.
and through the Ministry of Transportation. My understanding was they were all coordinated, organized, and ready to go.
Okay. And my friend for the Government of Canada,
Coordinated,
took you to your
organized,
letter
and ready to
Deputy
go.
Solicitor
Pre-Emergency
General
Act.
Tommaso on February 22nd.
Boom.
And part of that letter, again, in the interest of time, I will just read it to you. You updated the Deputy Solicitor General and said, as matters unfolded operationally in real time, the Ontario Provincial Police was made aware of the following. And the first bullet point, which you may recall, the vendor community was highly reluctant to assist the police.
Correct.
And so my question is, if you can assist us in terms of what transpired and the timing, because it appears from Deputy Commissioner DeMarco's email that as of the afternoon of the 13th, there are tow truck companies lined up. But at some point you have compelled them verbally and followed up with confirmation in writing. What changed for the towing companies between the 13th and the 17th when you
The
sent
Emergencies Act.
Yeah, for direct evidence,
Emergencies
Acting
Act.
Staff Sergeant Kirk Richardson was having the contact or coordinating the contact with the towing companies, but I can certainly share with you my understanding. There was concern that tow operators were becoming reluctant. They wanted to have some protections, that there would be no retribution or retaliation leveraged against them for participating, and there was still the ongoing concern over indemnification. So yes, they had been lined up. Yes, they had been coordinated, but there were still concerns being expressed by some of the tow operators. The plan had a contingency that they could execute the plan with as little as 2 tow trucks, and we also had police personnel lined up to operate heavy tow vehicles should we not be able to get the assistance of professional tow operators.
Okay. And was the concern across sort of unanimous across these 7 companies and 34 trucks, or were there companies, to your knowledge, that would have participated without being compelled?
I can't say what the proportion of concern would have been, but I was assured that with or without, they would have been able to get the job done. It would have taken more time. It would have required potentially our officers having to operate tow trucks. but we still would have moved forward with the execution of the operational plan.
Thank you. Thank you,
Wow.
Commissioner. Those are my.
Thank you.
There we go.
Wow. So it was not
Okay,
necessary.
well,
that right there
Exactly.
means it was
We
not
would have-
necessary.
we would-
with
yes,
the
exactly.
possibility to ask a few questions.
We would have
given
moved
the hour,
forward.
I'm going to try and be relatively.
We would have
The
moved
commissioner's
forward.
going to ask questions.
And just
The commissioner's
a
asking
few
questions.
bits of information. You, towards the end of your testimony, you were asked about the Hendon reports and if there's anything similar in the federal, from the federal police service. And I think you said not to your knowledge.
Not specific to this, Commissioner. So there are a number of products that are produced federally in relation to threat assessments, in relation to national security, but there was nothing specific that dealt with the issues we were managing in 2001, specific to rail blockades that were happening around the province. So that filled that need by constructing this particular product.
Now, given the progress since then and rail blockades are not something limited to Ontario and the issues that are being dealt with in Hendon, from my reading, are not limited to Ontario. Is this something that should be taken up by the federal authorities to provide a national Hendon report?
It's certainly something that could, and we would need to be an active contributor to that, as would all other police services across Canada. But that is something that would provide
This is the kind of
substantial
thing that
value
led
of
to
having a
dismantling of the
national
RCMP
picture.
security service.
This is I'm trying to just, I have a note that I'd like you to complete for me. You talked about, and I may have the note wrong, that you thought the protests at the two different ends of the province, being Windsor and
Here we go.
Ottawa, were, I have a note, something that they're coordinated or planned.
He picked it up.
Did you say that? And could you explain, unpack that for me?
Yeah, so my
Here we go.
thoughts on that are I did not feel it was merely circumstance that we had two challenging demonstrations at the furthest points in the southern part of the province. We had protests going on in Ottawa that were challenging the capacity of police to respond, to then have a demonstration at the Ambassador Bridge
Do you
to be
have
going on
evidence?
at the same time, knowing the distance that it takes for police to mobilize and look after both locations. Well, at the
Grassroots.
same time, there were demonstrations taking place in Toronto. I believe that there is a possibility that that was organized and coordinated by somebody or a group of people.
You have evidence.
And so that's your belief, but I think you said you don't have any concrete evidence of that in terms of any documentation or something to support that other than you as a police officer who's been involved.
Absolutely no evidence, Commissioner.
Absolutely
just
no-
a suspicion, let's say.
Absolutely no evidence.
Strategically, you had a responsibility to consider and be aware of.
No, it's here. It's
It's just an opinion.
absolutely no evidence.
You recall
underlined.
the February 5th exchange you had
Absolutely
with
no
Commissioner Lucky
evidence.
where there was
This is
mention of the
wild
Emergencies Act?
conjecture. To
And
say
you were
something like
asked
that is
whether
irresponsible,
you had
frankly.
any other, and I know you had testified
It's
you weren't
irresponsible
aware when
to make such
they declared the
wild
emergency
wild
act, but
statements
between
without
the 5th
evidence.
of February
Admittedly,
and the
without evidence.
declaration, did you have any other exchange where the Emergencies Act was raised with Commissioner Lucky or anyone else?
With Commissioner Lucky, not to my recollection, and certainly not with anybody else. No, sir.
Okay. And then again, you talked about a incident command structure, the need for a consistent incident command structure across Canada. And I don't know if I didn't make a note as to whether one exists or does not exist. And if you could help me with that.
There are defined command structures, but it is up to the individual police services which command structure they follow. So there would be some value in ensuring that all police services are following a consistent command structure. So in cases like this, where it warrants moving police resources across the country with more than 20 police services engaged, if we ever have to engage in something like this again in the future, having that consistent command structure would certainly be helpful.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. There's one last area I want to, and again, I'm
There's his
trying to
soundbite that
just
he
get a little
promised
more
somebody.
information, and this deals with the discussions
Absolutely no
you had
evidence.
with counsel for the OPP, and it's your inquiries about tools. And I'm trying to understand, did you say you had some input about what would go into the EMPCA declaration of emergency?
Not into the declaration of emergency, Commissioner, but there was legislation that followed that through the EMCPA. And I was asked for my professional advice from a law enforcement perspective, whether there were any tools that would assist us with managing and protecting critical infrastructure.
Now, did you have any input into the Ontario Declaration of Emergency and what went into it?
Not into the direct declaration of emergency itself, but into the legislation that flowed through the ECMPA that gave police officers those enforcement tools. I had input into that, yes, sir.
So not the declaration, but the legislation that implemented it, if you're
The Ontario legislation
that gave us those authorities, yes.
And in that discussion, did you ask for authority with respect to towing of vehicles?
For compelling,
Yes.
for towing, that was definitely discussed. There were a number of things that I asked for that could not be supported by the legal team, and we did have discussion around compelling
because they
service
were
providers.
illegal.
But the results of those discussions did not bear out in terms of tools that were made available to us.
And is that because you understood the act could not empower the province to do that, or that it was a decision not to include it?
Yeah, there was lots of discussion that happened in my absence, and the decision, it did not appear in the act, so I can't honestly say why it did not, or to what extent that was considered. There was lots of discussion around it, lots of ideas proposed, and then we were grateful to receive the legislation when we did.
But I guess I'm simply asking, was that one of your requests and then it went into the black box and you don't know what happened after?
Yeah, there was no written request, Commissioner. So this was done through a series of meetings and discussions. So I wouldn't want to honestly say how far that discussion went, but that was certainly on the
Tomorrow's
table
gonna be a
and
long day
something
too,
that
I
had
imagine.
been discussed.
Well, tomorrow's gonna be
And we
painful.
had talked about a situation whereby we did have trouble getting a
I'm
tow
gonna be at
truck to
work and
lend
I'm-
assistance when there was a blockade that had emerged in and around the Peace Bridge, and we had a challenge getting tow trucks to provide the necessary assistance. These types of things were discussed, but I can't say to what extent, given that it wasn't a written submission. It was merely discussions where I had an opportunity to provide some input.
I guess, to be clear, I mean, was your input this would be helpful?
For the best of my recollection, I would say yes, because it was an issue that we were experiencing. But I can't state with certainty how much discussion we had on that.
Helpful
Now,
does not mean necessary.
We
We've
also
established
had
this.
some evidence you gave about exclusion zones and common law power about exclusion zones. And in fact, there were powers given certainly about the Ambassador Bridge and interprovincial bridges under the EMPCA, as I understand it. That's correct?
Yes.
Were there discussions, or do you have an understanding as to whether the exclusion zones around Wellington were discussed in your input that you had?
I can't say that specific locations were discussed in and around Wellington. It was more the categorization
9 hours.
of critical infrastructure. So I can't say that Wellington was discussed specifically.
Was your understanding from the
Brendan will never get that opportunity.
EMPCA and the legislation that followed that you could create an exclusion zone around Wellington under that emergency legislation?
My understanding was that the officers could have exercised the authorities contained within to use those enforcement tools, which wouldn't have been the same as communicating an exclusion zone as defined under the Emergencies Act. But if they were asked to disperse from the area of critical infrastructure, the officers had the tools to proceed with charges or seize vehicles.
Tells you that you can make areas
licenses
excluded.
Let him finish this, yeah.
Under the EMCPA. So
Yeah,
that
they
was
have
a
the
tool
power.
that was available to officers in Ottawa, in and on Wellington.
There we go. Already
On the
available.
basis of critical infrastructure?
Critical infrastructure. So I don't have the legislation in front of me, but believe that that would have fallen into the definitions of the types of locations that would be covered by the EMCPA. If it's helpful, the OPP did do up a chart that explained to the officers where we felt the various powers would apply.
That would be helpful.
It became very complex for officers to try to navigate their way through these new powers that they weren't used to in real time. So it may be very helpful to walk through that chart at some point.
So just to be clear, your understanding is Wellington was declared to be critical infrastructure like the bridges and so on?
Yeah, so I think I can be much clearer. So it contained in the EMCPA was the not to block any highway. So the definition of a highway would include any roadway. So that would include Wellington. So highways were deemed critical infrastructure, which addresses the concern on Wellington out in front of the Parliament building. So the roadway itself is deemed to be critical infrastructure.
So blocking any roadway would be critical infrastructure then under the Act?
Yes, at that point in time. And
under the Provincial
as time went on, those authorities were narrowed to a much narrower scope to be specific to borders. But at that point in time, it was blocking access to any highway, as I understand.
There we go.
So it would
That's
be,
huge.
It would, I guess you're explaining that declaration prevented blocking any roadway in Ontario. Essentially, you had the powers under the Act to clear that.
Absolutely, yes, sir. That was my understanding.
Okay. Well, thank you very
That's
much
big.
For your testimony. Obviously, we've gone over. It shows how your testimony was important to the parties, and with our thanks.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
So we're going to adjourn until tomorrow. I just wanted to make one additional point. As I understand, we're starting with former Chief Slowly tomorrow, and his evidence will be in chief tomorrow. It's scheduled to take the day. In the unusual circumstances where he will go over to the next day, I've been asked whether there is any difficulty with his counsel speaking to him over the weekend before he enters cross-examination. And I just wanted to see if there were any issues being raised by counsel.
So the commission lawyers are going to take the whole day.
Yeah, so they may need extra time. Yeah.
If there's any objection.
Slowly with the commission counselor for
If not, then
9 hours
we'll
tomorrow.
be giving that leave.
You're lucky you're working, my man. So
Get some Irish coffee, my boy.
we heard the
reconvene
the head of the commission there talking about enjoying the testimony. If you enjoyed our work today, check the link below. Patriots or buy me, what is it? buymeacoffee.com/Patriot Smoothie. Patriot Smoothie and I will both need some coffee tomorrow. And alternately, you can go to e-transfers can be sent to daceymedia@gmail.com. We appreciate anything you can help. Also, like, share, comment. Hey, quit switching me around. You're gonna give me a seat here. Camera 1, camera 2, camera 1, camera 2, camera 1. All right, folks.
You know a lot about. Okay, you know what? I think we listen. Tomorrow's going to be heavy, so I'm going to do Dacey a saving grace here, and I'm going to allow him to. I'm going to allow us to call it here without an overdone end, because he's going to need everything he can have for tomorrow, and I'm going to jump in too from time to time. But from what we understand, it slowly is going to take the whole day, like with the commission counselor. Okay, well, you're lagging out, but thank you so much for joining in, everybody. Thank you for watching this incredibly long stream with us for 9 hours and 18 minutes and 7 seconds. We're going to end it right here. Yes, you will get a summary video from me, and these are killing me, so I hope you appreciate them. Have a good night.